everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Zero Fairy Tale Hero from Scratch, Novel Summary. The more the merrier, please do not enter if you mind. Sword Demon Love Song Happy Ending Just for Duna Happy Ending Red and Blue Twins, Pure Elf gradually getting stronger. Hello, I'm Grim Anderson, currently in the slums of Lagunica. Is anyone nearby? If so, please let me know. Because I went out of character, OOC. While cosplaying Roswell, some crazy woman named Elsa started chasing me and attacking me. It's outrageous. Is character design really that important? If anyone is nearby, please hurry up and buy a dragon car on the Guapi used car app to pick me up. I still have 5 silver coins left, and we can go to the Succubus Tavern for a drink together. Chapter 1 to 50, Grin, Fairy Tales, and the Princess. All female characters in this story are adults. If written as 17, they are 17 years and 364 days old, and will be an adult in the next chapter. If written as 12 or 14, they just look young, but are actually hundreds of years old. That's just how it is. Meow. Also, please leave your brains here. Beautiful girl, I just want to give you an apple. I have so many apples that I can't possibly eat them all. If you're afraid the apple is poisonous, I can take a bite first. Crunch. The old woman brought the apple to her lips, scraped off a piece with her only remaining front tooth, and then handed the rest to Snow White. Under the old woman's hospitality, Snow White finally couldn't resist the red fruit emitting an enticing aroma. It should be fine, since the old grandmother has already eaten it. So she carefully reached out to take it and took a gentle bite. Unexpectedly, the apple was half poisonous and half safe. Having eaten the poisonous half, Snow White immediately stopped breathing and collapsed limply to the ground. Grin clapped his hands together, closing the storybook with a snap. The children gathered around were immediately jolted out of the story. No. Don't let the princess die. That's terrifying. I'm never eating apples again. I suspect my mom is trying to kill me. Hearing the children's outrageous remarks, Grin couldn't help but find it amusing. Looking up, Grin felt a bit dazed. At some point, a luxurious golden red chair had been placed among the children. A young girl in a red dress, holding a folding fan, sat upon it, scrutinizing Grin with a piercing gaze. Behind her stood a sturdy, one-armed man wearing a short, earthy yellow cloak and a knight's helmet. What a ridiculous story. Is this the most interesting thing you found in the royal capital, Aldebaran? Al, being called by his full name, stood at attention as if struck by lightning, then teased back vengefully, I think it's quite suitable for a woman of your age to listen to. After all, I feel like you're the type who would eat things from strangers. Of course, Al did not say the second half of that sentence out loud. In truth, the interesting thing he had found wasn't these fairy tales, but the storyteller himself. Aldebaran, whose identity was a mystery, also knew these stories. He had come this time mainly to confirm if Grin was a transferee. Priscilla, sensing the underlying meaning in Al's words, felt a bit annoyed and said coldly, "Humph, I am nothing like that princess named Snow White. If it were me, I would certainly have eaten the non-poisonous part with precision." Seeing this master and servant pair, a mysterious smile appeared at the corners of Grin's mouth. He knew Al would eventually find him. After all, the place where he told stories was not far from Priscilla's temporary residence in the royal capital. Grin walked slowly toward Priscilla, placed his right hand over his heart, and gave her a slight bow. Grin, a mortal, sends his greetings to the Sun Princess. Priscilla opened her folding fan, covering half of her face, as if to distance herself from Grin. "Humph, you may rise, my future subject." Al quietly shifted his position to Priscilla's front right. This way, if Grin did anything unfavorable, he could draw his sword in time. "Hey, brother. Aren't you going to continue the story?" Grin ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed on Priscilla. "I believe the rest of the story should be continued by another princess." With that, Grin pulled a crystal-clear red fruit from his wide robes. Esteemed Sun Princess, would you like to try a poisonous apple just like Snow White's? As you said, for someone like you who is bathed in sunlight, you would surely bite into the non-poisonous part without fail. Brother, what do you mean by this? Al's gaze turned unfriendly, and his single hand was already resting on the hilt of his sword. Priscilla waved her hand, signaling Al to step back, then stood up gracefully and walked toward Grin. I see longing in your eyes. Could it be that eating this strange fruit will bring you some benefit? Ah, Your Highness. It's not a strange fruit, it's an apple. Grin massaged his forehead, explaining somewhat helplessly. Priscilla took the fruit and looked it over for a moment, then said mockingly, Poor mortal, you don't even recognize an apple. It is common knowledge that an apple is a white fruit. Grin's mouth twitched. Is it possible that the skin of this apple is red, and it's only white after peeling? After speaking, Grin glanced at Al. Al scratched the back of his head. The princess really hasn't seen what an apple looks like originally. The fruits she usually eats are prepared by servants. Is that so? Grin was speechless. These high-ranking people were coddled to an absurd degree. The apple turned in Priscilla's slender, fair palm. There was no fear in the princess's eyes, only curiosity for new things and mockery for the clown. Mortal, poisoning a member of the royal selection is punishable by burning at the stake, though that would be one of the few opportunities in your life to truly shine. Grin shrugged and replied. It is high noon, princess, the moment when the sun is most brilliant in the day. If the Sun Princess were killed by poison at this time, it could only mean that fate has arranged for me to be buried with you. Priscilla was slightly moved by the word fate. As the owner of the divine protection of the sun, she received various action corrections during the day. As long as the sun remained up, her luck would be pushed to the peak. This was also why she enjoyed defying fate. Heh, such a low-level provocation. Having said that, Priscilla still brought the apple to her lips, opened her pearly teeth, and slowly bit off a piece of flesh, chewing it behind the cover of her folding fan. It is indeed the taste of an apple. It seems that unprocessed fruit has its own wondrous flavor. Seeing Priscilla finally eat the apple, a flash of joy appeared in Grin's eyes. The fairy tale book in his hand flipped open on its own, stopping at the section for Snow White. Words began to emerge on the blank pages. Offer a poisoned apple to a princess, obtain the Queen Snow White entry. Queen Snow White. Abilities, Transformation Magic, Magic, Toxicology. Held item, Magic Mirror, Woolgaroth. An illustration of a beautiful lady wearing a golden crown, and a deep black dress studded with fine diamonds faded into view on the page, holding a distorted mirror in her hand. At the same time, mana began to surge out of thin air within Grin's magic gate. Phew! Grin let out a long sigh of relief. The sense of security brought by this power made him feel a bit more grounded. As expected of the Sun Princess who stands at the center of the world, you accurately found the non-poisonous part. Meaning the poison is hidden in the other half, correct? Priscilla asked back, then turned the apple to the other side and took another bite. Stop! Princess! Grin and Al shouted almost simultaneously. But it was too late. Priscilla had already swallowed the poisonous part. It's a bit more sour and astringent than the non-poisonous part. The expected poisoning event did not occur. As long as the divine protection of the sun was in effect, Priscilla was immune to all underhanded methods. To kill her, one could only crush her from the front. A poison that even an earth dragon couldn't withstand is merely sour and astringent. Grin was truly impressed. These people loved by the world could not be viewed with common logic. Priscilla gave a pure smile. Perhaps it deteriorated under the sunlight. All right, Al, the diversion ends here. Arrest this poisoner for me. Yes, princess. Brother, please relax, I'll try to be as gentle as possible. Al stretched his sturdy arms and approached Grin. You attempted poisoning. According to the Lugnica Code, you'll be sentenced to have your right hand severed. This way, we can truly become a left and right hand duo. Although he anticipated the princess wouldn't be poisoned, placing her in such danger was suspicious. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Grin was from another royal selection camp. Therefore, the princess's judgment was correct: arrest him first. Ah, is this right? Shouldn't you be appointing me as some minor official for offering the apple? Chapter 2, The Blonde Loser is a Locksmith. Clatter, clatter. On the main street of the royal capital, Lugnica, Al was dragging a prison cart behind Priscilla as they moved forward. Along the way, many people were pointing and whispering. By the way, where did you pull this cart from? Grin sat cross-legged in the jolting prison cart, resting his chin on one hand with a look of helplessness. Oh, you mean this? Al tapped the sturdy frame of the prison cart and said. Borrowed it from the royal capital's guards. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't asked, but you're actually a wanted man, kid. Huh? Me? Grin pointed at himself, dumbfounded. Al said in surprise, yes, that's what the guards told me. Didn't you know? Grin nodded. Just found out. Is telling fairy tales against the law now? Al laughed loudly. Ha ha, not exactly. Your crimes are lack of identification and inciting panic among children. They call you the child agitator or the intimidator. Grin rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, that's crazy. Kids who get scared by fairy tales won't amount to anything anyway. Brother, you really can't escape this charge. Your fairy tales are too dark, queens attempting cannibalism, necrophiliac princes, and so on. It really would scare little kids. Al explained. He had asked the patrolling guards about this guy Grin. Grin wasn't from the royal capital. In fact, he likely wasn't even a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom of Lugnica. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This made Al even more certain that Grin came from that planet in his memories, giving him a sense of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Furthermore, Al felt that since Grin was a traveler, he must possess some special ability just like himself. Bringing him back would most likely be helpful to the princess. Because he lacked identification, Grin often hung around the slums, a place of mixed crowds and constant danger. Thinking back on his own 10 years as a sword slave, Al felt even more that this brother of his hadn't had it easy. Hey, Al. Priscilla, walking at the very front, called out and held a book titled Dark Fairy Tales in front of Al. Do you recognize this script? Al took the fairy tale book, flipped through it, and shook his head. I can only recognize 1 or 2 words, I can't understand the meaning. Do you think it might be something like a witch cult gospel book? Hey, hey. I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. I'll sue you for slander, you know. I'll sue you for slander. Grin gripped the iron bars with both hands and shouted at Al, you two illiterate fools can't even recognize simplified Chinese. Give it back. With that, Grin reached out his right hand and grasped the air. The pitch-black fairy tale book in Al's hand vanished with a poof into a cloud of stardust, then flickered and appeared in Grin's hand. Al said in amazement, whoa, brother, you can even recall that book. That's a handy ability. That's nothing. Let me show you two another trick. Grin gave a disdainful smile and snapped his fingers. Sure enough, the fairy tale book turned into stardust and vanished again. Priscilla blinked her exquisite eyes and gave a light, brief round of applause. She asked curiously, besides these clownish magic tricks, can you do anything else interesting? Commoner. Hearing this, Grin immediately pressed himself against the edge of the cage, leaning in as far as he could, and said seriously. I can. Princess, I can. If you let me go, I can even run away. Ha ha ha, mortal, your farcical performance is quite entertaining. Priscilla gave a refined smile. The world truly did revolve around her. Even in the most rigid royal capital, she could encounter such an interesting fellow. Boom, boom. A series of dull thuds echoed from the distance. Priscilla looked into the distance and judged, someone is releasing magic over in the North Street area. Al asked, do you need me to go investigate? Priscilla waved her hand dismissively. Are you suggesting that I should take over dragging this filthy prison cart? Al gave an embarrassed laugh. Haha, true. Then let's head back to the mansion first. Grin let out a long sigh. Judging by the commotion, that girl Felt's insignia theft plan must have started. He had arrived in this world 2 months ago, and because he lacked identification, he was constantly chased by the guards. While hiding and dodging, Grin had met a certain blonde lowly named Felt. Later, through Felt's introduction, he worked as an odd jobman under Old Man Ram, earning a bit of pocket change to scrape by until now. Now that he had finally unlocked a transcendent ability, he was unexpectedly headed for jail. Life was truly unpredictable. As the prison cart moved along, Grin couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Sigh, iron doors, iron windows, iron chains holding the iron window. I look outside, how beautiful life outside is, when will I return to my home? Just as Grin was lying on his side in the prison cart lamenting the fickleness of fate, a tiny female voice suddenly reached his ear. Hey, what's with the ghost-like wailing? How did you get caught? You're so useless. Grin calmly lowered his gaze and finally saw the blonde, red-eyed lowly clinging to the back of the cart. Grin, who had been listless, immediately perked up upon seeing the little girl. He responded in a voice that could only be heard up close, "Save me, save me." Seeing this, Felt gave a mischievous grin, and held up 5 fingers. 5 silver coins. You black-hearted brat. It's a deal. Grin squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Felt must have quietly gone through his wallet, otherwise, she couldn't have known exactly how much money he had. Hee, another profit. Felt laughed happily, then pulled out a long, thin wire and inserted it into the prison cart's keyhole, wiggling it around. Click, click. The lock popped open. Brother, are you up to something? The prison cart suddenly stopped. Hearing the strange noise, Al also turned around to look at Grin. Run! Felt gave a startled cry, jumped away like a nimble little rabbit, and quickly began her escape. I'm out of here, brother. Shamak. Grin chanted the incantation to cast Een magic. Instantly, a cloud of pitch-black mist rapidly spread out with him at the center, covering a small area in the blink of an eye. Within the black mist, Grin pushed open the prison cart door and retreated in the direction Felt had gone. Under the sun, Priscilla was not affected by the shamak. The black mist evaporated like steam before it could get near her, forming a clean circle of protection around her. She watched Grin escape with a smile on her face, having no intention of chasing him. Cough, princess, do I need to bring him back? Al fanned his hands vigorously, trying to disperse the black mist in front of him. No need. As long as I wish it, the world will deliver that squid back to me. On the other side, Grin and Felt escaped into an alleyway. Huff, I'm exhausted, I can't go on. Grin lay down against the wall. Don't stop, Grin. You're not the only one with pursuers behind you. Felt was a bit anxious, urging Grin to get up and keep running. Grin looked at Felt helplessly and asked, Don't tell me you've already succeeded. Felt pulled an amber-colored insignia from her bosom. The golden patterns depicted a dragon with spread wings, and at the very center was a glowing blood-red gemstone. This thing was proof of candidate status for the throne. Currently, only 4 had been issued in the entire country. Its value could well be imagined. Wow! The owner must be going crazy. Grin fell silent for a moment. Impressive, right? Ha. But right now, the most important step is shaking off the little tail behind us. Felt laughed lightheartedly. Once she handed this insignia to her employer, she would receive 5 holy gold coins. That money would be enough for her to move out of the slums. As long as she got rid of the person tracking her, this operation would be a total success. Then, Felt's little head tilted slightly, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. Grin felt something was wrong and quietly used some strength to scoot further away. Chapter 3, Perverts Exchange Meeting. I have a great idea, Grin. I don't think it's good. Damn it, I haven't even said it yet. I have a bad feeling about this. You're such an oblivious guy. I don't have time to argue with you right now. With that, Felt stuffed the Royal Selection badge into Grin's hand. Now, take the badge and head back to the loot den. I'll lead those pursuers on a few more laps. If we succeed, I'll let those 5 gold coins slide. What? Grin instantly flared up with anger and shouted loudly. What coins are you talking about? You damn flat-chested, blonde, scrawny loser dog, why don't you just go rob someone? Do I look like I'm worth 5 gold coins to you? We're both from the slums, so what right do you have to ask me for 5 gold coins? Do I owe you or something? Stop, 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 stop. Ouch, my eardrums are going to burst. Felt covered her ears with both hands, and took a few steps back like a frightened little rabbit. Fine, if the plan succeeds, not only will I not charge you, but I'll even give you a 10% commission. How about that? 10%, let me think. If I remember correctly, Elsa offered 5 holy gold coins. There are 4 types of currency in Lugnica: holy gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Except for the exchange rate between holy gold coins and regular gold coins, which is 1 to 10, the rest are all 1 to 100. Converted to gold coins, a 10% reward is 5 gold coins. That price isn't low. Wait, no, we can't beat Elsa. In the original story, Elsa, the employer who hired Felt to steal the badge, that woman will kill to silence witnesses later. While Grin was still thinking, Felt was already prepared to move. Then it's a deal. Leaving those words behind, she activated her divine protection of wind and vanished in a flash. Holy crap, wait. Grin reached out to stop her, but Felt was already long gone. It's over, it's over. Maybe I should just call the police. Right, call the police, let the authorities handle it. With that, Grin wanted to walk out of the alley to find a guard. Ideally, he'd find Reinhard and let him handle it. One swing of the sword would kill Elsa. Before he could take 2 steps, several figures suddenly appeared at the mouth of the alley. They wore simple, plain light armor with a dragon crest embroidered on the chest. Who else could they be but guards? Heaven is helping me. Speak of the devil. Hey, guard. Before the words Lord Guard could leave Grin's mouth, the other side spoke first. It's him. The child agitator. I didn't expect him to actually escape from the Sun Princess. Arrest him. Grin was dumbfounded. A wanted criminal had almost called the police on himself. Run. Only those words remained in his mind. His legs, which had been weak just moments ago, were reawakened by the urge to survive, dragging his exhausted body through the alleys. Slow movement. Slow down for me. Seeing that he couldn't beat these tough guys in terms of physical strength, Grin had no choice but to use magic again. A purple-black magic circle flickered, turning into halos that settled on the knight's calves. Instantly, their speed slowed down significantly. Damn it, you're actually a mage. You're the ones who are damnable, giving me such an embarrassing title. Just you wait, I'm going to scare every single kid in the royal capital. Grin shouted threats while disappearing from the guard's sight. Huff, huff. After gradually shaking off his pursuers, Grin finally stopped running, resting his hands on his knees as he panted heavily. Damn, looks like I can't ask the guards for help. With that, Grin waved his right hand and summoned his fairy tale book. If he could get some more extraordinary abilities, he might be able to overcome this crisis. The pages flipped and stopped again at the Snow White section. Prince Charming, unlock condition, kiss a woman who is still deeply loved after her passing. Snow White King, unlock condition, marry a witch. Snow White core illustration, unlock condition, kill 7 demons. Is this right? Among these, Queen Snow White actually seemed relatively normal. Unfortunately, the abilities provided by the Queen's illustration weren't enough to repel the gut-ripper Elsa. If it were the king, there might be a chance, since he possesses noble authority-type abilities, but the condition is too harsh. Where am I supposed to find a witch? Even if there were a witch, I'd have to get married. If I got turned into a frog by a witch for sexual harassment, that would be a real disaster. Right, I still have the magic mirror. The treasure provided by the Queen's illustration. With a thought from Grin, a magnificent hand mirror made of pure gold appeared in his hand. Oh, my respected master, your humble servant awaits your command. A shrill voice came from the magic mirror. Grin immediately ordered, Magic mirror, tell me, where is the sword Saint Reinhard? Yes, master, your humble servant will search for you immediately. Hum hum. Ripples spread out in all directions like radar. After a long while, Grin became a bit impatient. Hey, did you find him? Master, this sword saint guy seems to have some kind of divine protection of shadowlessness, he can't be tracked. You useless piece of crap, what good are you then? Then find the location of the gut ripper Elsa. Hum hum. Stop humming and tell me, did you find her? Found her. I'll mark it for you now. Subsequently, a map of the royal capital appeared on the mirror's surface, with a small red dot moving slowly toward the slums. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. On the other side, Elsa Granhirt had already walked into the heart of the slums. She was like a kukri tucked in its sheath, slender, light, yet hiding dangerous curves everywhere. Her steps were extremely light as she moved, her high heels making almost no sound, leaving only the edge of her cloak to slice through the air with a low whistle. Occasionally passing others, Elsa would always inadvertently glance at their abdomens. Such a flat belly. I wonder if the intestines are thinner than others because of the frequent hunger. Wonderful in such a remote place, even if someone dies in the shadows, no one will notice. While Elsa was fantasizing about the intestines of passers-by, the sound of rattling chains echoed nearby. Clang, clang. The first thing to crash into her sight was a face that forcibly stitched theater and corpse together. Heavy white makeup, heterochromatic pupils, silver bells tangled in corpse blue long hair, and wearing a clown's tailcoat, it seemed as if a smile would crack open the smell of rust. The thin chains tied to his calves were likely the source of the noise just now. Oh my, isn't this Miss Elsa Granhirt? It seems fate has arranged for us to meet. Ah, Roswell Mathers, Margrave. What a surprise. Two individuals who couldn't speak normally had converged at this moment. Elsa froze for less than a second before her treacherous gaze began scanning Roswell like a sharp blade. The ball hasn't even started yet, and the organizer has already appeared. Has something gone wrong with the other dancers? Roswell was the one who designed all of this behind the scenes, so calling him the organizer was quite fitting. Elsa stared intently at Roswell, even sticking out her tongue to lick her lips softly and quickly. It seemed that compared to the dancers she mentioned, she was more interested in the kingdom's strongest court mage before her. What color would a powerful mage's intestines be? Roswell quietly took a sharp breath because he noticed Elsa's gaze frequently focusing on his stomach. As expected of an assassin with the title of Gut Ripper, you're as sharp as I anticipated. I have personally recovered the badge, so the previous plan must be cancelled. My sincerest apologies, Miss Elsa. With that, Roswell flipped his palm, producing the Royal Selection badge with a clown's magic trick, and displaying it before Elsa. The suspicious Gut Ripper didn't give her employer an answer immediately. Instead, she took on a touch of the leisure scene only at the start of a hunt. #for counterfeit. Chapter 4, The Counterfeit. Oh my Count, you truly are cruel. I was invited from afar as a dancer, and you, the host, are going to unilaterally reject my enthusiasm. As soon as the words fell, Elsa suddenly took a big step forward, bringing her beautiful, charming face close to Roswell's. A gust of fragrance swept over, but Roswell reacted as if facing a great enemy, immediately recoiling as if electrocuted, his hands instinctively guarding his abdomen. After making these movements, Roswell immediately realized something was wrong. Elsa, however, showed manic delight in her eyes without any concealment. She was now certain that the person before her must have a problem. I'm done for, I'm OOC. Roswell put on a long face and slowly raised his head to look at Elsa. To be precise, it was Grimm using transformation magic to look like Roswell. OOC. Is that a magic spell? Too bad, Mr. Fake Count, no matter what magic you use, at this distance, your intestines will spill out of your body before your magic does. Saying that, Elsa's right hand reached behind her waist. She was about to draw her blade. I'm about to get stabbed. Wait a moment, Miss Elsa, I still have something to say. Grimm shouted in a panic, trying to buy a sliver of life. Elsa's movement paused slightly. She looked at Grimm with interest and laughed coldly. Oh my, do you have any last words to say? Grimm hurriedly pulled out a bright red fruit from his pocket and said, Beauty, how about eating an apple first to calm your anger? Slash. The blade flashed, slicing the apple in half horizontally. If Grimm hadn't pulled his hand back quickly, he probably would have been cut into a doryman. Are you toying with me? A rare spark of fire appeared in Elsa's eyes. Cunning rabbit, an apple laced with poison. How stupid would someone have to be to willingly eat it? Wow, do you dare say that again in front of the Sun Princess? Grimm complained while backing away. So you're an affiliated party? Wonderful, this makes things much easier to resolve. Elsa unfastened her cloak, revealing her proud figure. The mention of the Sun Princess by Grimm confirmed for Elsa that he belonged to Priscilla's faction. But the thought of having a new character whose stomach she could slice open caused a morbid smile to bloom on Elsa's face. Oh my, this is the first time I've drawn my blade against an employer. This strange feeling, is this the legendary sense of betrayal? Ah, how wonderful. Hiss. Grimm shivered, an intense chill shooting straight up his spine. Here's the insignia, I have something to do, I'm leaving first. With that, Grimm threw the object in his hand towards Elsa, and quickly turned to sprint away. Clink. Elsa caught it with her left hand, which was not holding the blade. Opening her 5 fingers, she saw it wasn't an insignia, but a worn-out silver coins. Faint blue veins pulsed on her snow-white forehead. Ha ha ha, what a cute little act. This time, I'm going to use the back of my blade to scrape open your intestinal lining. Help. Murder. Fire. Assault. Grimm shouted as he ran, constantly spitting out words that could attract bystanders' attention. But Grimm was surprisingly fast, managing to pull a distance between himself and Elsa for the time being. Elsa's high-heeled boots stepped into the sewage with a sound as light as a cat's, yet every step felt like it was stomping on Grimm's eardrums, as if the Grim Reaper would descend the next second. When the northern kukri was drawn, there was no flashy sound of metal friction, only a short, cold zhing sound like an ice lake shattering. The blade was so thin it was almost transparent, yet it emitted a faint blue-cold light under the moonlight. With a casual wave, the back of the blade slid across her forearm, the edge cutting through the air, emitting an extremely faint whistle. She's here. Grimm immediately turned to block. Clang. The sound of metal collision rang out, dull and powerful. Elsa's kukri was stuck on a golden hand mirror. Ah! Master, please don't do this to me. My mirror surface is going to get scratched. Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged several more blows, and the magic mirror's edge developed nicks. Help! They're killing the mirror. Elsa seized an opening and delivered a sweeping kick that struck Grimm squarely in the abdomen. Grimm was sent flying backward, using the momentum to create distance while simultaneously unleashing magic. Shadow Devour. The shadows in the darkness came alive. It first seeped out from under Grimm's feet, like a flattened centipede, crawling along the base of the wall towards Elsa. Elsa seemed to sense it, tapped her toes, and shifted sideways 3 feet without warning. The kukri swept out a silver arc, slicing the lunging shadow in half at the waist. A crisp sound exploded in the darkness, like a hard disk falling to the ground. The shadow, cut in 2, let out a baby's cry before instantly dissolving into black smoke. Damn it, she can even cut shadows. Shamak. There was no choice, since Grimm's attack didn't work, it was time to deploy ink. A dense black fog enveloped the surroundings, buying Grim the golden time to escape. Master, master, flee south quickly. The coordinates for the sword saint you are looking for have suddenly appeared. The magic mirror didn't want to get hit again and quickly offered Grim advice. Grim didn't have time to think and fled according to the route the mirror provided. In the blink of an eye, Elsa emerged from the black fog. It's no wonder this skill is garbage, it only seems effective against minions. Using it on an expert, you'd be lucky to restrain them for 3 to 5 seconds. A talking mirror, could it be a spirit? I wonder if I can find some warm internal organs after slicing the mirror open. Elsa stroked her flushed cheek with one hand and elegantly followed the direction Grim had taken. As if foreseeing something, the magic mirror quickly urged, Master, run faster. I feel like that crazy woman wants to dissect me. Wah, this is too scary. Hey, shut up. Aren't I running as fast as I can? Grim sprinted desperately, occasionally pushing over nearby objects in an attempt to slow down the pursuing Elsa. Before long, he was about to run out of the slum's perimeter. If he could just get through the alley entrance ahead, he would reach the civilian district. Whoosh! A sound of something breaking the air rang out, and a throwing blade flew toward him. Grim's internal alarm bells went off. He grabbed the magic mirror like a racket and slammed it down. Clang! The throwing blade was repelled and stuck straight into the ground. Oh my heavens! Master, I'm disfigured, boo-hoo! The magic mirror wailed. He swore he would find Grim a suitable weapon, preferably a shield. In a flash, Grim finally burst out of the alley entrance, and the lingering warmth of the sun shone on him once more. It was already evening, and there were few pedestrians left on the street. This is the first time I've felt the world is so beautiful. Master, the person you're looking for is right there. Grim looked in the direction indicated and indeed found that shock of flame-like red hair on the street, the signature hair color of the Astrea family. The sword saint, Reinhard van Astrea, was the strongest person in the world. The pinnacle of all successive sword saints, possessing countless divine protection abilities. If that guy made a move, this damned crazy woman would immediately have to kneel. If that guy made a move, this damned crazy woman would immediately have to kneel. Get out of the way, you ignorant fools. A murderer is coming. Grim shoved the remaining pedestrians, and with his current clownish appearance, he instantly scared them into scattering and fleeing. Chapter 5, The Knight's Entrance. Help, Reinhard. The crowd parted, clearing Grim's path of any obstructions. He charged forward, head down, covering the distance in a few great strides, as if intending to ram the sword saint to death. When only about 5 body lengths away, he suddenly leaped into the air, launching himself at Reinhard in a flying tackle. Reinhard, though somewhat taken aback, chose not to dodge, fearing Grim might fall if he missed. Instead, he caught Grim in a princess carry. Lord Sword Saint, I wish to report. A spy from the Northern Kingdom has infiltrated the royal capital and attempted to murder a fine citizen of Lugnica. With that, Grim raised a small hand, pointing directly at the figure standing in the shadows of the alley entrance, smiling alluringly. It was Elsa, who had chased him here. Perhaps due to the princess carry, Grim's voice became unexpectedly high-pitched, making him sound like a frightened woman. The surrounding citizens began to gather again, and onlookers from the buildings opened their windows, leaning out to watch from a distance. Good heavens, isn't that Lord Roswell, the Margrave of the Mathers territory? Why is he nestled in the sword saint's arms? It might be rude to say, but I find this utterly disgusting. The nobility is truly corrupt. Who knew the sword saint had such exotic tastes? Reinhard remained unaffected by the gossip. His gaze had already locked onto the gut-ripper, Elsa. The sword saint's powerful aura, even without drawing his sword, felt as heavy and imposing as an insurmountable mountain. Elsa's lips moved, forming a few silent words. From this distance, no sound could be heard. But Grim understood. She was saying, "We will definitely meet again." After saying this, Elsa slowly retreated deeper into the darkness. The insignia was in Grimm's hand, and Grimm was now under the Sword Saint's protection. With the situation no longer favorable, Elsa weighed her options and chose to retreat. Sword Saint Reinhard looked down with a gentle smile and said, "Fortunately, we have the vocal support of so many citizens. The danger has passed, sir. Can you stand on your own?" "Ah, of course." Grimm stood up and checked his body. Aside from some bruising on his abdomen from the kick, he felt no other discomfort. A faint glimmer flashed in Reinhard's blue pupils as the divine protection of discernment instantly activated. As a favorite of this world, Sword Saint Reinhard could essentially obtain any divine protection he wished for, as the world's will would grant him the corresponding ability. Upon sensing someone tracking him, Reinhard surmised someone might be seeking his help. He thus proactively deactivated the divine protection of invisibility, allowing the magic mirror to lock onto his coordinates. "Sir, you are not Margrave Roswell, are you? Impersonating another's appearance and identity without authorization is a serious offense." Sigh. Grimm let out a long sigh, feeling like the world's third-ranked expert emerging from seclusion only to be interrogated by the second and first. Why can everyone see through this transformation magic? Unbelievable. With that, Grimm swept his hand over his face, dispelling the magic. The disguise on his body shattered like a mirror, revealing his original appearance. He was about the same height as Reinhard, with the delicate features of an Asian youth. It seemed the influence of the Queen's snow-white card had significantly boosted Grimm's looks. In truth, Elsa couldn't have spotted flaws in the transformation magic based on appearance alone. It was the killer's suspicion and keen intuition that had exposed Grimm's identity. After examining Grimm's true face for a moment, Reinhard said, "Sir, you look very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Grimm retreated 3 steps in surprise and suspicion. "Wait, Lord Sword Saint, why are you hitting on a guy like me?" Reinhard stepped closer for a careful confirmation. "Sir, I remember now. I saw your portrait on the wanted criminal bulletin in the royal capital. You look much better in person than in the drawing." "Really? I'm not that handsome, ha ha ha." Grimm scratched his head sheepishly, then suddenly realized something and asked, "Hey, wait, where did you say you saw it?" Before Grimm could finish, Reinhard's figure flickered and appeared behind him. With a dull thud, Grimm was knocked unconscious by a karate chop. Clang, clang. After all that running around, Grimm was back in the prison cart. Reinhard regrouped with other patrolling guards, intending to transport Grimm to prison first. Besides Grimm, the prison cart currently held another criminal who was wailing. "Sir guards, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean it. I just gave them a little push, their injuries aren't even serious." This person had slender shoulders and a light frame, resembling a dried-out stalk of wheat from a distance. His short, ash-brown hair was messy, and he wore only a thin green short-sleeved shirt. Grimm sneered contemptuously. "Humph, coward. First time in a prison cart." Hearing Grimm speak, the man jerked his head around. His bangs swayed, revealing crescent-shaped, thin silver earrings hanging from his ears. "Senior. Are you experienced? Can you teach me how to get out of prison quickly? I'm running out of time." The youth shuffled forward on his knees, performing a kowtow before Grimm. Grimm's eyes shifted. He recognized those earrings. Combined with the kid's appearance and attire, this was almost certainly the unlucky war god, Otto Suin. "Ha ha ha ha, if my old self's judgment is correct, your name should be Otto, right? I observe that your fortune hall is darkened, as if overshadowed by dark clouds. You must have suffered a severe financial loss, correct?" Otto's body trembled in surprise. He looked up, astonished. "Ah, you even know that? Senior, are you a fortune teller? That's great. Master, you must save me." Grimm shook his head, pretending to ponder deeply. "Asking me to save you isn't impossible, it's just that." With that, Grimm extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together in the universal gesture for money. Oh, that's easy to discuss. Otto, desperate for any cure, frantically searched his person. After turning all his pockets inside out, he barely managed to scrape together 10 silver coins. Grim weighed them in his hand, looking disdainful. Is this all? Otto looked troubled, gazing pitifully at Grim. That's all I have. Once I earn some money, I'll definitely make it up to you. Master, how can I escape my current predicament? Ahem. Reinhard, walking ahead, coughed twice and interjected. Mr. Instigator, you already have enough charges. Adding fraud could lead to a very heavy sentence. As for you, Sir Otto Suwon, you accidentally injured the creditors who came to collect debts. You'll likely only be sentenced to 3 days imprisonment, so please don't worry. 3 days? That's okay, I still have time. Otto wore an expression of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. He leaned against the prison cart's railing, sighing numbly. Clatter. Grim tossed the money back to Otto. Pointing at the setting sun, he put on a profound air and said, My grandma once said, when a dragon carriage reaches the foot of the mountain, a path will surely appear. Why be so negative, Otto? Just treat it as a 3-day vacation. Master, you make sense. I've regained my confidence. I will definitely repay the money. Otto sat up, ready to put the money away. Then he discovered that the 10 silver coins he had just handed to Grim had now become 14. A complex mix of heartache and emotion flooded Otto's heart. He lowered his head, sobbed for a moment, then looked up gratefully at Grim. What are you looking at? Grim said with a look of disdain. Consider it a loan. Don't complain it's too much. Wah. My credit is already ruined in the merchant circles. I never thought you'd still be willing to lend me money. It's so moving. True friendship is found in adversity. With that, Otto actually hugged Grim's leg and began wailing loudly. It seemed the immense debt pressure had been weighing on him for far too long. #6 Jail. Chapter 6, In Jail. Hey, don't disgust me like that. Isn't anyone going to do something? Are you called the instigator, sir? I will definitely remember your kindness. I'll come bail you out once I earn some money. Who needs you to bail me out? How could this great one possibly go to jail? Watch me perform. Grin smiled smugly, leaned close to the edge of the prison wagon, and beckoned to Reinhard with a hooked finger. Reinhard, could you come over here, please? Faced with the prisoner's rude request, Reinhard not only didn't get angry, but obediently slowed his pace and came to Grin's side. Sir Instigator, may I ask what you need? Grin, acting as if they were old friends, reached out a paw and patted Reinhard on the shoulder. Sigh, what instigator? Who knows which bastard gave me that name? Just call me Grin. All right, Mr. Grim. Actually, I wanted to ask you a question. A very important question. Please speak, Mr. Grim. Rain, wouldn't you like a golden-haired lowly for a wife? Just say the word, and I'll have her delivered to you right away. Hearing this, Otto quickly pulled Grin back a bit. That's too rude, Mr. Grim. Offending a knight right now is not a good idea. Reinhard's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a bright, cheerful smile. I appreciate the offer, Mr. Grim. However, I haven't considered marriage yet. The kingdom's safety will always be my top priority. Grin narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, not even a surviving princess of the Lugnica royal family. A ripple finally stirred in Reinhard's previously placid, unreadable eyes. A surviving princess. How could that be? In Lugnica year 47, month 1, the first case of a strange illness that even dragon blood could not cure appeared in the royal family. In month 6 of that year, the last royal, Frieze Lugnica, died from the illness. In month 7, Sage Council officially declared the royal bloodline extinct and initiated the royal selection. It has been over half a year since then. What puzzled Reinhard was that his divine protection of discernment did not indicate Grin was lying. Either Grin had numbed his own mind, deeply immersing himself in a vortex of lies first, or what Grin said was the truth. Mr. Grimm, I cannot pretend I didn't hear that. Reinhard's voice became serious and earnest. Grin knew the ancient precept of the Sword Saint lineage: when the royal bloodline is extinguished, one must protect the final seed. Your Excellency Sword Saint, rather than doubting my words here, why not go verify them yourself? With that, Grin tossed an object the size of a coin to Reinhard. Reinhard caught it and saw it was precisely that amber-colored insignia that could prove royal selection qualification. It would emit a faint glow like a dragon's eye when in the hand of a royal selection candidate. The Dragon Chronica insignia. Mr. Grimm, are you adding a charge of stealing royal treasures? Pa. How come you're always slapping charges on people, kid? Isn't it possible I retrieved it through a righteous act? Otherwise, why would I be chased by suspicious characters? Grin was somewhat speechless. This Sword Saint was better at falsely accusing people than he was. Reinhard suddenly understood, adjusted his mindset, and bowed towards Grin. My apologies, Mr. Grimm. Please forgive my preconceptions, that was a shortcoming in my knightly standards. I hope you can let bygones be bygones and tell me the princess's location. Grin was also at his wits' end, he really couldn't go to jail. Once the Sword Saint found Felt, the princess lost among the common folk, and helped her become a candidate for the throne, everything would be resolved. Felt is my good friend. Once she gets me out, a promotion, a raise, marrying a rich beauty, reaching the pinnacle of life, it'll be as easy as plucking a single hair from 9 oxen. This is a serious matter. Lean in closer. First you do this and that, then you do this and that. You must get this passphrase right, only then will that giant race old man let you in. I see, I see. Grin chattered away in Reinhard's ear, and Reinhard nodded repeatedly, not daring to miss a single detail. Just as Reinhard was about to set off to find Felt, Grin called him back again. Hey, wait a second, Rain. Mr. Grimm, is there anything else you need to tell me? Grin pondered for a moment, then said. This insignia belongs to a certain half-elf. Remember to return it after you're done. Don't forget one of the knightly tenets, justice. You don't belong to any faction yet. Reinhard nodded solemnly and replied. Thank you for the correction, Mr. Grimm. I swear on my knightly honor that this insignia will be delivered intact to that lady. The Sword Saint swirled his cape, turned with a dashing flare, and set off on the road to retrieve the lost princess. The other guards escorting Grin were now a bit dumbfounded. The Sword Saint had left, what were they, these small fry, supposed to do? Captain, it seems we heard some rather incredible information. So do we still arrest him? This instigator probably has a deep connection with that princess. You believe the words of an instigator? The Sword Saint believed him. This is terrifying, Captain. Will I still be able to go home for dinner today? Don't panic. We guards must also uphold justice. Yes, that's right. Take him back first and wait for word from the higher-ups. A short while later, in the guardroom of the Royal Capital Prison. Grin and Otto sat facing each other across a square table, each holding a goblet, lost in a drunken stupor. After a hearty gulp, a guard immediately refilled their cups. Otto's face was already flushed red from drinking. He quickly cut a piece of steak and stuffed it in his mouth to steady himself. Master Green, you're amazing. This is nothing like being in jail, it's completely comparable to a noble's hotel. While marveling, Otto kept eating. He hadn't eaten so satisfyingly in a long time. The reason for this current situation was that the prison guards firmly believed Grin was a member of some royal candidate's faction. As for his crimes, first, lacking identification. Thinking carefully, this was very likely because he was on some secret mission and couldn't reveal his identity. He could just get an ID issued later. Second, inciting residents and causing panic. Actually, it was just scaring quite a few children. Of course, Grin had caused so much panic that quantity had transformed into quality, starting to endanger the stability of the district. Even if sentenced to the maximum for these crimes, it would only be expulsion from the capital and labor reform at the border. These kingdom guards considered themselves mere small fry. And a royal candidate supporter, if their candidate succeeded and ascended the throne, would immediately become a close aide to the emperor. They really didn't dare offend him. Following your big brother Grin, could I possibly let you down? Munch munch. Grin was putting on a big show, but his mouth wasn't idle either. He had actually been quite hungry for a while. Sniff. All right, Master Green. I'm really blessed by your fortune, munch munch. Otto expressed his gratitude profusely, picked up a plate of pastries, and started devouring them. A nearby guard watched in amazement, muttering softly. They're completely two pigs. Pig? Where's the pig? If there's pig, bring it up. Serve my brother Otto some hearty dishes. Listen, Otto, back in the day, your brother here could be said to devour mountains and rivers. A whole pig. I'd polish it off in 3 mouthfuls. Grin was drunk and didn't hear clearly, unaware someone had insulted them. Keep your voices down, you idiots. Captain, how long are we keeping them? With this appetite, if we lock them up for a month, we'll all starve to death. Shut up. I've already reported it. It won't be much longer. Mini theater. Knock knock knock, sound of knocking. Old Man Ram, to deal with a big rat. Reinhard, use poison. Old Man Ram, to deal with the white whale. Reinhard, use a fishhook. Old Man Ram, to deal with our esteemed dragon. Reinhard, go eat, go eat, go eat some kind of filthy substance, a flash of inspiration. Old Man Ram opened the door and shouted, it's go eat sh*t. Damn it, don't mess with my passphrase. Chapter 7, Sentencing you immediately. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bang. 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 The iron door of the prison cell was knocked on. Grin, who had been sleeping his beauty sleep, slowly awoke, yawning as he stood up. What's going on? The guard captain took out a key, and with a clack, opened the iron door. Mr. Grimm, someone has vouched for you. You can leave the prison. Grin's drowsiness vanished instantly as he exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Really? Ha ha, I knew Felt wouldn't forget me. With my monumental contribution, rewarding me with 100 or 80 holy gold coins wouldn't be too much, right? I'm going to be rich, I'm going to be rich, ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the guard captain looked somewhat troubled and slowly said, Mr. Grimm, the person who vouched for you is not the one you mentioned. Grin was puzzled, not Felt. Then who is it? The guard captain continued, it was Margrave Roswell of the Mathers territory, and he even arranged a dragon carriage to pick you up. What? Grin was shocked. Holy moly. Why the hell would Roswell vouch for me? We're not even close. Could it be at Amelia's request? After all, the Sword Saint definitely wouldn't claim credit, and would have explained the whole story when returning the royal selection badge. The guard captain was somewhat surprised. This Mr. Grimm's identity was indeed not simple. He even dared to curse a Margrave. That damned Mathers territory is not an easy place to get by. It's dangerously perilous. Forget about actual ghosts, the most infuriating thing is that Roswell is the internal traitor. If I go to the Mathers territory, wouldn't that be jumping into a pit of fire? Thinking this far, Grin said firmly, I'm not going to that pervert's territory. I'd rather continue serving my time here in this big prison. It's quite nice here, with food and drink. The guard captain panicked. This lord could no longer be left in his hands. The food expenses had seriously exceeded the budget these past few days. Grin even demanded roasted suckling pig and such, which had him utterly vexed. He hadn't even heard of these dish names. Mr. Grimm, if you don't leave, you will be sentenced. Go ahead and sentence me then. Let's start with 2 months. Oh, by the way, have you prepared the roasted suckling pig I wanted? I'm tired of red wine, buy some beer. And vegetables, you know. We need to pay attention to a balanced diet. With that, Grin prepared to go back and continue his deep sleep. The guard captain's face turned pale, then purple. It's easy to invite a deity, but hard to send one away. This guy is even starting to care about a balanced diet in prison. They didn't want to offend Grin, but they couldn't afford to offend Margrave Roswell on the other side either. He also holds the position of the royal court's chief magician. Which side carried more weight was immediately clear. Suddenly, the guard captain seemed to make a major decision. Better a short, sharp pain than a long, dull one. This was the only way. All right then. I now pronounce judgment upon you in my capacity as captain of the 7th Guard Squad of the Kingdom's City Guard Army. You are hereby sentenced to be exiled to the Mathers territory for labor reform. What? This is abuse of power. I'll sue you. Brothers, quickly tie him up and put him on that dragon carriage outside the prison. Hey, don't come any closer. Help. Otto, how can you sleep like a pig? Ack, I don't want to go. Clatter. 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 On the main road leading from the royal capital to the border, a high-quality dragon carriage was moving at a steady pace. Driving it was a pink-haired girl wearing a maid outfit. At this moment, she was focused on driving, but the anger in her eyes was unmistakable. On the other side, Grin was carefully hugging his knees and shrinking against the edge, not daring to say much. In the end, the pink-haired maid spoke first. I heard you impersonated Lord Roswell and kissed the sword saint on the street. Huh? Grin almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Is rumor-mongering in this country always this intense? A rat who tarnishes Lord Roswell's reputation should be left to rot in prison. The pink-haired maid glared fiercely at Grin, baring her teeth, as if she might bite at any moment. Grin felt a bit guilty under Ram's gaze but still retorted stubbornly, does his reputation even need someone to tarnish it? His face is like paint. Ha, you dare say that, Mr. Possum. Ram looked at Grin, her pretty face cold as ice. Grin sensed something amiss, swallowed and said, paint, especially his face, is very handsome. He has great fashion sense, knows how to apply makeup, truly a perfect man. Humph, a mere field mouse. Ram gave Grin a sidelong glance and turned back to focus on driving. You're the field mouse. Grin muttered quietly. This sharp-tongued brat, swallowing her own saliva could probably poison her. Currently, her only redeeming quality seems to be that she's rather good-looking. Pink eyes and peach-colored lips, neck-length short hair, with bangs covering her left eye. Her hair parting was different from most people's, and she wore a floral ornament at the ends. Her attire was a black-based apron-style maid dress with a white headdress. The maid dress was specially modified, exposing slender shoulders and showcasing the curves of a young girl. If I remember correctly, this little she-devil is only 17 years old, 154 centimeters tall. As for her 3 measurements, what were they again? Ram seemed to notice someone's actions. Disgusting fruit fly, your gaze is about to set Ram's clothes on fire. Have I been downgraded from rodent to coleopteran already? Ram, your personality is even worse than I imagined. Grin's chest heaved violently. He was almost at his limit. Should he quietly give her a knock on the head and drive the carriage away? From an observer's perspective, Ram's sharp tongue might seem playful and amusing, but being the one on the receiving end, the anger builds up quite quickly. Someone who holes up in the slums probably rarely gets to see a cute woman like Ram. Ram will take pity on you and add some material to your crude dreams. Ram stiffly raised the corners of her mouth, her eyes narrowing into slits like a cunning fox. That's clearly mockery, damn it. It seemed her goal was to infuriate Grin to death. Unfortunately, the power of Queen Snow White leans more towards support and isn't outstanding in combat, otherwise Grin would really want to teach Ram a harsh lesson. Is this the attitude a maid of the Magirius household shows towards Roswell's guest? Ha ha ha, Ram can't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Prisoner, it seems you still haven't recognized your position. Ram laughed as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world, her body trembling slightly. That's not right, Ram. Didn't you say that Guy Roswell vouched for me? At the very least, I should be given the status of a guest, right? Such is the thinking of a parasite. But Ram did indeed receive your sentencing document from the guards. Let me see. Grim Anderson, illegally staying in the royal capital, inciting public panic. Sentenced to 3 full years of border labor. After saying this, Ram took out a scroll of documents from her pocket, waved it before Grin's eyes, and read it gloatingly. Grin reached out to snatch it, but Ram was quick-eyed and swift-handed, promptly putting the document away. Ah, that bastard guard. Grin was somewhat frantic. He swore he would buy a pair of pointed-toe boots and kick that guard captain's as hard. Just as the two were struggling over the sentencing document in the carriage, danger suddenly descended. Who? A drawn-out, shrill cry rang out, breaking the night's tranquility like an air raid siren. A huge black shadow loomed over, gradually drowning out even the moonlight. Hashtag 8BigFish. Chapter 8, The Big Fish. Ram felt a chill shoot up from her heels straight to her brain. She fiercely shook the reins in her hand, letting out a crisp crack as they struck the back of the Earth Dragon. Who? The Earth Dragon understood the driver's intention and instantly increased its running speed. Grin. Look behind us, what is that thing in the sky? Ram suppressed all her emotions, concentrating fully as she expertly steered the dragon carriage onto a small path leading into the forest. Her instinct told her she had to quickly get off the open main road. Alarm bells were ringing in Grin's heart as well. He looked back and saw a massive fog covering the area from not far away. In the center of the fog, there was a bulky, elongated black shadow. Oh my God! Master, what a huge fish! The magic mirror sensed the danger and spontaneously floated up before Grin's eyes. A fish! Grin thought for a moment and immediately reacted. Holy crap, could it be that thing? It appeared early, didn't it? No, this big guy must have always been active around the great tree of Flugel. It's just that due to survivor bias, everyone who saw this thing died. Therefore, at this point in time, no one knew this giant creature had already appeared. The sound of the wind vanished, even the buzzing of insects fell silent, leaving only sticky air clinging to the skin, carrying a salty, fishy smell of decay. Tiny ice crystals floated in the mist. They didn't melt upon landing but instead pricked the skin like needles, piercing deep into the bone marrow. Ram observed the changes around them, and a terrible thought surfaced in her mind. Is it really the white whale? Damn it, Ram refuses to be buried alongside such a filthy creature. The peach-haired girl said resolutely, and the dragon carriage, driven by her will, navigated the bumpy path with agility. Stop being so dramatic, Ram. I don't want to die either. Grin desperately suppressed the fear in his heart, quickly entered the carriage, and threw all the luggage and everything visible off the dragon carriage to reduce some weight. Boom! A massive cylindrical burst of mist erupted from the mouth of the giant creature in the sky, smashing down behind the dragon carriage like a laser beam. Clang! The immense blast wave shook the ground, and the trees that had been concealing their location instantly toppled over. The white whale's attack was like a bulldozer, continuously destroying the ecology of the area. Roar! The Earth Dragon let out a terrified shriek, and ran for its life. The creature, usually so muscular, was now no different from an ant. If it could, it would bite through the reins and flee. Boom! Boom! The white whale, possessing higher intelligence, continuously sprayed mist, attempting to restrict the dragon carriage's maneuvering space. We're done for. Grin's expression had never been so serious. He lightly chewed on his fingers, desperately searching his mind for a way to survive. As for shamak magic, it would probably be dispersed in an instant. Other offensive methods could not cause any effective damage. Magic mirror, I remember you can refract light, right? A flash of inspiration crossed Grin's mind. He thought of a risky solution, a slim chance for survival. If they couldn't escape and couldn't fight, they could only hide. The magic mirror floated up, looked at Grin, and replied. I understand your idea, Master. I can indeed achieve an invisibility effect by refracting light. However, during the invisibility process, you cannot move, and even subtle movements will disrupt the balanced light. Grin licked his lips, which were dry from tension. It seems there's no other choice. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor depend on heaven. Begin, magic mirror. The magic mirror was silent for a few seconds, then said, Master, this ability cannot cover a large area. At most, it can conceal one person. Hearing this, Ram couldn't help but give a bitter smile. The sudden appearance of this talking magic mirror surprised her, but based on her worldview, it must be some kind of great spirit in a strange form. After a moment, Ram adjusted her mindset. Fight to live, Mr. Mouse. Don't worry about Ram. Ram's vitality is far stronger than that of a rodent. If Ram cannot return to the Mather's territory, please look after Remington. Grin was stunned for a moment. This Ram, she must be trying to lure the white whale away by herself. Now it seems that Sundara Ram has a few adorable qualities. I've really been underestimated, Ram. Grin stood up and stretched his limbs, clasping his hands together and making a loud cracking sound, putting on a show of coolness. The white whale swooped down toward the dragon carriage. From Grin's perspective, it looked as if the sky was falling. Seeing this, Ram said anxiously, Jump out of the carriage, Grin. Grin ignored Ram's cries, instead decisively grabbing Ram by her slender waist and violently throwing her sideways. Ram traced a long, sweeping arc through the air. El Fura. Just before hitting the ground, Ram used wind magic, condensing a violent gust of wind and blowing it downward, slowing her descent. Finally, Ram rolled several times on the ground, eventually neutralizing her body's momentum. Just as she was about to stand up, she felt something strange coming from her embrace. Looking down, the source of the foreign sensation was the talking golden mirror. Idiot, quickly curl up your body. The magic mirror scolded her, then rapidly began releasing a colorful halo, continuously distorting the surrounding light. Ram had no time to think. Obediently, she curled up her body, hiding herself beneath the special barrier constructed by the magic mirror, gradually erasing her presence. Roar. On the other side, a loud roar, wrapped in dense fog and gale-force winds, engulfed the dragon carriage. The white whale opened its abyss-like maw, 2 rows of teeth gleaming coldly, lined up like sharp knives. As the white whale lowered its altitude, its lower jaw embedded itself into the earth like a scoop, plowing toward Grin at an astonishing speed. Grin released the earth dragon from its restraints, freeing the diligent creature. Subsequently, the solitary dragon carriage slid across the ground for a distance, as if emergency brakes had been applied, before stopping in place. The fleeing earth dragon turned its head and glanced at Grin gratefully, thinking, he really did that, I'm moved to tears. At this moment, the white whale was right upon him, and a scorching blast of air rushed into his face. Me, avoiding your edge. After speaking, Grin performed a leap of faith, and jumped into the white whale's mouth. The instant the white whale's massive jaws clamped shut, a puff of black smoke exploded. It was like biting into a high-density smoke bomb. A massive quantity of black gas filled the white whale's throat, causing black smoke to continuously pour out of its nasal cavity and mouth. Even the organs that spewed white mist began choking out black gas. Grim Anderson. Ram didn't dare to shout, only uttering his name heavily. In Ram's eyes, Grin's body was smothered in one bite by the mountain-sized white whale. She truly couldn't figure out why Grin would sacrifice his life for her. Had this guy's heart become so kind? The white whale felt terrible, choked by the smoke. This potent smoke was too strong, It was practically suffocating it. Its massive body twisted around on the ground several times before it regained its ability to fly. The white whale smacked its lips, trying hard to find some small piece of flesh inside its mouth. Why does it feel like I ate nothing? The white whale brainstormed for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so it decided to stop thinking about it. Maybe it accidentally swallowed the prey while choking. It had clearly seen two people on the carriage just now. Thus, the white whale started hovering low again, scouting the ground, its millstone-sized pupils flashing with dangerous light. Its enormous body brought it not only immense strength, but also an endless hunger in its belly. Only continuous feeding could buy it brief tranquility. This time, it definitely had to chew carefully and fully savor the sensation of that moist, warm feeling bursting in its mouth. Chapter 9, The Way Home. Ram had no time to mourn Grin, because the white whale was slowly swimming towards her. Over there, it seems there's a life signal. This thought appeared in the white whale's mind, its mountain-sized snout opened, and thick mist began to gather in its throat. Oh no. Ram frowned, clutching the magic mirror tightly with slightly trembling hands. Squeak! Squeak! Tiny, sharp squeaks came from underground, and a plump white-furred mouse crawled out of a clod of earth next to Ram. In the silent night, its faint squeaks were infinitely amplified. Seeing this, the white whale stopped its charging motion and approached, turning its body to examine the small mouse with its huge pupils. The weak rodent seemed terrified by the giant creature in the air, trembling all over as if electrocuted, then stiffly collapsed to the ground. So it's a mouse. As light as dust. The white whale blew a breath that shook the mouse's body away, then changed direction, and went to search for Ram's traces elsewhere. Ram remained hidden for another half an hour, and only when the white whale had completely disappeared into the horizon did she begin to move. Finally gone. Ram's pounding heart finally settled back into her chest. The surrounding light twisted again, and Ram's figure slowly faded out. Ram collapsed to the ground, releasing the magic mirror in her hand. You little brat, your grip is too strong. My body was almost squeezed out of shape. The magic mirror floating in midair complained bitterly, condemning Ram's actions. Ram, however, stared at the scattered wreckage of the dragon carriage and fell silent. After a moment, she stood up and bowed deeply forward. Mr. Grim Anderson, Ram will forever remember your kindness, and thank you for saving her life. As Ram lowered her head, she happened to see the white-furred mouse that had been stiff with fright. At this moment, the mouse was standing upright like a human, hands on its hips, its right foot tapping the ground rhythmically, looking as if it was accepting Ram's worship. Just as Ram was wondering, the mouse spoke. Ha ha, Ram, wasn't this Lord handsome just now? So touched, why not recognize me as a godfather or something? A hint of surprise appeared in Ram's eyes, then she swept away her previous gloomy mood and smiled as she squatted down and lifted Grin, who had turned into a mouse, into the air. Mr. Grim? You really are a mouse. Grin, whose fate was grasped by the scruff of his neck, said speechlessly. You're the mouse. No sooner had he spoken than Grin automatically dispelled his transformation magic due to depleted magic, instantly reverting to human size. Ram immediately felt the weight in her hands become extremely heavy, she simply couldn't hold him. Thud. Grin, having turned back into a human, landed squarely on Ram. Ugh. Ram winced in pain and strenuously pushed Grin away. You hateful white mouse, don't think that just because you saved Ram you can act so rudely. Grin lay slumped on the ground, panting heavily, and replied. Pa. Narcissist, I just ran out of magic, you're the one who lifted me so high. But it's a good thing you were there as a cushion, hee, almost fell. Seeing that Grin was fine, the magic mirror plunged into Grin's arms, crying heartbreakingly. Master, you were too reckless. Woo-woo, if you died, what would I do? Grin held the magic mirror, feeling a little comforted. I didn't expect you to be quite loyal. The magic mirror nodded and said, You can't die, Master, if you die, I will slowly turn into stone too. Next time this happens, we can just throw that brat out as bait. Grin's face instantly darkened, and he pressed the magic mirror onto the sandy ground and rubbed it. Ah! Master, no. The magic mirror wailed and finally, unable to bear it, transformed into a faint glow and merged into Grin's body. This old bastard was tough. The gap Elsa had cut into it last time had long disappeared, and every time it was summoned, it was like new. After the two adjusted for a while, Ram spoke. Grin, we need to leave quickly. Grin nodded, and he and Ram supported each other as they walked towards the nearest town. They had to rent a dragon carriage there. Without transportation, it would take 3 or 4 days on foot to return to the mansion. But even the nearest town would take nearly a day to walk to. The night wind was unexpectedly cold, and the endless road made them even more anxious. Grin had some internal injuries, and even with Ram's support, prolonged walking was starting to wear him out. Ram's fair forehead was also covered in fine sweat. How much longer do we have to walk? Ram, I can't take it anymore. We've only walked for about 4 hours. Shouldn't Mr. White Mouse be more energetic at night? Ram's words were never forgiving, but Grin knew she was also nearing her limit. Their bickering was just to check on each other's status and distract themselves. The pink-haired demon girl among the Oni sisters was very lacking in physical strength, and every step she took without her horn consumed irreplaceable energy within her body. After another hour, Ram was completely drained, and she almost fell to the ground when she missed a step. Grin quickly supported her. Ram, exhausted, leaned on Grin's shoulder, without even the strength to struggle. Grin, Ram has wanted to ask you for a long time, can you turn into an earth dragon? If you can, please do. Even Grin, who was also almost exhausted, couldn't help but have veins pop out when he heard this. You. I really want to strangle you. If you strangle Ram, the world's cuteness will decrease. But I feel like I'd achieve perfect merit immediately. With that, Grin bent down, swung Ram onto his back, and supported her smooth leg bends with his hands, carrying her. Don't fall asleep, Ram, guide the way for me. Grin gritted his teeth, and forced himself to stay alert. Fortunately, Ram's body was very light, and the soft, fragrant touch on his back also comforted Grin. Let's go, Your Excellency Earth Dragon. Ram smiled wearily, raising her wrist and pointing forward. Just at this desperate moment. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of wheels crushing the earth broke the night's silence. Grin suddenly looked up, searching around. Looking back, a dragon carriage was approaching from a distance. Heaven never bars one's way. Ram, we're saved, ha ha ha. Grin burst into maniacal laughter, like a traveler in the desert seeing an oasis. He regained a lot of strength in a flash of lucidity, striding towards the dragon carriage. First to appear was the honest-looking earth dragon, its back a person's height off the ground, with blunt horns on its head, and a broad, flat snout like a shovel. But at this moment, this earth dragon looked damn sweet in Grin's eyes. Mr. Grimm. A familiar voice came from the dragon carriage. Looking up, the driver was wearing a green robe and a green hat. Woo-woo, Otto. This isn't a dream, is it? Woo-woo, always asking from you, but never saying thank you, only understanding your hardship after growing up. Woo-woo, accept my bow. Just as Grin was about to prostrate himself, his legs suddenly went weak, and he was instantly drained of all strength by heavy fatigue. His adrenaline must have burned out. My body, why is it suddenly so heavy? Grin's eyeballs rolled back, blackness covered his entire vision, and he fell to the ground with a thump, falling into a coma. Mr. Grimm. Otto was greatly alarmed and quickly jumped off the dragon carriage to help. Mr. Grimm was singing and dancing, clearly having a mental breakdown. After helping both of them onto the dragon carriage, Otto, guided by Ram, drove the dragon carriage back towards the border, #10 sleeping in the same bed. Chapter 10, Sharing a Bed. The next day. Inside the mansion of Roswell Mathers, Margrave. Ram. You're much sturdier than you look, relax, it's okay. On a large, soft bed, Grin was sleep-talking with drool running down his chin. Judging by his twisted, perverted expression, he must have been having a pleasant dream. Grin pulled his arms in, hugging a warm body, and raised a leg to wrap around it as well. Ram, you're too polite, moi moi moi. Having said that, Grin puckered his lips and kissed the face of the beauty in his arms fervently. Ah! Mr. Grimm, wake up. A powerful hand pushed away Grin's approaching sleeping face, and along with it, pushed away his beautiful dream. Holy crap! Holy crap! Grin opened his eyes and shouted the curse twice in succession. Otto, do you want to die? What are you doing in my bed? Grin snatched all the covers and pulled them to his chest, acting as if he were the one being taken advantage of. Mr. Grimm, I didn't do it on purpose. Miss Ram said there weren't enough rooms in the mansion and told me to squeeze in with you so I could look after you. I didn't expect you to actually try to me. Oh, get lost. Grin delivered a kick, sending Otto from the bed onto the floor. Otto felt extremely wronged. Mr. Grimm, you're too cruel. I was the one who carried you into the Margrave's mansion yesterday. Only then did Grin remember that he had fainted from exhaustion during their escape yesterday. Afterward, Otto had driven the dragon carriage to bring him and Ram to Roswell's mansion. Because it was so late, Otto had stayed the night here as well. Sister, you were just being violated in the guest's mind. Rem, you're mistaken. The one being violated was the other guest named Otto. Sister, the guest is so terrifying, he can even make a move on the same sex. Rem, quickly informed the other males in the mansion to be careful. A dual-channel wake-up service drew Grin's attention. Ram and Rem were currently standing close together with their hands clasped, staring at Grin on the bed with harmless eyes. Rem was the same height as Ram. She had light blue short hair that reached her neck, with a unique parting where her bangs naturally covered her right eye, the exact opposite of her sister, Ram. Her eyes were large and a lake-clear blue, calm and indifferent. Her facial features weren't very sharp, making her look very cute, and combined with those peach-pink lips, it added a touch of sweetness. Looking at the scene before him, as beautiful as a world-famous painting, Grin only lost himself for 5 seconds. In this situation, he had to take the initiative. Ram, you're too much. In such a huge mansion, you couldn't find a single room for Otto. Hearing this, Otto was quite moved and grabbed Grin's hand, saying, No need, Mr. Grimm. Compared to the floors and stables I've slept in, this is already very good. Grin pushed up his non-existent glasses and pointed at Ram, saying, Otto, you don't understand. This girl only stuffed you in here because she was too lazy to tidy up another bed. Ram was somewhat surprised. She had known Grin for less than a day, yet her inner thoughts had been seen through by him. Ram added a precise killing blow. Sister, it seems your plan to slack off has been discovered by the guest. But Ram wouldn't give in easily. She responded, Rem, don't be distracted by the guest. He's just trying to move past the incident of violating Otto. You're slandering me. We are innocent. Grin stared at Ram seriously. This girl actually saw through his scheme to divert attention. Ram gave a wicked smile and pointed at the glistening marks on Otto's face. Stupid white mouse, why don't you take a good look at what's on this guest's face? He was completely kissed awake by you. What? Grin felt like the sky was falling. He leaned over the edge of the bed and gagged. Ugh. Quick, take me to get my stomach pumped. Otto put on a wronged expression again and said, between good friends, it should be okay to kiss on the cheek, right? Why does Mr. Grimm look like he ate a fly? Grin ignored the dim-witted Otto and looked at Ram with a look of utter despair. Why didn't you wake me up? Damn it. Ram covered her mouth and giggled, because it was so wonderful. Ram and Rem watched for quite a while and really couldn't bear to interrupt. This guy Grin actually used her as dream material, and said things like too polite. Ram was actually quite annoyed when she heard it. But once he started getting handsy with his bedmate Otto, Ram's anger vanished. Instead, she was so afraid of waking them while holding back her laughter that her stomach actually hurt a bit now. Wicked girl. I'm going to wash up. Ugh. Grin couldn't take it any more. He felt that as soon as he pursed his lips, the smell of hay from Otto would emerge. At that thought, he couldn't help but speed up his movements, casually throwing on the clothes from the hanger by the bed, and then quickly leaving the scene. Mr. Grimm, don't leave me behind. Otto reached out toward Grin like an abandoned wife. Oh, please have some masculinity, Otto. Seeing this, Grin dared not stay any longer and slipped out of the bedroom as if escaping. The interior of Roswell's mansion was a blend of mystery and luxury, making one feel as if they had stepped into the magical world of an ancient noble. Grin walked down the long corridor, constantly searching for the location of a toilet or bathroom. I've had it. These damn rich people, building such a huge house. Where on earth is the place of 5 grains reincarnation? In desperation, Grin picked a door at random. Just as he was about to push it open, something unexpected happened. Bang! The door was slammed open from the inside, and flying out immediately after was a black-haired youth in a sorry state. Ah! Quick, catch me! Grin hastily reached out with both hands to catch the flying youth, but he was still carried against the wall by the terrifying force, nearly falling out the window. Are you sick? Launching a terrorist attack inside the mansion. Grin, who was shaken up by the impact, shouted angrily. Subaru Natsuki shook his head hard, trying to clear his mind. Thanks, brother. Luckily you caught me, or I definitely would have fallen into the fertilizer in the garden downstairs. Subaru Natsuki's thanks made Grin's mood improve slightly. However, seeing Subaru Natsuki here still surprised Grin. He had thought that after Elsa retreated, Subaru Natsuki wouldn't have been dragged into this. Hiss. Subaru Natsuki stood up and twisted his hips, and a sharp pain from torn muscles immediately shot through him. That damn drill-haired brat, I'll remember this grudge. Grin realized that this kid must have just been beaten out of the gate of opportunity. Every door in the mansion connected to a special room that existed only in a pocket dimension, known as the Forbidden Library. At the moment of opening a door, there was a certain chance of opening the gate of opportunity and entering that room filled with magic books. And the drill-haired lowly Subaru mentioned must be the guardian of the Forbidden Library, the Great Spirit Beatrice, nicknamed Betty. By the way, sir, you must be the new guest. My name is Subaru Natsuki, the #1 manservant of the Roswell Mansion. Please let me know if you need anything. Having adjusted his posture, Subaru Natsuki gave Grin a clumsy salute, which looked rather comical. Hashtag 12 Master and Servant. Chapter 12, Master and Servant. Humph, Betty hasn't fallen so low as to need sympathy from a human. Now please leave. Betty's purpose had been achieved. Letting Grin into the Forbidden Library was only to see if he could cause a change in the Book of Wisdom. At this moment, there was no need for Grin to stay in her room any longer. Betty. Grin hesitated to speak, but he understood that Betty had already issued an order to leave. Lingering here would only cause her resentment. Before opening the door, Grin couldn't help but turn back and say obscurely, Betty, if you want words to appear in the book, it's better to write them in yourself. Hee, master, maybe this idiot is illiterate. Holy crap. Grin was startled by the magic mirror's remark and quickly covered its mouth. Despicable insect. On the other side, Betty was already fuming with rage. Her twin drills fluttered under the intense fluctuations of mana, and a bright purple crystal spike condensed in her palm, its sharp tip pointed straight at the magic mirror. Squeak, thud. The action of opening and closing the door was completed in an instant, and Grin successfully escaped from the Forbidden Library. Master, why didn't you let me speak? That shorty actually wanted to use me as a nail, she's courting death. Grandpa, I give up. Can you stop causing trouble for me? Frustrated, Grin gripped the magic mirror in his hand, and shook it vigorously until the magic mirror was dizzy, and even the eyes manifested on the mirror's surface turned into spirals. Stop, stop, stop. Master, listen to me. I sensed many powerful magic books in that room just now. As long as we strike first and take out that little girl, all the treasures will be ours. Ahahaha. Green felt a headache coming on. He realized this magic mirror was purely malicious, but fortunately, its strength wasn't much. Otherwise, it would likely cause quite a few disasters. Fine, I'll send you to take her out. Green decided to give the magic mirror a small lesson. He turned around, opened the door a crack, and prepared to toss the magic mirror inside. Ah me. Wait, master, I don't know how to fight. Ignoring the magic mirror's wails, Green resolutely threw it in, then slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Phew. Finally quiet. Green slumped down, leaning against the door to rest for a moment. Just then, a gentle female voice suddenly spoke, breaking the brief peace. Good morning, Mr. Grimm. Is it all right if I address you this way? Green looked toward the source of the voice. It was actually Amelia wearing casual home clothes. It was a loose, light misty blue knitted long dress that almost hid her waistline. Fine snowflake patterns were woven into the collar and cuffs, flashing with a silver-white reflection only occasionally as she walked. The hem reached down to her ankles but left her bare feet exposed. Her toes were as clean as snow that had never stepped on the mortal world, and her nails had a pale pink hue. She wore a pair of open-toed wooden shoes on the deep walnut-colored floor, looking like cherry blossom petals fallen against the night sky. Although he had long expected this half-elf's appearance to be extraordinary, Green really hadn't expected this girl to be beautiful to such an extent. Seeing the slight look of surprise in Green's eyes, Amelia quickly took a few steps back and said apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Grimm. I didn't mean to startle you. Having said that, Amelia quickly smoothed her hair forward, trying to hide her peculiar pointed ears. Amelia instinctively thought that Green was frightened by her appearance as a silver-haired half-elf. After all, her appearance was very similar to the legendary Witch of Envy, Sad Ella, who had consumed half the world. Sigh, my dense daughter, this is clearly the normal reaction of a young man seeing you. Countless starlights lit up in front of Amelia, eventually converging into a furry little cat. This must be one of the four great spirits, Puck. Is that so? Amelia's panicked expression softened quite a bit. She hadn't yet repaid Green's kindness for returning the Royal Selection badge, so it would be bad if she had scared him. You must be one of the Royal Selection candidates, Lady Amelia. As the rumors say, you are a lady who is both beautiful and gentle. Green placed his left hand over his heart and bowed slightly to greet Amelia. A slight blush flashed across Amelia's cheeks, and she hurriedly stopped Green. Mr. Grimm really knows how to comfort people. How could I possibly have such a good reputation? This isn't a formal occasion, so there's no need for such formality. Speaking of which, I haven't officially thanked you yet. Green replied kindly, in that case, Amelia, there's no need for honorifics either. Just call me Green. My, it seems a guy skilled at flirting has arrived at the mansion. Don't think you can easily cross my line of defense, Green-kun. Puck crossed his arms and flew in front of Green, acting like a protective father blocking a scoundrel. No matter how dense Amelia was, she could understand the meaning behind Puck's words and quickly caught the spirited Puck. Puck, honestly, you're teasing me again. Puck rubbed against Amelia's face and said gently, I can't help it, Leah. My dear daughter is just too beautiful. If I let my guard down, you might be tricked away by some bad guy. Meow, Puck. Amelia blushed slightly from Puck's praise, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Puck enjoyed Amelia's shy state for a moment before finally showing a satisfied smile. By the way, Green-kun, why did you come out of Leah's room? You couldn't be carrying out some evil activity, could you? Puck had wanted to ask just now, but Amelia was too cute, so he prioritized teasing her. Hearing this, Amelia also realized, her bright eyes filled with confusion. That's right, Green-kun, what are you doing here? Ah, is this your room? Green looked back. The door in front of him was indeed different from the one he had entered. It seemed that opening the gate of opportunity from inside the forbidden library would also lead to a random door in the mansion, and by some coincidence, it happened to be Amelia's room. No. Don't misunderstand. I came out from Betty's place. I didn't actually enter Amelia's room. Amelia realized, I see. Green Kun opened the gate of opportunity. All right, Puck, it seems this was just a misunderstanding. Squeak. Suddenly, the door to Amelia's room was opened from the inside at an inopportune moment, and a wretched voice even drifted out. Jia jia jia. Master, master, look what good stuff I found. A pair of socks sewn from high-grade silk. They're perfect for wrapping around this great one's handle. They should help prevent some wear and tear. The magic mirror slipped out through the crack in the door, and that pair of soft-textured socks was held aloft beside him with manna. I'll share one with you, master. Smell it, it even has a fragrance. With that, the magic mirror cast a spell to move one of the socks in front of Green. Slap. Green made a split-second decision, jumping up and delivering a slap that sent both the sock and the magic mirror flying. Where did this ghost come from, having the nerve to claim a master? Ouch. Master, why did you hit me again? Wait, I need to make a statement here. I have absolutely no connection with this mirror. Hashtag 13 Roswell's Feast. Chapter 13, Roswell's Banquet. Puck smiled mischievously, standing on Amelia's shoulder, and said, but he called you master, so Green Kun is clearly the mastermind. Amelia was extremely shocked, and then, realizing it was her own socks that were stolen, she looked somewhat ashamed and indignant. Green, are you a pervert? That's terrible. After speaking, Amelia stormed off quickly, each step forceful, making a series of da-da-da sounds. Her footsteps faded until they vanished. In less than 10 seconds, Amelia came back, making da-da-da sounds again, snatched her short socks, turned around, and disappeared down the corridor with more da-da-da sounds. The environment immediately became extremely quiet, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Master, I have something else to do. I'll be going first. Don't wait for me for dinner. Die. Green leaped into the air, aiming a Leo flying kick directly at the magic mirror's dog head. Ah! Help! The magic mirror scrambled away, running headlong and crying out as it fled. Woo-woo, I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to end up with a hypermasculine master like you. You stop right there. Green, swear I'm going to carve the character dog onto your face. Green sped up, chasing tightly behind the magic mirror. I was wrong, I know I was wrong, master. You know nothing. You just know you're screwed. One person and one mirror traveled through the corridor at an extremely fast speed. After chasing for about 10 minutes, Green started running out of breath. His body, having just recovered, needed rest, and even a little strenuous activity left him exhausted. Green bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Running now was truly difficult. You dog thing, you fly pretty fast, huh? Hoo-hoo. The magic mirror hid around the corner, showing half its body, secretly peering at Green. Master, you really must take care of your body, otherwise it will be 1 corpse, 2 lives. Sigh. Why did I bother? Green straightened up, suddenly realizing something. This magic mirror seemed to be bound to him. Then Green raised his right hand and silently chanted, "Summon magic mirror." Buzz. A ripple of magical fluctuation bloomed, and the magic mirror's body indeed began to distort, immediately flashing into Green's hand. The magic mirror blinked, flattering him, Master, if I said everything that just happened was my cousin's fault, would you believe me? Green's rage was about to explode. If he didn't deal with this troublemaker today, his thoughts would not be clear. I've tolerated you for too long, magic mirror. Wait while I find a carving knife. Master, give me one more chance, the very last chance. Are you interested in that girl from earlier? I have another trick, I can hypnotize her. I've decided, besides the character dog, I'm adding the character bee to you. Green felt like fuel had been added to the fire. This magic mirror truly lived up to its role as a villain's tool. He was usually the one who angered others, yet this magic mirror managed to infuriate him half to death every time. Just as Green was searching everywhere for a sharp object, Ram and Rem walked over from around the corridor corner. Before they even met, Ram's voice, full of disdain, arrived first. Green, could you please stop running around the mansion? Ram thought you were running away after committing a crime. Rem bowed slightly before Green and said, "It is time for lunch, guest. The head of the household, Roswell, will meet with you at the dining table." Green looked at the trembling magic mirror in his hand and said fiercely, "Consider yourself lucky. I'll settle this score with you later." After speaking, Green put the magic mirror away and followed Rem and Ram toward the dining hall. The dining hall of Roswell's mansion was the most popular, yet most restrained space in the noble estate. It was located on the first floor of the main building. Upon pushing the door open, the first thing that struck the eye was an extremely long walnut dining table, which took up almost 2/3 of the room's length. Seated at the head table was none other than Roswell L. Magirius, wearing clown makeup. Amelia was seated in the first principal guest seat to Roswell's right. Due to the previous incident, she did not look up at Green, but instead drank black tea with Puck, head lowered. Amelia's chair back was half a palm higher than a regular chair, but it lacked armrests, symbolizing quasi-master but not true master. Hidden beneath the tablecloth was silver thread embroidery, which branched out into a snowflake pattern right in front of her. As soon as she reached for a cup, the silver thread seemed to lift a crown to her forehead. "Oh my, I have been looking forward to meeting you, Grim Anderson, esteemed sir." The banquet began with Roswell's peculiar intonation. "I have also admired you for a long time, Roswell." Green's eyes grew solemn. From the moment he woke up in the Magirius household mansion, he had anticipated this situation. After the Gut Ripper, Elsa, retreated, she must have shared all the intelligence with Roswell. Although, given the clown's personality, he wouldn't attack him openly for now, he would surely use secret methods. Otto was also there, currently seated at the end of the table, holding a knife and fork, eagerly awaiting the food. "Green, hurry up, hurry up. Count Roswell is such a great person, we get to have a feast again today." A great person. Green was beyond complaining. He probably couldn't escape for the time being, and he needed to quickly figure out a way to get Otto out of the Mather's territory, otherwise, this idiot would likely die young. "Please take a seat, Green Cohen." Roswell raised his hand to signal, seating Green next to Amelia. Da-da-da, the sound of small leather shoes hitting the floor rang out. The proud Lady Betty made her entrance. To think that even the great spirit, Beatrice, who is rarely seen on a normal day, has come to the banquet. "Have you finally decided to dine with me after so long?" Roswell smiled in welcome and signaled Ram to pull Betty's exclusive seat half a body length away, making it convenient for her to sit down. "You self-absorbed fool. The idiot concentration in this room is about to overflow the windowsill." The only reason Betty came here was simply to accompany elder brother. Betty's seat was in the first position to Roswell's left, symmetrical to Amelia's, but the chair was a child-sized high stool, supplemented by 2 thick books as a booster cushion. Puck also flew over to Betty, sharing this leisurely and warm time with her. "Humph, Betty is always so clingy to me. As your elder brother, I'm happy, but I still hope you can grow up a bit." Seeing that all the guests were seated, Roswell clapped his hands and instructed the 2 maids to bring out the dishes. The originally tense atmosphere gradually began to relax under the influence of the dish's fragrance. There were cicada-wing-thin slices of forest mint venison, and golden potato cream soup fragrant with milk wine. The main course, deep-fried trout in dragon oil crust, was truly appetizing. The rich fragrance of dragon breath fruit oil immediately dominated the dining table. The dazzling array of dishes gradually filled the table, and Green could barely take it all in. He took a deep breath, and the fragrance of the various dishes immediately passed through his lungs on an epic level. At this point, who cared about conspiracies or dangers? Green pretended to adjust his collar and said seriously, since things have come to this, let's eat first. Chapter 14, A Lion's Demand. Compared to the sumptuous feast before him, the nutritional meals in prison were nothing but pig slop. This scene was as beautiful as a Western fantasy oil painting. Rem walked to the dining table, cut a piece of trout, and pushed it in front of Grin. "Guest, please enjoy." Seeing this, Otto shouted anxiously, "Please be sure to cut a piece for me too, lady maid." Grin picked up his knife and fork, cut a piece of fish meat, and put it in his mouth. As his teeth bit in, the spicy vanguard of dragon breath fruit oil swept across the tip of his tongue. Then came the cold sweetness of the trout itself, like glacial stream water. The two temperatures swirled in his mouth, like a campfire suddenly rising in the center of an ice storm. Delicious. Even as a final meal, it was at a level where one could die contentedly after finishing it. This taste is amazing. This is real otherworldly cuisine. Rem is truly an all-purpose maid, she's simply wonderful. Otto also nodded repeatedly, fully agreeing with Grin's praise. Does Green Kuan feel that way too? It's a truly moving aroma. Roswell gestured toward Rem with quite a bit of pride. Rem's cooking is one of the prides of the Magirius household, to the point where even a dragon would forget how to fly after eating it. As the cook, Rem's expression took on a hint of joy after hearing the praise from everyone. She first curtsied to Roswell, then approached Grin's side once more. This fellow and Otto had saved her sister's life, letting them enjoy their meal could serve both etiquette and the repayment of a debt. Rem bowed slightly to Grin. "Guest, may I ask if you are an adult? Would you like to drink some moon shadow wine?" Rem glanced at Grin and said, "Children should just obediently drink soda." "Sorry, I just turned 18. Grin swept his hair back and nudged the goblet on the table toward Remington. "Oh, then you're an old man. Rem, mix half a cup of water for him. If he dies suddenly from intoxication, outsiders will think the Magirius household poisoned their guest." Hearing her sister's command, Rem naturally chose to comply. She nodded and brought over a bottle of wine with a base inlaid with moonstones. She filled Grin's wine glass to about 60% and stopped. The liquid shifted to a silver blue as the angle changed, and flakes of frost floated in the glass. Humans in Lugnica reach adulthood in a legal sense at 15, and possess full civil capacity at 17. Long-lived species are different. Pureblood spirits like Puck are only considered adults at 100. To unify the laws, a racial correction clause was included in the kingdom's code. Adulthood is based on 1/8 of the species' average lifespan, but no lower than 15 years. Seeing Rem really preparing to mix water into his glass, Grin quickly stopped her and snatched the wine glass away. "Ram, I'm only a year older than you. If that counts as an old man, you must be reaching menopause." "Oh my, it seems Green Kun is very well informed about the situation of the Magirius household, even though it's your first day at the mansion. It's truly unbelievable." Roswell keenly captured the inconsistency in the conversation, his question as sharp as a knife. Grin was stunned, and the fine wine in his mouth choked him. Cough, cough. "Well, it's actually nothing, just a bit of divination." Otto, who was gorging himself on the side, also provided an assist. "Yes, Lord Roswell. Grin is a very powerful diviner. The first time I met him, he divined my name and past experiences." Roswell fell into a brief moment of thought, then quickly regained his smile. "I see. The first time you met." His book of wisdom had recorded that a person with the ability to correct the world would appear by Amelia's side. Now, as many as 3 had appeared. Currently, it seemed that Grin, who displayed prophetic abilities, was the most likely to possess the authority of correction. Next was the servant Subaru Natsuki, whom Amelia had brought back out of an overflow of compassion. In the royal capital, that guy had helped Amelia rescue a lost child, and later followed her to the Mathers territory because he was homeless. As for the merchant named Otto, the possibility was extremely low and could basically be ruled out. Useless people should be driven away as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Roswell said to Otto, "Lord Otto, speaking of which, the Magirius household hasn't repaid your contribution, yet I wonder what you would like as a reward for returning Ram to the mansion safely." Otto's mouth, stuffed with food, worked hard to swallow it all down. He then asked excitedly, "Is that really okay?" Roswell nodded. As a Count of Lugnica, he was very well off financially. Otto rubbed his hands together and awkwardly began to state his request. "It's really hard to say. Due to poor management, I've stockpiled a large amount of outdated magic lamp oil, and now I'm on the verge of bankruptcy. So, if possible, I hope the Count can purchase some goods from me to give me a chance to breathe." Otto explained his difficult situation. In the royal capital, those guards were afraid Grin would come to settle accounts later, so they released Otto early as well. The guard captain even took it upon himself to have Otto's creditors lower his interest, otherwise, this guy would probably have pawned his dragon carriage already. "Lord Otto, such a small matter is no problem at all. Besides purchasing all your goods, I'll add another 100 gold coins." Roswell nodded without hesitation and immediately agreed to Otto's request, then changed his tone, adding with a hint of threat, "But I hope you bury everything you've seen and heard in this mansion deep in your belly, digesting it along with the delicious food on the table. How about it? You are too generous. Lord Count, I swear to the dragon god that I will never reveal anything about the mansion." Otto was a bit excited, his bankruptcy crisis was finally over. Not only that, but he also got a large sum of seed money. "Green Coin is indeed my benefactor." Grin looked at Otto with some concern. This scene felt a bit familiar. He remembered the last guy who swore to the dragon was smashed by Rem as soon as he stepped out. Next is Green Coin. As the greatest contributor to this incident, not only did you commission Reinhard to return Amelia's royal selection badge, but you also helped Ram from the mouth of the white whale. Such a heavy debt of gratitude must be repaid. Now please state your wish, Green Coin. Roswell interlaced his fingers, his eerie pupils staring at Grin, waiting for his answer. Grin frowned slightly. This situation was something he hadn't expected. After wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, he asked weakly, "I'm not here for reform through labor." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Grimm is truly humorous." Roswell laughed twice in his eccentric way and comforted him sincerely. "Don't worry about the verdict Ram brought back. The Magirius household has always followed the principle of repaying kindness." Grin's eyes lit up and he confirmed with some doubt, "Are you serious?" "Of course, Green Coin, please feel free to ask for the moon." "So arrogant." "Then first, let's start with a carriage full of holy gold coins." Grin didn't care if it was just polite talk. If you have a wish, you have to aim big. "What if it comes true?" "How much?" Roswell's pronunciation actually became normal. He felt he had misheard. A carriage full of holy gold coins. That was too ridiculous. "Sorry, I lost my composure. How much did you just say?" #15 Joining the Mazes community. Chapter 15, Joining the Magirius household. Seeing the slight twitch in Roswell's face, Green knew this guy probably couldn't afford it. "It's fine if you're broke, but why are you yelling so loudly?" Green muttered this right to his face, then looked around east and west as if browsing for goods. "How about this? I see your mansion is quite nicely decorated. Why not just transfer the deed to me?" Pfft. Amelia, who was drinking black tea, couldn't hold it in and spat it out in one go. "Ahem, Puck, if Green Coin takes the mansion, where will we move to live?" "Ha, to think this guy Green could actually make Roswell this angry. This is truly unprecedented." Ram took a deep breath. Since this white mouse entered the mansion, she had accumulated almost a year's worth of anger in a single day. Ram took the verdict document from her pocket and handed it to the clownish Count. "Lord Roswell, Ram thinks it's better to send this guy off to labor. The fences defending against magical beasts in Aram village need maintenance after all. If he gets eaten by a magical beast while repairing them, it would also save a lot of food." Roswell took the verdict and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he finally regained his usual bizarre demeanor. I'm truly sorry, Green-kun. Even with the financial resources of the Magirius household, producing a whole cartload of holy gold coins is too much of a stretch. I do, however, have a compromise here. Green scratched his head and asked, a compromise, does that mean half a cart? A vein pulsed faintly on Roswell's brow, but he still restrained himself and maintained a smile, saying, think carefully. Your verdict likely has a copy on file in the royal capital. Even if you got the money, you probably couldn't spend it freely. If you are willing, I can find a way to restore your status as a free citizen. In exchange, Green-kun, I would like to hire you as a guard for the Magirius household. The monthly salary would be paid at the highest market rate, about 60 gold coins. How about it? As you can see, our side is currently in a state of thirsting for talent. The clown's words weren't false. A convict sentenced to labor in the borderlands couldn't suddenly appear in any formal city, or he'd quickly be wanted again. 60 coins. Otto exclaimed in surprise. This was no small amount, it was more than he earned in a year. 60 standard gold coins, converted to copper coins, would be a full 600,000 pieces. The holy gold coins Green demanded were not common currency. They were generally only used for special occasions, like the royal selection, noble transactions, or the underground market. Even if you were given a cartload, it would be very difficult to spend. Therefore, the salary received is usually distributed in the form of gold coins. Can I get an advance? Green stood up, leaned over the dining table, and looked seriously at Roswell. Of course you can. Seeing Green was interested, Roswell immediately gave an affirmative answer. Green slapped the table and declared firmly, deal. Advance me 3 months' worth. As long as he remained within Lugnika's borders, he couldn't escape the damn kingdom's laws. If he tried to sneak away, he'd probably end up in jail again. The status of a free citizen was too important, he absolutely had to get it. Roswell gave Ram a look with his eyes. The pink-haired maid understood and retreated to fetch Green's money. Then, he stood up and gave a slight bow to Amelia. Please enjoy your meal, Amelia and everyone. I have some matters to attend to and will take my leave now. Green-kun, from this moment on, the safety of this lady and the mansion is entrusted to you. Clap. Green snapped to attention on the spot and saluted Roswell. Yes, sir. Sworn to protect the property owner, Little Dan. Amelia tilted her head in confusion. Little Dan, who is that? Puck, imitating Green's gesture, said cutely, ha, it must be some kind of term of endearment, Leah. As he spoke, Puck was suddenly picked up from the dining table by the instigator, Betty, who had finished her meal. All right, elder brother, we should also leave this gathering place for idiots. Come help Betty tidy up the forbidden library. No, Betty. If I leave, Leah's situation would become dangerous. Puck struggled in Betty's arms, looking fluffy and very adorable. Hearing this, Betty shot a disdainful glare at Green. Don't worry, elder brother. If that child is threatened, Betty will appear immediately and blast the bad person to pieces. Why are you looking at me? What can a mere security guard do? Green pointed at himself helplessly, defending himself. Humph. Betty looked sulky and walked out of the dining room, her twin tails swaying. With Puck gone, Amelia fell into a brief state of awkwardness. It seemed she wasn't much different from a socially anxious person from some century. Green-kun, I really am very grateful you retrieved the insignia for me. It's a truly important thing to me. All right, Amelia. That guy Roswell has already repaid me. Look, here comes my gold. Green gestured with his chin towards the door, where Ram was approaching carrying a tray. On the tray were stacks of shiny Lugnica standard gold coins, a full 180 pieces. Thud, Ram dropped the tray onto the dining table. The tower of coins collapsed with a pleasing, crisp clatter. Take it, you greedy white mouse. Excellent. This luster, this temperature, this scent, Subarashi. Green buried his face in the pile of coins. When he was hanging out with Old Man Ram and the others, getting a few silver coins a month was considered good. This was the first time he had seen so much money. Seeing this, Otto couldn't help but comment, "Scary, scary." Green Kuen's eyes are like a greedy dragon's. Amelia looked somewhat worried and said with a tone of reproach, "Green Kuen, Puck said money can corrupt a person's heart. And things like stealing women's clothing, these are not actions a good child should take." Green lifted his face with a plaintive look. The coin stuck to his face fell off with a pat-a-pat sound, finally landing back in the pile with a ding. "That matter really wasn't me, sigh, all right. I'm truly sorry, Amelia, for causing you trouble. I apologize to you here. After all, it was his own magic mirror. He might as well honestly shoulder this blame." Seeing Green's action, Amelia quickly waved her hands. "It's not that serious, Green Kuen. As long as you know your mistake and can correct it, you're still a good child." A certain half-elf once again placed her 114-year-old self in the position of an elder. Unbeknownst to her, excluding the 100 years she was frozen, her psychological age of 14 made her essentially a middle schooler. Otto quickly finished the remaining food in his hand, wiped his mouth haphazardly, and said in amazement, Stealing clothes. As expected of Green Kuen. I feel I shouldn't listen any further. Thanks for the meal." With that, Otto got up to leave. When he reached the door, he took 2 steps back, waved at Green, and said, "Green Kuen, I'm going to bid farewell to the Count now. Being able to sell all my goods smoothly makes me really happy. I need to return to the royal capital quickly to repay my debts, otherwise I'll lose another day's interest." Green looked at the gold coins before him and fell into thought. It was time for him to make some investments for his own future, too. Chapter 16, Sending Off Otto. "Wait a moment, Otto. Take these lovely little round biscuits with you." Grin pushed the tray, sending it to the end of the long table. Otto was a bit dazed. "Green Kuen, what do you mean by this?" Grin pulled a small slip of paper from his robe, tossed it into Otto's hand, and explained. "Introducing some business to you, of course. Purchase some supplies for me according to what's written there, the commission won't be small." Otto was overjoyed and said gratefully, "Your trust is truly heartwarming, my friend. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a big discount. Suit yourself as long as it's not some big kickback. Geez, please don't say such hurtful things when I'm being moved." Otto pouted and picked up the tray. Heave-ho. This trust is truly heavy. Ram watched Otto walk away and asked in confusion, "What are you buying, White Rat? To think you'd need so much money." Grin placed a finger against his lips in a shushing gesture. "It's a secret. But if you want to earn some extra cash too, you can add some stakes. Profit is guaranteed." "No way. Ram has no interest in a rodent's nut business." With that, Ram stopped bickering with Grin, took the rag from Ram's hand, and joined in the work of cleaning the dining room. Amelia raised her hand to brush back a stray strand of silver hair, her violet eyes filled with a gentle smile. "Green Kuen, let me show you around the mansion. It's a good chance for you to get familiar with where you'll be working from now on." "Sure, then I'll leave it to you, Amelia. Please follow me, Green Kuen." Amelia seemed to be in a good mood as she turned and led Grin out of the dining room. The corridors inside the mansion were spacious and deep. Sunlight filtered through the high stained glass windows, casting dappled spots of light that moved slowly across the carpet. Grin was very interested in the new things before him, the half-elf, the Count's mansion, and the conspiracies and dangers hidden in the shadows. A sense of mission washed over him. This is the main corridor connecting the hall, the dining room, and several main reception rooms. Amelia's voice was soft, like a whisper, as if she were afraid to break the silence. She introduced things as they walked, occasionally pointing to a closed door and briefly explaining its purpose. Grin followed half a step behind, his gaze inconspicuously scanning the exquisite tapestries on the walls, the ancient-styled candlesticks, and the spotless decorative armor. Though he looked casual, he was actually memorizing every corner and every possible blind spot. As a guardian, at least in name, familiarizing oneself with the terrain was a basic skill. Clatter, clatter. The faint sound of a dragon carriage driving reached Grin's ears. Gazing out from the windowsill, that fellow Otto had already set off. The man's waist was bulging. He had received 100 common gold coins as payment himself, gained 120 gold coins from selling all his stockpiled lamp oil, and adding Grin's 180 coins, it totaled 400. This was a quite massive sum of money. He wouldn't get robbed on the road, would he? Ouch, Emilia, my stomach really hurts. I need to hurry to the restroom. Let's end today's tour here. Grin suddenly clutched his stomach, his face showing discomfort. Emilia immediately said with concern, "Are you all right, Green-kun? I'll take you to the restroom right away." Grin quickly waved his hand and declined, "No need, Emilia. I know where the restroom is." On Otto's side, he had already driven the dragon carriage into a smooth stretch of the forest road. After soothing the earth dragon to proceed on its own, he took out the note Grin had given him, and gently unfolded it, revealing characters twisted like earthworms. Mr. Grimm really should practice his calligraphy. My friend Otto, I hope this letter finds you well. A chance divination one day led me to discover that a military operation is secretly unfolding. This is an opportunity to make a fortune. The prices of relevant supplies will skyrocket, so I hope you can purchase a large quantity on my behalf. Such as earth dragon saddles, leather armor, shields, and so on. Of course, medical supplies are also included. Gold coins are limited. How to purchase is entirely up to you. Once it's done, I'll give you 30% of the profit. I know that you have always been an underrated, exceptionally brilliant investment genius. I'm entrusting my money to you, big brain. Big brain. Genius. Green-kun, really, always saying such mushy things. Don't worry, my dear friend, I definitely won't let you down. Otto was moved to tears. The feeling of being trusted and recognized was truly wonderful. On a large tree not far away, a raven transformed from Grin was watching the dragon carriage speeding along the road. Even higher and further away, another pair of eyes belonging to a red-eyed owl was also staring intently at Grin. What the hell is this guy crying for? Why is he acting so weird? Hurry up and speed up, the Mather's territory is not a peaceful place. The journey was long, and one might encounter bandits or robbers along the way. To protect Otto, Grin escorted him for dozens of miles. By the time he returned to the mansion, it was already getting dark. Like a husband returning late, Grin quietly flew back into the mansion in his raven form. After undoing his transformation magic, he tiptoed along the corridor with silent steps. As he brushed past a corner, Grin poked his head out to the right, and happened to bump right into a certain maid's broom. Ah, my eye. Rem innocently pulled back the broom, looking in confusion at Grin rolling on the floor. Green-kun, please do not appear and disappear like a ghost in the mansion. You will scare everyone. Dust got in my eye. Quick, quick, blow on it for me. Grin fumbled like a blind man until he found Rem, pulling at his eyelid as he pleaded for help. Rem hesitated for 2 seconds, and feeling that she was the cause of this result, she chose to lean in, and gently blew a breath into Grin's bloodshot eye. Instantly the speck of dust flew away, and the pain in Grin's eye eased. He lightly rubbed his eye and said, "It's so late, why are you still cleaning, Rem?" Rem ignored the resentful tone in Grin's voice, and instead lowered her head to continue her work. It just happens to be general cleaning day today. Where's that guy Subaru Natsuki? Isn't he coming to help? Grin finally remembered a certain person who hadn't appeared for half the day. A trace of disgust appeared in Rem's eyes, as if the name Subaru Natsuki were something repulsive. Subaru got injured while learning magic with Emilia this morning, and is still lying in bed. But it does not matter, Rem did not expect him to be of any help anyway. In Rem's eyes, Subaru Natsuki was a very suspicious person, his body always emitting the miasma of the witch. The hatred of the witch cult destroying her village and massacring her kin was forever etched in Rem's heart. If she were to encounter Subaru Natsuki in some unknown shadow, she wouldn't mind snapping his neck with her own hands. Oh, as long as that guy isn't dead. Grin pulled out his magic mirror and leaned against the windowsill, checking the condition of his eye in the mirror. Aside from being a bit red and swollen, it no longer affected his vision. Hashtag 17 Game Start. Chapter 17, The Game Begins. GGG, Master, you really are the most handsome man in the world. Shut up, I know. Yes, Master. The magic mirror faded its illusory face and returned to its reflective surface. Phew. Green blew a breath, making his bangs jump upward, and spoke to the mirror narcissistically. Even with my eyes swollen like this, I'm still so handsome. TSK, 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 you're simply lawless. Excuse me, please move aside. This windowsill hasn't been cleaned yet. Rem interrupted Green's vanity and gestured for him to vacate the windowsill. Don't be so heartless, Remington. Look, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Green was pushed aside by Rem, an innocent look on his face. This blue-haired brat was only slightly better to get along with than her sister. Rem still has a mountain of work to do, she doesn't have time to play around with Green-kun. Having said that, Rem had already begun cleaning the windowsill, meticulously wiping every corner where dirt might hide. How much work is left? Let me help you. Coordinating with Rem's cleaning, Green slid smoothly over to a large vase nearby. He casually plucked a stalk of alpine white lily of the valley and held it in his mouth, looking like an overbearing CEO. Green-kun, lilies of the valley are poisonous. While not fatal, keeping them in your mouth will cause tongue numbness. What? Tui, tui, tui. I was wondering why it tasted so strange. Green quickly spat out the flower. His mouth was already slightly poisoned, and he began to salivate uncontrollably. Crash! While the clumsy fellow was fumbling with his tongue, his elbow accidentally pushed the vase off the shelf. The white porcelain vase shattered into several pieces upon hitting the floor. The lilies of the valley inside scattered everywhere, and the dewdrops on the petals dampened the dark red carpet. Green froze instantly, the air around him seemingly solidifying. Rem looked at Green calmly and said after a moment, "Are you hurt, Green-kun?" Green hurriedly snatched the broom and dustpan from Rem's hands and said sincerely, sorry, Remington. I'll clean it up right away." Rem didn't stop him but turned and left. A moment later, she returned carrying a vase of fresh lilies of the valley. After expertly replacing the vase, Rem joined in the effort to clear away the small porcelain shards. Green-kun, these tasks are a maid's job. Your duty is to guard the mansion and the safety of Lady Amelia. All right, Senior Remington, leave the personal safety of you and Ram to me as well. Green spoke solemnly, picking up the pace of clearing the fragments. After all, he had broken it through his own carelessness, it wouldn't be good if Rem cut her hand. Hearing Green's words, Rem's movements visibly faltered. She was dazed for several seconds before speaking. As for Rem, it doesn't matter. This girl looks a bit lonely, she must be remembering some bad memories. Don't say such lonely things, Remington. Many people in the mansion care about you, especially Ram. Through Green's tireless efforts, the floor was finally cleaned. The water-soaked carpet was rolled up, and once replaced with a dry one, the job was done. At the mention of Ram, Rem's mood improved significantly. These two sisters were very close, each viewing the other as the most important person in their lives. But among the Oni, twins are a taboo because each twin has only one Oni horn. The clansmen believed that Rem had taken half of Ram's Oni horn, dragging down her sister's talent. Rem grew up in her sister's shadow, both loving Ram and harboring hidden feelings of inferiority and resentment. When Ram lost her Oni horn, the wicked thought it finally broke actually flashed through her mind. This guilt plunged her into even deeper self-loathing. Green Koen, Rem will surely repay the kindness of you saving my sister's life. Rem walked up to Green and bowed deeply, her expression sincere and firm. There you go again. Why do you make things so hard for yourself? Green was at a loss, the shackles in Rem's heart firmly locked away her free soul. So sleepy by the way, Rem, which one is my room? I'll take you there, Green Koen. Your room is right next to Subaru's. It's more convenient for tidying up if they are together. Oh? Neighbors with Subaru. A mischievous smile curled on Green's lips. Will there be strange visitors knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Rem tilted her head, revealing a rare full view of her blue eyes. She was so cute it felt like cheating. Rem doesn't understand what Green Koen means. Hey, don't try to brush it off by acting cute. Green was truly afraid this blue-haired brat would get up in the middle of the night and slaughter Subaru Natsuki. If that happened, the situation would easily spiral out of his control. Ha, so comfortable. Finally reaching his room, Green dove headfirst into the soft bed. Roswell's mansion was huge. The quarters for male retainers were assigned to the far edge of the west wing. Even if some explosions occurred, they wouldn't necessarily disturb the female quarters in the main building. He had done too much today, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. I wonder if that guy Subaru Natsuki is asleep yet. Let's add another layer of insurance for you. In the next room, Subaru Natsuki was lying on the bed in a spread eagle position. The feeling of his magic gate being drained made him feel nauseous, preventing him from falling asleep. Damn, I didn't expect the price for obtaining a skill to be so high. But at least I've touched power beyond that of normal people. My journey in this other world has finally set off on the right track. Subaru Natsuki sat up and clenched his fist tightly. He knew that since he was summoned to another world, he must be the protagonist of this world. Strange, when did a full-length mirror appear in my room? Did Rem move it in while I wasn't looking? Subaru Natsuki stood up in confusion, and began to examine the tall mirror standing by the bed. The mirror was about 1.7 meters long, even taller than him. The frame was luxurious and engraved with mysterious runes. Buzz. The mirror vibrated, making an eerie sound, and lines of blood-red words appeared on its surface. Mommy. It's haunted. Subaru Natsuki was startled, his knees going weak as he collapsed directly onto the floor. Lord Ghost, please spare my life. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Please. Subaru Natsuki immediately prostrated himself, kneeling before the mirror and kowtowing repeatedly. His shoulders trembled slightly, and his forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. Faint black lines appeared on the mirror's surface, as if it were somewhat speechless. Seeing no reaction for a while, Subaru Natsuki tentatively raised his head to steal a glance. The mirror was filled with a blood-red light, with something written in the script of this other world. To accommodate Subaru Natsuki's viewing, the mirror automatically increased the brightness of the font. Teacher Ghost, I haven't learned these characters yet. What does it say? Subaru Natsuki asked cautiously. He guessed that this ghost was trying to convey some information to him, but unfortunately, with his current level, he really couldn't understand it. Shit. Another illiterate. A faint curse came from the mirror. Then, all the text transformed into sinister voices, entering Subaru Natsuki's mind like the whispers of a demon. Welcome to the Oni is Coming rule-based ghost story. Subaru Natsuki, your identity is a civilian. You have been designated as a hunting target by an evil Oni. One wrong step, and you will not escape the fate of being killed. Intel 1, there is only one evil Oni. Intel 2, please check if the door lock is intact before sleeping. Intel 3, if someone knocks on the door at night, please remain rational. If you hear the rattling of chains, do not open the door under any circumstances. Intel 4, a guardian will protect you. The code phrase is Godfather, save me. Intel 5, hiding behind the mirror provides temporary invisibility. If someone attacks you, please stay away from the mirror. Intel 6, someone is lying. Lost lamb, struggle to survive. Chapter 18, Night Raid. Good heavens, what kind of hellish place is this? A school ghost story incident actually happened. Subaru Natsuki wrapped the quilt around himself and hid in the corner, shivering. He desperately wanted to open the door and call for help, but the rules said that someone might knock at night. If he ran out and happened to encounter a so-called evil spirit, how would that be any different from seeking death? Calm down, Subaru Natsuki, you need to calm down. Subaru Natsuki reached out with both hands and slapped his face hard, trying to maintain some semblance of sanity. Sigh, why did I believe the words of a mirror? Could it be a prank by Ram? At this moment, Subaru Natsuki felt that his intellect had reached its peak. He swore that the last time he used his brain was in a gal game. No. Thinking carefully, although Ram has a nasty personality, she wouldn't go to such lengths for someone like me. Damn it, this really is an emergency. Clank, clank. The eerie sound of sliding iron chains echoed from the end of the long corridor, drawing closer and closer, shaking Subaru Natsuki's fragile heart like a death knell. There really is the sound of chains. Subaru Natsuki lost his composure and hurriedly stood up, pushing the desk over to block the door firmly. Outside the door, a petite figure holding a morning star was moving in the corridor. She first came to the door of Grin's room, pressing her ear against it to listen carefully. Only after hearing steady and slow breathing did she slowly step back. The wind rustled, swaying the green plants planted in the mansion, swallowing the girl's extremely light footsteps into the darkness. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Subaru Natsuki's room was knocked on. Has the evil spirit come? He thought to himself, with nothing in his hands, if anything happened, he would have to fight barehanded. Who's out there? Subaru Natsuki asked in a low voice, his tone trembling slightly. It's me, Rem, Subaru. Ah, it's Rem. The heavy stone hanging in Subaru Natsuki's heart finally dropped the moment he heard Rem's voice. As if grasping at a life-saving straw, he reached out to open the door. Just then, the eerie voice of the mirror suddenly surfaced in his mind. Someone is knocking at night, please remain rational. If you hear the sound of shaking iron chains, do not open the door under any circumstances. Subaru Natsuki's outstretched hand hung in midair. After hesitating for a moment, not only did he not open the door, but he also hooked the security chain. In moments between life and death, this guy always had a flash of keen intuition. You're lying, you're definitely not Rem. You're an evil spirit. Subaru Natsuki shouted hysterically, as if trying to bolster his own courage. Outside the door, Rem was a bit bewildered. If she wasn't Rem, then who was she? Originally, she intended to knock Subaru Natsuki unconscious the moment he opened the door, and then drag him to the back mountain for interrogation. But Subaru Natsuki not opening the door made things a bit difficult. Rem glanced at Grin's door, seemingly worried that Grin would be woken up by Subaru Natsuki's shouting. After a long while, Grin's room remained peaceful. Rem breathed a sigh of relief and knocked on Subaru Natsuki's door again. Subaru, it really is Remington. A thief has entered the mansion, and I need to ensure your safety. Grin, who was pressed against his own door eavesdropping, shook his head and clicked his tongue, whispering, he's even learned how to lie, this brat. Subaru Natsuki gulped hard. After agonizing for a long time, he finally spoke, if you're really Rem, then please step back a bit. I need to confirm your identity through the crack in the door. Grin was greatly disappointed, this guy really wasn't afraid of death. The killing intent in Rem's eyes surged like waves, but she eventually suppressed it with great willpower and turned to walk a few steps away. Of course, Subaru. Rem has already retreated to a safe distance. Subaru Natsuki listened intently to Rem's receding footsteps. After confirming several times, he slowly pulled back the desk that was blocking the door. Creak. The door opened, but its range was still restricted by the security chain, revealing only half of Subaru Natsuki's face. Ha, so it really is Rem. Ting, ting. Several ice spears suddenly condensed in midair, their sharp tips pointing straight at Subaru Natsuki's eyes. Swoosh. The ice spears shot out abruptly, flying toward the crack in the door with a chilling aura. Subaru Natsuki's pupils constricted in shock as he leaned back with all his might. Ah! An ice spear grazed past his face, tearing open a gash deep enough to see bone. Blood gushed out, instantly staining him red. Rem? Rem. You really are an evil spirit. Subaru Natsuki rolled on the ground in pain. Gritting his teeth, he tried to suppress the excruciating pain in his face, and struggled to slam the door shut with a click. Why won't you just die easily? Do you really have to attract an audience before you're willing to accept death? The moonlight was like a cold blade, cutting through the stained glass windows of the mansion and falling onto Rem's blue hair. Her originally lowered eyelashes first trembled very slightly, as if someone behind a curtain had blown out a candle. When she looked up again, her pupils had shrunk to pinpoints, the azure blue covered by a web of bloodshot veins. The glowing oni horn at the center of her brow, PSSHHT, pierced through the skin of her forehead, like a piece of branding iron suddenly poking out from white porcelain. There was no blood the moment the skin split, only wisps of indigo steam crawling out from the wound, as if evaporating both soul and sanity together. Rem simply could not restrain herself and directly activated her Oni transformation ability. Even if she were discovered, she was going to kill Subaru Natsuki on the spot. Rem reached out her right hand and gripped the door lock. With just a slight application of force, her fingers closed and crushed the metal lock core into fragments like tofu. Rem has been enduring every minute and every second, witch cultist. Seeing you swaggering around in front of elder sister, Rem's heart is so full of unease and anger that it's almost uncontrollable. The culprit who caused elder sister's misfortune, or someone related to that culprit, living leisurely in Rem and elder sister's precious home. Even knowing that elder sister is pretending to take care of you and pretending to be familiar with you, Rem can no longer endure it. Rem spoke with a voice full of rage, which by the end had turned into a teeth-gritting accusation. What? What are you talking about? What witch cultist? For as long as I can remember, my family hasn't belonged to any cult for generations. Subaru Natsuki watched the nearly shattered wooden door in despair, retreating tremulously. He felt that he was probably going to die. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through his mind. Hiding behind the mirror can provide temporary invisibility. If someone attacks you, please stay far away from the mirror. Thinking of this, Subaru Natsuki scrambled and crawled to hide behind the mirror, using it as a shield in front of him. The body of the mirror released colorful light, causing the surrounding light to constantly twist and blend together, finally concealing Subaru Natsuki's form as he vanished from the spot. Bang! With a kick from Rem, the door's durability was instantly reduced to zero, turning into wooden shards that flew everywhere. The usually cute and quiet girl was now no different from a vengeful ghost. Her eyes, filled with killing intent, glinted with a terrifying light in the dim corridor. This posture was like a wolf hiding in the shadows. Damn it, where did he hide? #19 Give Rem something strange to eat. Chapter 19, Feeding Rem Something Strange. You reek of the witch, yet you insist on playing dumb, and saying it has nothing to do with you. Don't make me laugh. Rem blocked the doorway, searching for Subaru Natsuki's figure in the room. The magic mirror's invisibility effect was quite good, causing Rem to lose her lock on Subaru Natsuki immediately. You can't escape, you filthy wretch. Grin's legs felt weak just from watching the drama. This girl was too ruthless. One hit from that morning star would probably blow someone apart. Rem in her Oni transformation was practically like an attack helicopter from a certain Slayer of Demons series. I still have to do something, or Subaru Natsuki is going to go offline. With a thought, Grin began to circulate his mana and used transformation magic. His face gradually distorted, finally turning into the likeness of Subaru Natsuki. With a click, Grin, wearing Subaru Natsuki's face, pushed open the door, poked his head out, and shouted toward the adjacent room, "Haha, I'm over here." Rem turned and glared fiercely at Grin, cursing, "Stupid Grin, go back to sleep for Remington." "Ah. All right." Grin was startled and immediately pulled his head back. 2 or 3 seconds later, he poked it out again, but this time his face had returned to its original state. "Why do I feel like everyone can see through my transformation magic? It's just like a certain someone's visible to everyone hand. Rem turned her head, her eyes scanning every corner of Subaru Natsuki's room like radar. Rem has heard about Green Kuen's abilities from sister. Besides, you don't have the witch's miasma on you, so please step back, Green Kuen, before Rem loses herself. At this moment, Rem hadn't completely lost her head, and still possessed a shred of rationality. "Found you." Rem's nostrils flared as she caught the scent of the miasma. After her Oni transformation, her 5 senses were incredibly sharp. The morning star in her hand spun like a propeller before being hurled toward the corner of the room. Whiz! Rem's strength was so great that it created a sonic boom even in the narrow space. "Ah! Help me, master!" The magic mirror's technique was instantly broken, and it shrank back to its original size. 2 large hands condensed from mana reached out from the mirror's surface, catching the flying morning star just in the nick of time. Subaru Natsuki's figure also appeared, and he hurriedly called out to Grin for help. This guest must be the guard mentioned in the intelligence. "Foster father, save me." Having narrowly escaped death, the magic mirror flew over to Subaru Natsuki's head, and gave him a smack. "Damn it, did I not tell you to dodge when someone attacks you? Did I? Did I? Are you trying to get me killed?" With every sentence, the magic mirror gave Subaru Natsuki a hard whack. That bowl-sized morning star had almost smashed right into its face. Rem frowned and said coldly to Green Kuen, "As a guard, you should prioritize the safety of the mansion. Are you really going to side with a witch cultist?" "Calm down, stay calm, Remington. As far as I know, this guy shouldn't be a witch cultist." Grin walked onto the corridor. Although he was trying to persuade Rem, he kept a certain safe distance from her. "For the safety of sister and the mansion, I would rather kill by mistake than let him go. You should know I know a bit of divination, right? I've calculated it, this guy is just an unlucky fellow haunted by the witch's scent." Grin bluffed with a straight face, trying to stabilize Rem's emotions. Occasionally, people with the witch's scent who have nothing to do with the witch cult appear on the continent. Unfortunately, in this state, Rem was already beyond the point of reasoning. Shut up, shut up." Rem clutched her head, clawing at her smooth hair. "It'll all be over if I just kill this guy. Why do unnecessary things?" With a flick of the girl's wrist, the chain rattled and spiraled back, the hammerhead hanging behind her shoulder again like a beast ready to pounce. Subaru Natsuki and the magic mirror were terrified, huddled together shivering as they looked at Grin with pleading eyes. "Master! Foster father! Both of you, shut up." Grin stood in the center of the corridor, his thin pajamas flapping in the wind. His gaze was cold, and a mass of mana as black as ink condensed in his hand. "Shadow Devour." The mana bloomed, turning into countless malicious shadows that surged toward Rem, instantly submerging her. Bang! Bang! The sound of chains swinging rang out. The gathered shadows were constantly dispersed, turning into black mist after a cry of pain. Rem's figure slowly emerged from the darkness, the morning star gripped tightly in her hand, blue demon fire burning in her eyes. In the next instant, Rem moved. Her speed was so fast it nearly tore the air, the morning star hurtling straight for Grin's head with the force of a gale. Grin moved forward instead of retreating. With a tap of his toe, the shadow beneath him suddenly expanded, turning into countless pitch-black tentacles that coiled toward Remington, sluggish bind. This strike was remarkably effective, Both Rem's body and the morning star in her hand were ensnared in midair by tentacles springing from the walls. Grin seized the opportunity, pushing off with his legs and dashing toward Rem at high speed. Rem stared fixedly at Grin, veins bulging on her arms and calves as she gathered strength to tear through her restraints. Crack, crack. Rem's right hand broke free. With a violent tug, she pulled the morning star back and then swung it at Grin with all her might. Boom. This strike was even accompanied by a sonic boom, showing the immense power contained within. Grin flipped in the air, narrowly dodging it. Before landing, he used transformation magic again. A mass of purple-black mana enveloped him, perfectly replicating Rem's appearance before he hit the ground. Rem, have you had enough? Her sister's sharp cry caused the delirious Rem's movements to stiffen for a moment. Seizing the moment, Grin finally closed in on Remington. He then pressed his hand against Rem's mouth, stuffing the small object hidden in his palm into her mouth. He didn't let go and stepped back until he saw Rem swallow. How does it taste, Rem? I extracted those crystals from a whole bunch of alpine lily-of-the-valley roots. Worried you wouldn't like the taste, I even added a bit of brown sugar. Grin had recovered all the flowers from that broken bottle of lilies of the valley. He had quietly concocted a crystal containing a paralyzing toxin in his room. Though the tea set on the bedside table probably couldn't be used for tea anymore. Grin, how dare you? Turn into sister's likeness. Rem's eyes flickered with fire, as if she wanted to tear Grin to pieces. Thump, thump. Her heart rate and body temperature suddenly began to rise as the toxin crystal started dissolving and taking effect in Rem's stomach. Rip. Rem used all her strength to contract her limbs, finally tearing apart all the tentacles binding her. As soon as she landed, she extended her right hand and slammed her fist into her own abdomen. Thud. Thud. Once, twice. Ugh. Rem knelt on the ground and spat out a milky white crystal the size of a sugar cube. Unfortunately, it looked like a third of it had already dissolved. A feeling of numbness spread from her internal organs, diffusing toward her limbs and brain. Her vision began to blur as if losing focus. Hey, Subaru Natsuki, hurry up and throw the magic mirror over. Chapter 20, Bedtime Story. Subaru Natsuki responded immediately, throwing the mirror in his hand to Grin. The magic mirror instantly sensed something was wrong and tried to flee, but it was firmly locked in place by Grin's summoning power. Even though Rem was poisoned, she was still in her Oni transformation state. To force her out of it passively, the only way was to strike the Oni horn on her head with a heavy blow. Grin raised the magic mirror high and, with all his might, aimed a strike at Rem's horn. Master, wait. I can hypnotize her, I can hypnotize her. But it was useless, Grin had to finish this quickly. Thud. Rem groaned in pain as the magical coating covering her Oni horn shattered, dissipating into stardust and light. The horn itself lost its luster and slowly retracted beneath her skin. At this moment, Rem seemed drained of all strength and fell into a deep sleep. Grin extended his right arm and caught Rem in his embrace, preventing her from falling to the ground. The body of the girl who had just reverted from her Oni transformation was much warmer than usual, and the soft sensation felt like holding a warm heating pad. Ah! I quit, I'm resigning. The magic mirror was knocked senseless, wobbling unsteadily as it floated in the air. Okay, you're fired. Grin ignored the evil-filled magic mirror. The matter of it stealing Amelia's socks still hadn't been settled. This, I was joking, master. Hee, how could I bear to leave you? The magic mirror channeled mana within itself to repair the dent from the impact, then shamelessly stuck close again. Grin carried Rem into the room, placed her on his own bed, retrieved her morning star, and used the chain on it to bind Rem's hands to the headboard. High mountain lilies of the valley grow at relatively high altitudes where temperatures are naturally low, which also makes them intolerant to heat. Once the temperature reaches around 38 degrees Celsius, the paralyzing toxin within them begins to slowly decompose. Don't think Rem is down for the count. With her current body temperature, she'll wake up in half an hour at most. After doing all this, Grin finally approached Subaru Natsuki. Ouch bro, you've really been messed up. Can you still stand? It hurts so much. I've lost too much blood and feel dizzy. Green-kun, can you help me up? Subaru Natsuki's will to survive was quite strong. He had already torn off a piece of bedsheet to wrap the wound on his face. Grin extended a hand and helped Subaru Natsuki to his feet. Let's go, Subaru. I'll take you to see a doctor. You can find the gate of opportunity, right? Only that drill-haired little loli can save you. Of course, probability games are my specialty. Click. Could you not disturb Betty at this late hour? Even a great spirit needs to sleep, Asira, verbal tick. Inside the forbidden library, the scattered books had been tidied to the side, and in the center was a luxurious small princess bed. Betty sat up, looking displeased at the two who had disturbed her. You filthy-looking fellows, don't get blood on Betty's books, or I'll have no choice but to make you atone with your lives. Sorry, Betty. I didn't mean to disturb you. Look, this guy's face is almost sliced off. He's lost so much blood he's in shock. Grin carried the heavy, unconscious Subaru Natsuki over to Betty, showing her the terrible wound on his face. How disgusting. If he's dead, please throw him into the forest. Betty pinched her delicate little nose, fanning the air with a look of disgust. He's not dead yet, Betty. Please, be merciful and heal him. Why should Betty have to save him? Betty doesn't recall having such an obligation. Grin grew anxious, pacing back and forth around Betty as he thought. Aren't a few of your bookshelves loose? As an exchange for you saving him, I'll fix them for you. How about that? Please, Lady Betty. Betty crossed her arms over her chest, her proud eyes shifting. Well, Betty will be merciful and help you this once. Great. Then it's a deal. Grin extended his fist, indicating for Betty to seal the pact with a fist bump. Betty clearly hesitated for a moment upon seeing this, but ultimately extended her small pink fist to meet his. Baka Baka 11, you're really as childish as a kid, Grin. Betty walked over to Subaru Natsuki, knelt beside him, and placed her small hand on his cheek. Night-like manna, like a reversed river of stars, instantly spread across his entire head. The cold light of the Aina tribute wasn't warm, instead, it carried the dryness and dust scent of old library book pages. Yet wherever it went, the runaway pain was cut off by an invisible pair of scissors. The unconscious Subaru was awakened by the sensation of withdrawal, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It hurts. Already blocked. Betty knelt beside him, her cream-colored curls falling to hide her disgusted expression. I only cut off the pain, the wound is still there. Make any more noise and I'll freeze your nerves along with it. She raised her other hand, tracing a pale purple magic array in the air with her fingertip. Mana condensed into fine threads, like sewing needles, but instead of stitching flesh, they stitched time itself, folding the moment of blood spray into a hidden layer and pausing the countdown of his constantly draining life. Finally, Betty switched to water magic, and warm mana flowed into Subaru Natsuki's wound, urging the flesh to regenerate and the tissues to knit together. Done. Before you leave, remember to clean the bloodstains off Betty's floor. After finishing, Betty returned to the princess bed. Why are you still here? Well, this. If I go out, Rem will try to kill me. Let me stay here for a while today. Why would Rem try to kill you? After speaking, Betty seemed to realize something, and looked down at the peacefully sleeping Subaru Natsuki. I see. But what does that have to do with Betty? Don't be so heartless, Betty-chan. Grin pulled over a chair and placed it beside Betty's bed. As compensation for disturbing your rest, how about I tell you a few bedtime stories? After saying this, Grin even fluffed Betty's pillow, gesturing for her to lie down. Betty doesn't recall being that close with you. Despite her words, that Sundara Betty still somewhat reluctantly leaned against the pillow, her actions contradicting her words. Grin immediately, with keen awareness, tucked Betty in, and dimmed the magic lamp by the bed, creating a sleep-friendly atmosphere. A storybook inscribed with the words, "Dark Fairy Tale Book" materialized in Grin's hand. The pages flipped on their own without wind, rapidly turning until they settled on a fresh, new section. The page glowed with a golden light, lines of text slowly fading in. Besides Snow White, 2 new pages of content appeared in the Dark Fairy Tale Book. Beauty and the Beast and Little Red Riding Hood. What luck, Betty. There's a new story today. Once upon a time, there was a merchant named Maurice who had a lovely daughter named Belle. One day, Maurice had to travel far for business. Before leaving, he asked Belle, "Daughter, what would you like as a gift?" Belle said, "Father, I only need a golden rose." On his return journey, Maurice got lost and wandered into an ancient castle in the forest. Inside the castle, a teapot poured tea, a candlestick provided light, and a table was laden with delicacies, yet there was no one in sight. After eating his fill, he saw the castle's garden was filled with golden roses. Remembering Belle's request, he plucked one. The moment he turned to leave, he was blocked by a massive, half-wolf, half-lion monster covered in brown fur. "You took my golden rose, you must compensate me. The first thing you see when you return home will belong to me." Maurice thought it would be a bird, a tree, or the hearth at home. Unfortunately, the first thing he saw upon returning was his beloved daughter. Later, Belle, holding the golden rose, came to the castle. She tamed the lonely beast trapped within, teaching him about love and being loved. When she climbed a ladder, stood on her tiptoes, and offered a kiss, the massive beast shed its fur and transformed back into a handsome young man. It turned out the man had been cursed by a witch for his arrogance, and only by learning to love and be loved could the curse be broken. In the end, Belle and the prince held a grand wedding amid a garden of golden roses that never withered. And so it ends. Good night, Betty. #21 Betty's Dream. Chapter 21, Betty's Sweet Dream. At the same time, inside Roswell's study. "So, Ram, how is the intelligence gathering on those 2 going?" "Subaru is as useless as ever. He injured his magic gate while practicing magic with Lady Amelia this morning, and hasn't left his bed except to eat." Grin, on the other hand, disappeared halfway through the mansion tour. After Ram shared vision with the owl, I saw him escorting the merchant Otto all the way out of the forest. What about the possibility of them being spies? It can't be ruled out, but it's very low. Green Kun chose to risk his life to save me when the white whale attacked. If it was just to infiltrate the mansion, the risk would be far too great. As for Subaru, his behavior is very conspicuous, but honestly, it's just too pathetic. Whether it's housework or cooking, he makes a complete mess of everything. Ram respectfully reported the information she knew to Roswell. The previous attack by the white whale, and a full day of hard work had left Ram somewhat overextended. At this moment, her lips and complexion were both a sickly, morbid pale. Seeing this, Roswell reached out his hands and gestured. "You're quite strict, Ram, come here. It seems your recent supply of mana hasn't been enough to keep up with your exhausted body." Ram somewhat shyly threw herself into Roswell's embrace, leaning against his chest and saying, "I'm very sorry for the trouble." Roswell brushed aside Ram's peach-colored hair, revealing the pale pink circular scar left behind by her broken horn. He raised his hand, his 5 fingers hovering over her forehead as 6 colored glimmers flashed alternately between his fingers. Red fire, blue water, green wind, yellow earth, white light, and black een were compressed by his technique into a beam of colorless /primal mana /. "Relax, Ram. I shall grant you the mana of the stars." The mana seeped in like a stream. Ram's body instantly tensed, a faint gasp escaping her throat, and the tips of her ears turned so red they looked ready to bleed. She could clearly feel the foreign mana circulating through her body, filling the vacancy in her mana reserves, but her heart also stirred from the unfamiliar warmth brought by that touch. When the last wisp of mana merged into Ram's body, Roswell withdrew his hand, his mouth downturned as he looked out at the moonlight with a melancholy expression. In this royal selection, I must emerge victorious. For my goal for the day of the dragon slaying. Buzz. A strange sound came from within Roswell's robes. His expression turned solemn, and he immediately sat up straight, carefully taking an old, leather-bound book from his bosom, the Book of Wisdom. In fact, there was only one true Book of Wisdom, the one held by the Witch of Greed, Echidna. It recorded the past and future of the world, it was the manifestation of an authority, and was also known as the memory of the world, The ones in the hands of Roswell and Betty were both inferior versions created by Echidna. At this moment, the Book of Wisdom emitted a strange light. Roswell held it up with one hand, placing it at a height where Ram could not see it. A new instruction. It hasn't appeared for a long time. The pages flipped to the one recording the corrector, and the content had already changed. A person with the ability to correct the world will come to Amelia's side, and the other will be the one destined to slay the dragon Seeing this, Roswell was rarely stunned for several seconds, followed by a look of frantic, even delirious joy. Fate is truly terrifying. After a brief moment of reflection, Roswell put away the Book of Wisdom, Ram, you may leave now. Keep an eye on Rem, don't let her act on her own again. As you command, Lord Roswell. Ram bowed and retreated to the door before turning to leave, showing the high status Roswell held in her heart. Roswell walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked toward the west wing, where dust and smoke were rising. Green Koen, looking at the sequence, Subaru is the true corrector, while you will be the sharp sword I swing at the dragon's throat. A diviner. Disguising himself as me in the royal capital to try and drive away the Gut Ripper, he must have glimpsed my plan through some mysterious ritual. Even so, Green Koen, can you escape the unoccurred facts written in the Book of Wisdom? I'm truly looking forward to your performance. Inside the Forbidden Library. Under Grin's care, Betty had already drifted into dreamland. Good girl, she's finally asleep. Seeing Betty's cute sleeping face, Grin felt all the fatigue of the day fly away. He took out the magic mirror and crept over to the side of the princess bed. Grin held up the magic mirror and used its ability to record images to take a few beautiful photos of Betty. Slurp slurp Betty is just too cute. Yawn After messing around for a while, Grin was also starting to reach his limit. He casually turned off the magic lamp, and the room immediately plunged into darkness. Then he lay down next to Subaru Natsuki, propping up Subaru's head with a few books as a pillow. After sleeping for a bit, he felt a little cold, so Grin flipped over and pulled up the carpet, covering both of them with it. Now I can finally get some sleep. Grin rubbed his tired eyelids and fell peacefully asleep. Before long, the sound of steady breathing echoed through the library. Jia, this is my world now. In the dark and dim air, a spark of firefly-like light lit up. The magic mirror had come out to cause trouble again. Humph, the great demon of soul devouring and sleep, Wulgaroth, will give you nightmares here. Ha. The magic mirror flew through the air, scattering tiny fragments of black mana that sank into everyone's bodies. As the magic mirror worked its magic, the expressions on their faces became hurried and uneasy. Magic mirror. A single sentence spoken by Grin in his sleep gave the fellow a start. Magic mirror, your heat conduction is really good. Look at this pancake, it's fried just right. Hearing this, the magic mirror Wulgaroth trembled all over. I'd better give you some sweet dreams instead. The golden hand mirror flew about again, this time scattering stardust glow that carried sweet dreams. Wah, my reputation is ruined forever by following such a hypermasculine master. When will I ever get souls to eat? While crying, the magic mirror noticed the book under Betty's pillow. Oh, the illiterate lowly's blank book. 2 hands condensed from mana extended from the mirror surface, slowly reaching toward the book. Betty, who was in a sweet dream, felt something odd. A glimmer of light flashed from her tightly closed eyelids. She was about to wake up. The magic mirror shook again, and more stardust glow merged into Betty's body. "Sleep, sleep, mother is waiting for you in your dreams." The low voice carried manna, mixed with stardust containing sweet dream factors, constantly soothing Betty's soul. In the end, Betty didn't wake up but fell into an even deeper sleep with a smile on her face. Seeing Betty asleep, the magic mirror resumed its arrogant posture. He forcefully grabbed a corner of the book and yanked it out, with such force that Betty's small head was lifted up. Strangely enough, Betty still acted as if nothing had happened, sleeping soundly on the princess bed. "Humph, as expected, not a single word. Treasuring a blank book like this, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll leave some of my calligraphy for you." The manna arms elongated like rubber, swiping a quill pen from Betty's desk. After dipping it in ink, the magic mirror began to write on the blank paper. "The true Lord of Destiny who manifests calamity, the mysterious sovereign who reflects the dusk, the great demon of soul-devouring and sleep, Wulgaroth, was here. Ha ha, as expected, only a 3-part honorary title is worthy of me." Having finished, he put the quill back on the desk. Creak. The desk with loose nails made a slight noise when pressure was applied. The magic mirror immediately remembered Betty saying she would use him as a hammer to fix the bookshelves. Looking down at the calligraphy he had left, he only felt a chill envelop him. I'd better cross it out." Chapter 22, Dream and Reality. The magic mirror picked up the pen again and drew several lines over the existing handwriting. Looking at the smudged page, he felt something was off. After thinking carefully for a moment, he raised his hand and added a few more words. "The mediocre diviner Grim Anderson was here. Ha ha, now it's fine. When the super male master battles the evil lowly, the great soul-devouring nightmare Wulgaroth will watch the fire from the other side. He. What are you doing?" A tired, questioning voice came from the darkness. The magic mirror increased its brightness, reflecting Grin's face, which still showed traces of sleepiness. "And nothing at all. Master, how did you manage to break free from your sweet dream? How do you know it was a sweet dream?" Grin immediately became alert. Just now he had dreamed that a jade seal descended from the heavens, inscribed with, "Mandated by heaven, may your life be long and prosperous." Just as he was about to ascend the throne, he suddenly heard someone call him mediocre. Grin was furious and swore to heaven that he would exterminate their 9 generations, which caused him to wake up. "What are you hiding behind your back? Hand it over to your emperor." "And no. I really don't have anything. Give it here. What could your small body possibly hide?" Grin snatched the item the magic mirror was hiding behind its back. He didn't know until he looked, and when he did, he was shocked. What the actual F***ck? How dare you scribble all over Betty's book of wisdom? Holy sh**t, you even wrote my name. Master. I can explain. I must have the worst luck ever. Aren't you trying to get me killed? Grin's face turned green. If Betty saw this, she would slaughter him. Thinking this, he glanced toward the bed. The girl's delicate sleeping face displayed a peaceful and sweet smile, as if she were dreaming of the most wonderful thing in the world. Thank goodness Betty didn't wake up. Hurry up and figure out a solution for me. A solution. I got it. Master, we can kill the witness. The magic mirror looked up and saw Grin's face was nearly spitting fire, so it immediately corrected itself. I mean, killing the witness is definitely out of the question. How about we tear off this page? The pages of this book aren't connected very firmly to the cover, they're practically falling apart. The magic mirror extended its translucent arm, grabbed the corner of the page, and carefully pulled it off. Master, look, we just need to use a little force. The page dropped, revealing the content of the next page. The sentence written by the magic mirror was still stubbornly stuck to the paper, though the marks had faded significantly. Grin was so angry that smoke seemed to pour from his orifices, and his fingers cracked audibly. Now you know to use a little force. Why didn't you hold back when you were writing? It seeped into the second page. Hurry up, tear it off again. Tear, tear. After tearing off 4 or 5 pages, there were finally no more words. However, some indentations still remained, but the room was too dim for the two of them to notice. Grin held the Book of Wisdom and tried flipping through it, feeling uneasy. Tell me, hasn't this book gotten a bit thinner? An illusion, master, it must be an illusion. This is all your fault. Damn it, eat these extra pages. Grin bared his teeth, crumpled the torn pages into a ball, and stuffed them into the mouth the magic mirror had manifested. Master, no. I really can't eat any more, gag. After dealing with the magic mirror, Grin tiptoed to Betty's bedside and gently tucked the book back under Betty's pillow. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, Betty rolled over and pinned it down. Her 2 restless little paws firmly gripped Grin's arm, and she mumbled in her sleep. Mother, please, tell Betty who that person really is. Feeling the soft sensation transmitted through his fingertips, Grin's movements instantly froze, and he mechanically turned his head like a wooden puppet. You damned mirror freak, do something quick. The magic mirror quickly flew over, hovered above Betty, and began casting a hypnosis spell. Sleep, my illiterate daughter. What are you rambling about? Master, this spell of mine requires saying something as a vessel for the word soul. This time, the magic mirror increased the dosage of the sweet dream factor. Betty could no longer exert any strength and stretched out like a doll. Finally finished. Grin collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, feeling the relief of finishing homework on the last day of vacation. Wlga Roth. Master, just call me Magic Mirror. The magic mirror, called by its full name, shuddered all over, feeling like it might be forced into exile. You better not come out recently. Grin grabbed the body of the magic mirror and plucked it from the air. Then, with a thought, he recalled the magic mirror into his body and revoked its permission to manifest independently. Having finished all this, Grin slowly crawled back to his original spot, closed his eyes with an exhausted expression, and rested. Time flowed silently, and the sky gradually brightened. Yesterday was barely a peaceful night, at least no one died in the darkness. As soon as the sun peeked out, the maids in the mansion were already busy. Clattering sounds echoed in the kitchen, and the aroma of milk and oatmeal slowly drifted out. Rem, stir a little faster, or there will be lumps and the texture will drop significantly. Sorry, sister, Rem's wrist feels a bit sore and weak. The blue-haired maid seriously stirred the oatmeal. She had been tied up for quite a while yesterday, causing her wrist to still be somewhat stiff. Let me take over. You stand by and add the milk. Rem looked at her sister worriedly, took the ladle, and replaced Rem in the task. Dida. Just then, a flurry of footsteps came from outside the kitchen door. Why does Betty have to do something like this, Ashira? Stop pushing, you 2 idiots. A furious Beatrice appeared at the doorway, followed by a half-crouching Grin, who was followed by a half-crouching Subaru Natsuki. The latter 2 were tightly gripping the former's hem, hiding desperately behind her like in a game of eagle-catching chicks. You promised nicely just now. You must successfully lead us to get breakfast. Grin poked his head out from behind Betty, wanting to see if the situation was dangerous. He gripped Betty's skirt hem with both hands, using her as a human shield. This was an act of desperation. He had stayed up all night, and Subaru Natsuki was still recovering, and now they were starving. Even the extremely thick-skinned Subaru Natsuki felt a little ashamed right now. Green-kun, are we really going to be okay doing this? He raised his head and cautiously glanced at Rem, and his face involuntarily began to phantom pain, as if the bone-deep wound from yesterday had reappeared. Betty reached her limit. Since Grin was half-crouching, his head was perfectly within Betty's striking range. Bang! Betty raised her hand and knocked him with a punch. Judging by the sound, it must have been a solid hit. Ouch! Grin rolled to the side and frantically rubbed the spot where he was hit, trying to alleviate some of the pain. Hiss! What the heck are you doing, Betty? Can't you tell friend from foe? Betty glanced at Ram and Rem, not sensing any killing intent whatsoever. Betty doesn't believe there are any enemies here. It's likely just idiot Grin's imagination. Hashtag 23 Which is more delicious, breakfast or elves? Chapter 23, Which is more delicious, breakfast or spirits? Rem set down the fresh milk jug in her hand, and walked toward the trio. Subaru Natsuki's face paled with shock. He slumped to the ground in terror, scooting backward repeatedly. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Green-kun, quick, save me. Green was about to react when he saw Ram shake her head at him, signaling him not to move for the time being. Rem didn't get completely close to Subaru Natsuki either. She stopped when there were still 2 or 3 meters between them. She pressed her hands against her skirt and bowed to Subaru Natsuki. I'm sorry, Subaru. Rem should not have been so impulsive. Rem had explained it to her yesterday. Roswell's orders were to observe in secret and not act rashly, as the possibility of Subaru Natsuki being a witch cultist was very small. Even if she didn't listen to that clown's orders, she still had to listen to her sister's words. Seeing that Rem wasn't there to kill him, Subaru Natsuki finally let his heart return to his chest. From his perspective, being inexplicably suspected and hunted down was truly hard to accept. Subaru Natsuki looked at Rem dejectedly and said, Rem, I've been so confused all last night. Why did you come to kill me? And what is this witch cult you guys mention? What is miasma? Am I really not trustworthy at all? Hearing the term witch cult, even though Rem had already prepared herself mentally, she still couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Seeing Rem's emotions fluctuate, Green quickly walked over to Ram's side and casually grabbed a bowl to scoop a few spoonfuls of porridge. Geez, why are you talking so much, you guy? Here, take this and go eat outside. After saying that, Green shoved the bowl of porridge to Subaru Natsuki and quickly sent him away. Having sent away the fuse, Green turned back, got a bowl for himself, and started eating on the spot while blowing on it to cool it down. Ram watched Green's unsightly eating manner with some speechlessness. Shameless fellow. You bullied my sister yesterday, yet today you actually dare to swagger around in front of her sister. I really don't know what to say to you. Green felt very comfortable sipping the porridge along the edge. His cold stomach finally began to warm up. He scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, I didn't mean to hurt Rem, I just wanted her to calm down. After thinking about it, Green prepared to apologize to Remington. I'm sorry, Remington. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I have some research in pharmacology, feel free to tell me anything. It's all right, Green-kun, please don't mind it. Rem is the one who should apologize to you. I caused you trouble last night. The blue-haired maid gave Green a soft bow as well, then returned to her busy work. Green felt quite uneasy watching her. Rem, with a knot in her heart, looked truly lonely. He had to find an opportunity to help her. Rem gave Green a disdainful side eye. Rem is still too gentle. If it were Rem being treated like that, I would definitely give you a hard punch, and then step on your face after you fall to the ground. Green's eyes lit up, and he shamelessly leaned toward Ram. Too kind, Ram. Now that you've finished describing the reward, what's the punishment? As soon as these words came out, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Beatrice's brows furrowed tightly as she slowly backed out the door. The mansion is no longer clean. Betty is going back to the Forbidden Library. Ram choked for a long while before speaking. Your level of shamelessness has once again set a new record with Ram. Rem, make sure to throw away the bowl he used. Rem nodded. Sister, Rem thinks it would be better to burn it to ashes. Seeing that everyone had returned to their usual moods, Green finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, as expected, Ram and Rem are cuter like this. Ram, having understood Green's purpose, allowed a rare smile to surface. Stop being glib, Green. The mansion's ingredients are almost gone. Once Rem is finished, she'll need you to accompany her to the nearby village to purchase some. Subaru Natsuki probably wouldn't be able to go in his current state. As long as Rem appeared in his line of sight, his legs would go weak. It was better to leave him in the mansion to recuperate. No problem, just call me when it's time. Green nodded and finished all the oatmeal porridge in his bowl. After stretching, he continued, "Why do I feel a bit sleepy again? Sleeping on the floor yesterday was indeed uncomfortable, and being troubled by the magic mirror in the middle of the night meant he hadn't slept well at all." Ram is almost at a loss for words regarding a creature like Green, who wants to sleep right after eating. Although I don't want to question Lord Roswell's decision, Ram still feels that after hiring you as a guard, the mansion's defense system is effectively paralyzed. Ram took the empty bowl from Green's hand. She didn't actually throw it away, but placed it in the basket for dirty dishes to be washed. Ram, be careful or you won't be able to get married if you're so sharp-tongued. Green was starting to become immune to Ram's venomous tongue. He yawned as he walked out of the kitchen, looking for Subaru Natsuki. He had to give this guy a pep talk, otherwise, Subaru Natsuki might live in fear forever. Sigh, I'm just too kind-hearted. I can't stand to see a fellow countryman suffer. Eventually, Green found Subaru Natsuki in the hallway. The guy was leaning against the windowsill, eating while wearing a perverted smile. Before even getting close, Green heard Subaru Natsuki's outrageous remarks. Ha! As expected, Emilia Tan's smile is the best. Ha ha, it's truly delicious. After saying that, Subaru Natsuki raised his bowl and took a big gulp. Are you freaking peeping? With a shocked expression, Green slowly moved next to Subaru Natsuki and followed his gaze downward. At a time when the early morning mist had not yet faded, Emilia stepped on tiptoe across the dew-covered grass carpet. Her silver hair was like remnant snow forgotten by the moonlight, cascading down as she crouched. Points of light, even fainter than fireflies, rose from the crevices of the moss. They were all lesser spirits that had just awakened. They pursued Emilia's scent, dancing around the young girl. Ha! Lia, good morning. When Puck emerged from between Emilia's hair with a yawn, the lesser spirits scattered like a startled cluster of stars. The glow carried by the little ones trailed long comet tails across the surface of Emilia's silver hair. It made her entire silhouette in the mist take on a texture like dissolving nebulae. So beautiful. Looking at Emilia Tan's beauty, I feel like I could eat another 100 bowls of oatmeal porridge. Subaru Natsuki's eyes were fixed. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. Looking at his bowl, there wasn't a single oat left. It was so clean it could reflect light, yet he was still licking it. Green's fist clenched, his fist was hard. He shouldn't have worried about this pervert at all. You freaking doing this, huh? Just a moment ago in the kitchen you looked like life wasn't worth living and you were in agony, then you turn around and run here to look at girls. Shoo! Green, whatever you do, don't disturb Emilia Tan's morning practice. Although I don't want to share this charming scenery with you, please keep your voice down. Oh right, Green-kun, why don't you go get me another serving of oatmeal porridge? After saying that, Subaru Natsuki handed the bowl to Green without even turning his head, his eyes glued to Emilia. Green slowly looked up, revealing an expression as if he wanted to eat someone, and bared his teeth. You really are a veteran eater, aren't you? Then, the veins in his arm bulged, and his 5 fingers tightened inward with all his strength. With a crack, the porcelain bowl in his hand was crushed into fragments. Chapter 24, Mansion Daily Life. The crisp sound of something breaking was somewhat abrupt in the quiet mansion. Emilia's gaze was naturally drawn over as well. Grin, Subaru, good morning. Dressed in white casual clothes, Emilia stood up and waved vigorously toward Grin, like a white rose swaying in the wind. Subaru Natsuki immediately clutched his chest with both hands, as if hit by some mysterious force, saying entranced. Ah, Emilia's smile is simply too dazzling. I feel warm all over. It really makes one want to worship at her feet. Grin, with the expression of someone watching drama, said, "You brat, as a manservant, you're actually infatuated with your mistress. That's like a guard stealing what he protects." Subaru Natsuki turned his head awkwardly. "Ha, I forgot you were still here. Please forget what I just said immediately." Grin gave a mischievous smile and snapped his fingers with a pop. A purple-black magic circle, unique to transformation magic, lit up from beneath his feet. His body and features gradually began to twist, eventually turning into Subaru Natsuki's appearance. "Ah, Amelia's smile is so wonderful, it makes me want to kneel down and lick her boots." "Ah ha ha ha. You pervert." Grin mimicked Subaru Natsuki's voice, cupping his chin with his hands and swaying his hips provocatively, looking utterly ridiculous. Subaru Natsuki was shocked. "Whoa, don't mock me. I didn't say it like that, okay? It's basically the same thing." "Ah, Amelia's smile is simply. Mao you too, that's enough." Amelia's voice rang out from behind them, her delicate, porcelain-like face still tinged with a blush that hadn't yet faded. Subaru Natsuki stammered a bit, like a guy whose mother had just found his stash of adult magazines while cleaning his room. He was so embarrassed his toes were curling. At this rate, he'd probably dig out a whole 3-bedroom apartment in a moment. "Amelia-tan. When did you come up?" Amelia put on a stern expression. "Right when someone wanted to do something strange to my boots." Seeing two Subaru Natsukis before her, she immediately thought of some kind of mirror magic. After observing for a moment, she fixed her gaze on the real Grin. Grin met Amelia's reproachful gaze, feeling incredibly depressed. "No way, Amelia, how did you figure it out this time?" Amelia's cute cheeks puffed out. "Because Grin is a bad boy." Puck popped out from behind Amelia's long hair with a poof, and flopped softly onto her head. "Haha, as expected of my lovely daughter, your observation skills are truly sharp. Green-kun, your smile was far too wicked when you said you wanted to perform a shoe-kissing ceremony for Lia, and Lia happened to catch you in the act." In Puck and Amelia's eyes, Grin had a criminal record. He had previously used magical creatures to steal Amelia's socks. Grin sensed that things were going south and took 2 steps back toward the stairs as the effects of the transformation magic slowly faded. "Can I offer an excuse, Amelia?" Puck leaped lightly and landed steadily on Grin's shoulder. "Youngman Grin, provoking the mistress on your first day of work isn't exactly a good start. You guy, you clearly heard everything." "Haha, who knows? Puck is just a harmless little feline." Subaru Natsuki had always thought Grin was a guest at the mansion. Hearing the conversation between Grin and Puck, he immediately asked in surprise. "What work? Is Grin going to stay and work at the mansion too?" After taking a few deep breaths, Amelia's agitated mood eased. "Yes, Subaru, so you two must get along well from now on." Subaru Natsuki felt a sense of crisis. Could this Grin guy also be here for Amelia-tan? After all, Amelia-tan was so pure and kind, it was inevitable that people would have designs on her. "I see." The more Subaru Natsuki thought about it, the more it made sense. He circled Grin, sizing him up as he spoke. "Green-kun, I won't lose to you." Grin sighed. "You've definitely got some kind of problem." With high spirits, Subaru Natsuki struck his signature pose, a twist of the hips, right finger pointing to the ceiling, with a somewhat fierce grin. "Ha ha ha, Grin. Even if you're more handsome than me, taller than me, and better at fighting. Damn, saying it out loud makes me feel a bit inferior. But even so, you can't shake my position as the #1 manservant in the Roswell mansion." "Ooh." Puck cheered as he flew above everyone. Young people are so full of energy. "Well then, I declare the competition for Amelia's #1 follower officially open." Subaru Natsuki got even more excited, pumping his fists to psych himself up. "Yosh! This is the one competition I absolutely must win." Looking at Subaru Natsuki's ridiculous performance, Grin really couldn't muster any enthusiasm. "Don't worry, Subaru. I'm not interested in your title of number one manservant. Now it was Subaru Natsuki's turn to be confused. He scratched his head in bewilderment, feeling like he'd punched a cloud. Not a manservant? Then what exactly is your role in the mansion, Grin? Grin felt like Subaru Natsuki was sticking to him, and said helplessly. If you're asking what kind of plant I am, I'd like to be a cactus. Please just let me photosynthesize in peace, and stop bothering me. Ha ha. Amelia couldn't help but laugh, but then she covered her mouth in embarrassment when she realized she'd drawn everyone's attention. Grin, really, to say you want to be a cactus with such a straight face, it's so weird. Ha ha ha. Seeing his precious daughter laughing so happily for once, Puck's mood also became excellent. He gave Grin a thumbs up with his furry little paw. Nice job, Grin. 1 point. Damn, Grin beat me to it. I can tell jokes too, Amelia Tan. Subaru Natsuki got a bit anxious, spinning around with his hands clasped until he reached Amelia's side. Just as Grin was wondering how to escape the current mess, he suddenly saw a blue-haired figure walking toward them. Great, reinforcements are here. Grin breathed a sigh of relief. He really had no way of dealing with a Subaru Natsuki, who got so excited whenever he saw Amelia. The blue-haired figure drew closer, the sunlight shattering into tiny, watery points of light on the tips of her hair. It was the adorable Rem, coming from the kitchen. She first gave a slight bow to Amelia, then held the breakfast tray to her chest, her voice soft yet naturally cool. Lady Amelia, today's breakfast is ready. Shall we move to the dining room? Upon hearing Rem's voice, Subaru Natsuki visibly shuddered and scrambled behind Amelia's back like a mouse seeing a cat. Rem, how do you always appear and disappear like a ghost? Please don't suddenly show up next to me, it's terrifying. Hashtag 25 Alam Village. Chapter 25, Aram Village. Amelia stroked Puck's fur as she held him in her arms and said softly, please take it to the dining room, Rem. Would Green and Subaru like to come too? Green shook his head, no, Amelia. Subaru and I have already eaten. I need to accompany Rem to the nearby village to purchase supplies in a little while. Oh, is it Aram Village? That's a particularly beautiful village. If I'm counting the time right, it should be exactly when the mountain cherry blossoms are in bloom. Amelia's tone sounded somewhat cheerful and wistful. Seeing this, Green casually invited her, in that case, would you like to come along and see it, Amelia? Me? A flicker of longing flashed in Amelia's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by thick worry and dejection. She smoothed the hair behind her ear, not wanting anyone to notice her unease. Well, I won't be going. After all, no village would welcome a half-elf. Puck jumped onto Amelia's shoulder, then launched himself with a recoil start, unleashing a kitten-version super punch. With a soft poof, the fist landed softly on Green's face. Dummy Green made Leah sad. -10 points. Green rubbed his right cheek, which was tickled by Puck, looking innocent. Puck is just too indulgent with our princess. If you want to become the king of Lugnica, you can't be afraid of your own people. Amelia opened her mouth slightly, seeming to hesitate. After an internal struggle, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. I'm a little hungry. Rem, let's go to the dining room first. The dejected half-elf girl lowered her head slightly, not daring to meet Green's eyes, giving off a feeling of fleeing in disarray. Puck made a face at Green, then flew back into Amelia's arms, satisfied. Rem, holding a tray, closely followed Amelia towards the dining room. As she passed Green, she said, Green Cohen, please wait for Rem at the dragon stable in the backyard. Rem will come as soon as she finishes her tasks. Green reached out and snatched a few cookies from the tray, replying, Okay, Remington. On the forested mountain path bathed in golden sunlight, the dragon carriage rumbled over gravel with a steady sound. The bronze carriage frame was enveloped by the divine protection of wind avoidance, ensuring those inside felt not a hint of wind resistance. The blue-haired maid skillfully pulled the reins to stabilize the dragon carriage's direction. When she glanced sideways, her pupils reflected the dazzling sun in the sky. Her tone was calm yet resolute. Green Kun, hold on tight. After one more bend, you'll be able to see the buildings of Aram village. The morning mist had long since dissipated. Aram village was bathed in warm, toasty sunlight. Just as Amelia had said, the cherry blossom trees lining the village roads were in full bloom. Pink and white petals fluttered down, covering the thatched roofs of the log cabins and the bluestone paths, looking soft and fluffy. This is amazing. The scenery is so beautiful. Green praised. These mountain cherry blossoms looked sturdier and healthier than any cherry blossom trees he had ever seen, with larger and denser clusters of flowers. Children playing at the village entrance chased and roughhoused, some clutching freshly broken cherry blossom branches. Upon seeing the eagle family crest on the dragon carriage, they began shouting excitedly. It's the Lord's dragon carriage. So cool. This earth dragon is awesome. Quick, go tell Grandma, the village chief. Among the group of children was a rather eye-catching little girl with reddish-brown shoulder-length hair and peacock blue eyes gazing curiously at the dragon carriage. Petra. Green muttered to himself, feeling that these important characters even seemed more vibrant in color than the others. Rem, worried about damaging the village buildings, reduced the dragon carriage's speed before entering the village proper. As they passed the group of children, Green pulled a handful of cookies from his pocket and offered them to one of the leading kids. The little boy was rather skinny, with a perky topknot tied at the back of his head. If he remembered correctly, his name was Luca. Haha, thank you, big brother from the Lord's house. You're welcome. Share them with your friends. Just remember not to use the hand you wiped your nose with. Green waved happily, then gestured by running a finger under his nose. The kid's snot was about to drip. Rem glanced at Green and said, Rem doesn't recall you grabbing so many cookies at once. Oh, I snagged a few more from the kitchen after you left. It seems we'll need to lock the kitchen door in the future. Don't be so ruthless, Rem. Rem drove for a while longer, finally stopping in a relatively open area of the village. Rem first tied the earth dragon's reins to a sturdy post, then took a large bag of coins from the carriage. Green Kun can look around for now. Rem will notify you after selecting the supplies. Sure, Remington. If there's anything too heavy to move, please let me know. I do have some strength. Green rolled up his sleeve, displaying his meager bicep. Rem blinked. Rem thinks you should work out a bit, Green Kun. With that, the little maid left without looking back. Green was instantly plunged into self-doubt, striking several bodybuilding poses on the spot. It's not that bad, is it? Could it be I've been doing too much cardio? Engrossed in his muscle research, Green didn't notice the faint, rustling footsteps of little feet behind him. When he snapped back to reality, he was already surrounded by the same group of children. Big brother, what are you doing? Big brother's poses are so weird. Green put away his smile and threatened, you little brats, daring to mock me. Don't you know what my true identity is? Luca raised his hand, I know. You must be the Lord's coachman, mister. The twins Dine and Kane also squeezed forward, he could also be a cook. Petra nibbled on a cookie, crumbs still at the corner of her mouth. I think Big Brother is a gardener. Stop, stop, stop. What nonsense is this? Quiet, all of you, be quiet. Green quickly silenced the chattering brats. Once they all closed their little mouths and looked at him curiously, he lowered his voice mysteriously and said, have you ever heard of the child agitator? No. Haven't heard of it. Is it a new job? Me. I know. It's the castrator. The animal castrator. I've seen them, their knives are super fast. You little chubby kid, you're quite the talker. A surge of anger welled up. Green first nodded expressionlessly, silently picked up a stick from the ground, and then immediately flew into a rage. All right, animal castrator, is it? I'll castrate you right now. Ah, Big Brother's gone crazy. Big Brother, come chase me. Ha ha ha, me too, me too. The children scattered in all directions. Green, wielding a small stick, chased after them desperately. Faster, Big Brother. If you run that slow, a wolf might catch you. You little mice, scurrying so fast. Green chased for a long time but couldn't catch up. He leaned against a cherry blossom tree, panting heavily. Seeing Green stop, the child brigade actually turned back, cheering him on from about 10 meters away. Hey, animal castrator, we're over here. Come chase us. If you catch us, we'll treat Big Brother to cherry blossom cake. Chapter 26, The village children bully me for being old and weak. Shoot. The village children to the south are bullying me for being old and weak, running like the wind without even breaking a sweat. Grin adjusted his breathing, and looked up at the little fatty, who had called him an animal castrator. After a thought, he fished out a few more biscuits from his pocket. Whoever brings that chubby kid over to me, I'll give them 5 biscuits. Luca stepped forward. Haha, Big Bro can't outrun us, so he's starting to use schemes. We would never betray a friend for just 5 biscuits. That's right, Mildo is much more important than biscuits. The children stood with their hands on their hips, looking like a band of loyal brothers. Grin gave a mischievous smirk and continued to tempt them. Have you ever heard of tree cake? When you cut it open, you can see alternating rings of light and dark like tree rings. Inside, it's filled with layers of pale golden honey and rich fresh cream. One bite is soft and delicate, like falling into a honey pot. Slurp, slurp. The little one's eyes sparkled, and even the little fatty who started it all couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. Their tone wasn't as firm as before. Even if it's the cake you're talking about, how many can you give? Yeah, even if it's cake. Wait, Luca, what did you just say? Seeing this, Grin felt delighted, almost unable to hold back a laugh. He gave Luca an instigating wink. I can let you eat until you're full. As soon as those words came out, the little fatty Mildo panicked a bit and started shuffling backward, trying to slip away. Catch Mildo. Leave it to me. You two block him. No. Aren't we friends? You're thick-skinned, you'll be fine. A moment later, Mildo was carried in front of Grin. Seeing that resistance was futile, he accepted his fate. You little fatty, you're so chubby, and yet you dare to make fun of me. Take this. Grin used both hands to poke at Mildo's ticklish spots. Mildo immediately became like a propped-up fat loach, twisting and laughing hysterically in midair. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. I was wrong, Big Brother. Ha ha ha, you traitors. Ha ha ha. Grin didn't stop until the boy was laughing so hard tears came out, and only then did the children let Mildo down. The little fatty was exhausted and sat directly on the ground. Just as Grin was worried he might have made him cry, he suddenly hugged Grin's leg. Big Brother, is there a share of that cake for me? Grin tapped his forehead. Everyone gets a share. I'll go to the royal capital to buy it for you in a couple of days. It's actually a dessert from the royal capital. Will it be very expensive? Big Brother, just 1 piece for each of us. No, we can just share 1 piece. It might even be food for the nobles. Grin couldn't take the noise anymore and quickly raised his hand to stop the group of children. All right, quiet down. I said I'd let you eat your fill, and I won't go back on my word. Petra walked over and asked softly, we still don't know Big Brother's name. Hello, My name is Petra, and I'm 12 years old. Oh right, I'm Luca. We're friends from now on. I am Kane. This is my younger brother, Dine. May. And finally, me, Mildo. Grin leaned down and patted the dust off Mildo's clothes. My name is Grin. I'm a guard for your lord's family. After saying that, Grin distributed the last of the biscuits to everyone. Petra took out a rough-looking pink cake from her robe and held it out to Grin. "Brother Grin, please have some cherry blossom cake." Grin took the cake. "If I eat too much of this, my hair won't turn pink, will it?" Petra blinked her large eyes in confusion. "Of course not. I've already eaten 5 today. We picked the cherry blossoms ourselves, it took a lot of effort." Seeing how cute Petra was, Grin couldn't help but reach out and stroke her head. Petra quickly dodged. "Stop it, Brother Grin. I won't grow tall if you do that." Mildo wolfed down the biscuits in his hand in just 2 or 3 bites. The little fatty, still hungry, hugged Grin again and started searching his pockets. "Brother Grin, is there anything else to eat? Your biscuits are too small, they slip right down as soon as they're in my mouth." "Hey, you little rascal." After some rummaging, Mildo felt a square, hard object. He pulled it out and saw it was a pitch-black book. "I guess this isn't edible." Mildo sniffed it, it definitely smelled like a book. He opened it and saw words he didn't recognize, but he could understand the pictures. It was a beautiful woman wearing a crown. "Wow! What a beautiful auntie." Hearing this, everyone crowded around, forming a circle with the book in the middle to look at it together. "So pretty. She's wearing a silver-white crown, she must be a queen. When Petra grows up, she'll definitely be even prettier than this queen. Look, the little girl on this page looks even more like a grown-up Petra. It's a pity there's no color." Grin face-bombed. He really couldn't handle this group of overly familiar kids. Hey, give that back to me." Hearing Grin's voice, the most sensible one, Petra, stepped out from the crowd holding the dark fairy tale book. "Brother Grin, who is this little girl? Why doesn't she have any color?" Petra pointed at the image on the page and looked at Grin expectantly. It was a young girl wearing a hooded cotton robe, her delicate face hidden beneath the hood. Her hair was tied into 2 small braids hanging over her shoulders, a scarf was wrapped around her neck, and her eyes were as bright as a deer in the forest. In a trance, she really did look like a grown-up version of Petra. Grin took the book and realized, oh, this is Little Red Riding Hood, a brave little girl who dared to fight a wicked wolf. She'll probably have color the next time we meet. Of course, if Grin could unlock this entry in the meantime, colors would naturally appear on the portrait. Stars lit up in Petra's eyes. "That's amazing. Wolves are very scary. There are wolves in the forest, we hear them howling sometimes. If it weren't for the barrier, the village's livestock would have been stolen long ago." Grin found a rock to sit on and looked at Petra gently. "Then would you like to hear the heroic story of Little Red Riding Hood, Petra?" "Yes." Petra nodded earnestly and sat down happily next to Grin. "All right. We get to hear a story. I want to hear it too." The other children quickly brought over rocks or wooden stumps to use as stools and sat around Grin. Grin took a deep breath, holding the fairy tale book, and his expression relaxed. Legend has it that in a certain forest lived a little girl who always wore a red hood. Her name was Margaret. Grin stopped abruptly halfway through, his brow furrowing deeply. He found the content in the book to be quite strange, it was too bloody and bizarre, not suitable for children. After thinking quickly, Grin chose to switch to the widely known common version. This place was different from the royal capital. If he scared the children, their angry parents would surely arrive faster than the guards. Unbeknownst to Grin, a figure in a white cloak was hiding behind a cherry blossom tree not far away, quietly eavesdropping on them. Hashtag 27 Little Red Riding Hood, the Forest Elf. Chapter 27, Little Red Riding Hood, the Forest Spirit. One day, her mother asked Little Red Riding Hood to bring wine and cake to her sick grandmother, warning her, "Stick to the main road, don't run off, and don't talk to strangers." Once in the forest, she met a big bad wolf. The cunning wolf asked where she was going, and upon learning it was her grandmother's house, he took a shortcut and arrived there first. He knocked on the door and tricked the grandmother into opening it, then swallowed her whole in one gulp. He put on her clothes and nightcap and climbed into bed. Little Red Riding Hood arrived later, and seeing that grandmother looked strange, began to ask her questions one by one. "Grandmother, why are your ears so big? All the better to hear you with. Grandmother, why are your eyes so big? All the better to see you with. Grandmother, why are your teeth so sharp? All the better to eat you with." Little Red Riding Hood had long noticed something was wrong with her grandmother. When the wolf opened its mouth to pounce, she immediately took a large stone from her basket and shoved it hard into the wolf's mouth. The wicked wolf's throat was blocked, and unable to breathe, he struggled and collapsed to the ground. Finally, the clever and brave Little Red Riding Hood used scissors to cut open the wolf's belly and rescued her grandmother. And that is the end. Grin's voice was magical, leaving the children completely enthralled by the story. Of course, there was one last line he didn't read aloud. Half-Wolf Girl Margaret, core illustration, unlock condition, dissect the bellies of 100 canines. Petra was the first to snap out of the story. She looked a bit shaken, as if she were the one who had encountered the wolf. Wolves really are too scary. Luckily it's daytime, or I wouldn't even dare go out. Grin gently patted Petra's head to comfort her. Don't worry, Petra. In the Mather's territory, there is a princess secretly protecting you all. Petra looked up with a face full of admiration. Really? Just like Little Red Riding Hood? Grin chuckled. Of course it's different. Our princess is braver, kinder, and she loves wearing white clothes. Among the group of children, the youngest girl, May, pointed to a cherry blossom tree and said, not quite understanding, white clothes. Like that person. Everyone quickly looked in that direction, but there was no one behind the cherry blossom tree. There were only a few clusters of cherry blossoms fluttering in the air, as if startled by someone. Ha! Did I see wrong? May bit her finger, her eyes filled with confusion. Grin stood up as well, stretching his slightly numb calves. All right, children, that's it for today's story. Finally, I must warn you too, stick to the main road, don't run off, and whatever you do, don't talk to strangers. Do you hear me? Oh no, Big Brother Grin has turned into a nagging old lady. Where would strangers come from in the village? Big Brother Grin, do you count as one? Grin gave Luca, who had asked the question, a light kick on the buttocks. I came off the Magirius household's dragon carriage, so of course I don't count. I'm talking about people of unknown origin and suspicious behavior. Luca clutched his bottom, grimacing as he dodged to the side. Oh, there is one. A little girl named Melly came recently. When asked whose child she is, she doesn't say. The other children quickly retorted, how can Melly count? We're already friends. Petra also nodded solemnly. Melly-chan looks so cute, how could she be a suspicious person? She's just quiet. Luca, don't you dare think about bullying her. A name flashed through Grin's mind, Meili Portrout. This little girl was certainly not someone who could be described as cute. Although she was only 13, who knows how many lives had already ended at her hands. Melly had come this time bringing a magical beast with cursing abilities, the Hellhound Ulgarim. Grin flipped through the pages of the book, stopping at the section for the story Beauty and the Beast. Stroking the majestic figure in the illustration, a meaningful look appeared in his eyes. A curse. It really is a case of speak of the devil. Children, for the safety of Aram village, as a retainer of Roswell, I must verify little Melly's identity. We'll take you, Big Brother Grin. Melly always likes to play by the forest fence. We'll definitely find her. Luca and Mildo took the lead, each grabbing one of Grin's hands and dragging him forward. Petra and the other children followed at a trot. Big Brother Grin, please don't be too harsh, okay? You'll scare Melly-chan. The figures of the group gradually receded, and the sounds of their play slowly grew faint. Just then, a young girl dressed in white stepped out from behind the cherry blossom tree May had pointed to. That was close, Leah. It's your fault for listening so intently. A small, gray, short-haired cat emerged from the girl's silver hair. It wiped its forehead with a cute little paw, as if brushing away non-existent sweat. Admiration and envy showed in Amelia's eyes. Grin is amazing, being so popular with the children. Puck nodded with satisfaction. That guy seems to care quite a bit about Leah's reputation, don't you think, our princess? Amelia reached out and pinched Puck's small face, pulling it slightly as she scolded, Puck, if you keep teasing me, I'm going to ignore you. The wind blew, and cherry blossom petals fell from the sky like snow. A few soft pink petals landed on the tips of Amelia's silver-white hair, immediately catching her attention. She stopped and reached up to gently brush the petals from her shoulder, her pale purple eyes looking up through the rain of flowers. The cherry blossom tree overhead was lush and leafy, with pink and white flowers clustered together, swirled by the wind into a flowing mist of blossoms. Puck leaped onto Amelia's head and shook off all the petals from her hair. Leah seems very happy today. Amelia gave a brilliant smile. After all, the cherry blossoms in Aram village are the most flourishing and beautiful in the entire Mathers territory. I just wonder what cherry blossom cakes taste like. I've never had one before. Puck had a sudden idea. Why don't we pick some and take them back for Rem to make? They're bound to buy plenty of flour and brown sugar today. Good idea. Grin might like them too. Amelia nodded excitedly and looked around for the fullest blossoms. It was then she noticed that some of the cherry blossom trees already showed clear signs of picking. Some trees even had many branches broken off. The sap at the breaks hadn't even solidified yet, suggesting they had been broken recently. Amelia said helplessly, what a bunch of naughty children. If the branches are broken, there will be fewer cherry blossoms next year. On the other side, led by Luca and the others, Grin searched for Melly along the fence at the edge of the village. Ha ha, big brother Grin, she's over there. The chubby Mildo pointed his finger, guiding Grin's gaze. The little girl named Melly Portrout was huddled by the fence, looking very small. She wore her lake blue hair in a braid, and her large emerald eyes appeared innocent yet hid a charm unsuited to her age. She was dressed simply in a light blue dress with a blue collar, looking innocent and shy. Crouching next to Melly was a blue-haired maid holding a sack. It was Rem, looking like a curious child. As he approached, Grin realized what she was looking at. She was looking at a chubby little puppy that Melly was holding in her arms. The little thing had its eyes squinted and made occasional snorting sounds, and there was a circular bald patch on top of its head. Chapter 28, Little Hero. So cute. Rem's expression remained flat, but the affection in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She squatted down and tentatively reached out her right hand, resting it on the puppy's small face. The soft, warm touch was somewhat addictive for Rem, and a faint puppy scent lingered in the air. Just as Rem's small hand slid toward the puppy's head. The puppy, which had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened its eyes and bared its teeth, letting out a warning growl. Rem, watch out. Grin, having been prepared, reached out his right hand and covered Rem's small hand. At the same time, the puppy in Melly's arms jerked its head and bit down. Squelch. The sound of sharp teeth sinking into flesh rang out. The puppy had bitten Grin's palm. Rem panicked slightly and hurriedly reached out to pry the puppy's mouth open. Grin, are you okay? Grin raised his hand to look. There were 4 small holes in his palm, though not much blood was flowing out. It's fine, Remington. It's just a minor injury. Melly quickly hugged the puppy tightly and bowed repeatedly to the injured Grin in apology. Sorry, big brother. It didn't mean it. Petra hurriedly took a clean white handkerchief from her pocket and carefully bandaged Grin's hand. Brother Grin, a puppy's teeth are very dirty. You must apply some herbs. The other children also came over to look at Grin's wound, some offered comfort, while others blamed Melly. Big brother Grin, I used to get bitten by dogs all the time. Just putting some saliva on it will fix it. Melly, what's wrong with you? You're basically raising a wolf cub. Big Brother Grin, why don't you just neuter it right now? Grin waved his hand, silencing the group of children. Looking at Melly again, she really was quite the actress. If Grin hadn't known her true identity beforehand, he might have actually been fooled by her. Grin leaned down and patted Melly's shoulder, feigning comfort. All right, little sister, don't worry too much. A small wound like this will heal in a day or two. It's much easier than having your stomach sliced open. Melly's expression suddenly froze. After looking up, she quickly adjusted her emotions and said pitifully, I'm really sorry, Big Brother. Melly knows she was wrong. Please don't say such scary things anymore. Melly is a bit scared. As she spoke, the little girl began to sob, looking as if she were about to burst into tears. Petra quickly ran to Melly's side, hugged her, and turned her head to look at Grin reproachfully. Brother Grin is so mean, scaring a child like that. There, don't cry, Melly. I've already scolded him. Grin shrugged and gave a helpless smile. Even though Petra herself was just a little tot, she had the air of a little adult. From time to time, he looked toward the forest outside the fence, where the magic stones maintaining the barrier were hanging. Although they were still bright, Grin felt that something had already gone wrong. Melly wouldn't be squatting here for no reason. Breaking the barrier to release Mabiasts was also one of her tasks. After watching for a while, Grin turned his gaze back to Melly, only to find that she had been secretly observing him as well. It was a mocking and cold gaze, as if she were looking at a corpse. The stupid dog in this girl's arms was exceptionally powerful. He and Rem alone wouldn't be able to defeat it. Grin quietly clenched his right hand. Waves of tearing pain radiated from the bite marks. Next time they met, he had to completely eliminate this hidden threat. Rem looked at the sun, which was tilting slightly to the west, and came over to urge him. Grin, it's getting late. We should return to the mansion. Your wound needs to be bandaged properly as soon as possible. Haha, Rem, just say it if you're worried about me. Grin gave Rem a reassuring look. This little maid was always so reserved. But her eyes really couldn't lie, as they kept involuntarily glancing at Grin's injured palm. The tips of Rem's ears instantly flushed a faint red. Avoiding Grin's burning gaze, she said. Rem isn't worried. It's just that if we don't go back soon, sister will turn into an old woman. If even her sister says that, Rem will cry if she hears it. Grin walked over to Rem and casually took the sack from her hand, slinging it over his shoulder. As soon as he took it, a sense of heaviness overwhelmed him. Holy crap, I wanted to show off a bit, but I didn't expect it to be this heavy. Rem replied, it's just some sweet potatoes. Then, Green Kun will be able to taste sister's specialty dish. Of course, if you find it too heavy, it's best not to push yourself. Grin bounced the sack a bit, putting on an air of ease. It's a piece of cake. Rem, go and bring the dragon carriage over first so I don't have to carry it for as long. Rem nodded and left for the place where the dragon carriage was parked. After watching Rem disappear from sight, Grin turned back and said, Hey, Petra, could you walk me out? Petra tilted her head in confusion. Just me. Everyone can walk you out together. Petra is right. Big Brother Grin is too biased. Is there something tasty you're only giving to Petra? Grin quickly stopped them. Hey, no heckling. I have serious business with Petra. If anyone else follows, I'll cancel their tree cake. Seeing Grin use tree cake as a threat, the other children had no choice but to stay put. After walking for a bit and distancing himself from Melly, Grin slowly moved closer to Petra. Petra, I have something important to ask of you. Petra nodded solemnly. Yes, please tell me, Brother Grin. I don't know if I can do it, but I will certainly try my best. Then, Grin whispered into Petra's ear, a wolf has entered the village. I need you to protect the other children. Petra's small body trembled. She said fearfully, Really? If there really is a wolf, we should quickly inform the village chief grandma. Grin took Petra's small hand, soothing her emotions. Listen to me, Petra. You don't need to confront the wolf head-on. You just need to quietly tell all the children except Melly to return home as soon as the sun sets, and not to go out under any circumstances. Why exclude Melly? Because she is with the wolf. Grin's words were like some sort of evil whisper, causing Petra's brain to stall. The little girl's speech became a bit stuttered. How can that be? Melly-chan clearly looks so kind. Grin gently rubbed Petra's small head. Be strong, Petra. Be brave like Little Red Riding Hood, okay? Hashtag 29 The Love-Starved Elf Girl. Chapter 29, The Love-Starved Spirit Girl. A light seemed to shine in Petra's eyes as she looked up at Grin and said, I'll do my best, big brother Grin, but I'm really worried. What if everyone really gets taken by the wolves? What should we do then? Grin crouched down to Petra's eye level before responding with a warm smile. If that time comes, I will definitely come to save you. A glimmer of light appeared in Petra's eyes, and she extended her right hand. Then let's pinky promise. Okay. Grin also extended his hand, and their little fingers hooked together. By the dragon god, I swear this. Petra chanted with her eyes closed. When she opened them again, she was completely calm. Big brother Grin, I will definitely protect everyone. With that, the little girl quickly turned and ran back. Clatter, clatter. The sound of the dragon carriage moving rang out. Right on time, Rem had driven the dragon carriage over. In the mansion, to avoid being seen by others, Emilia had rushed back ahead of everyone. She hadn't stopped running the whole way, and even with Puck's help, she was finding it a bit too much to handle. As soon as she returned to her room, Emilia threw herself onto the soft bed, looking utterly exhausted. Puck, however, was still full of energy. Perched by Emilia's ear, he said, Leah seems quite happy today. Emilia rolled over, lying limply on the bed. I've always wanted to go to Aram village, and this time I finally made up my mind to do it. Puck teased, my poor daughter, you really don't have to be so cautious. As long as you wear that cloak that hinders recognition, you could have gone with Grin. Emilia shook her head. Hiding under a cloak and hiding behind a cherry blossom tree are essentially the same thing. Puck raised a small paw and tapped his own head. Sorry, Leah. I misspoke that time. Emilia opened her arms and hugged Puck to her chest, saying gently, it's okay, Puck. As long as you're with me, that's enough. Knock, knock, knock. Right in the middle of this warm moment between father and daughter, the sound of knocking rudely interrupted. Who is it? Emilia called out, but there was no response. Creak. She pushed the door open. To her confusion, there was no one in sight outside. Puck's observation skills were better. He immediately pointed at something on the floor and reminded her, Leah, look down. Emilia immediately lowered her head, and indeed saw a tray on the floor. On the tray lay a fresh cluster of cherry blossoms, and a pink cake that looked rather roughly made. Emilia covered her mouth in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Did Green Kunt bring this back for me from Aram village? Yes, it must have been him. Puck was also surprised. Just as he was about to fly over, Emilia quickly stopped him, saying, Wait, Puck. Don't come over just yet. Just wait a moment. As she spoke, Emilia quickly pinched her sleeve and dabbed at her eyes. After several deep breaths, she crouched down and picked up the tray. Leah. Puck called softly. He knew that Emilia, who lacked affection, was feeling deeply moved at the moment, and it was best to let her adjust on her own. Emilia sniffled and changed the subject. Grin has been led astray by the children of Aram village. Next time I see him, I must give him a good scolding. Puck nodded and gently ruffled Emilia's hair. Get some rest, Leah. You look exhausted. Emilia placed the cherry blossoms in a vase by the bed, and tightly clutched the cherry blossom cake in her hand. She had really wanted to eat it earlier, but now she felt reluctant to do so. The weary Amelia closed her eyes like this, holding the cherry blossom cake, and leaning against the bedside, drifting off into a hazy sleep. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility. Outside, why is it so noisy? Amelia got out of bed and put on her slippers. Looking out the window, the sun was already touching the mountains in the west. The Great Spirit Puck had long since reached his rest time, and had retreated into the magic crystal hanging from Amelia's chest. As soon as Amelia opened the door, she bumped into a visibly anxious Ram. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked, "Ram, has something happened?" Ram's eyes held a trace of sorrow. "Lady Amelia, Grin. Grin is dying." "How could that be?" Amelia staggered, and the cherry blossom cake in her hand fell to the floor with a soft thud. Ram didn't have time to explain. She grabbed Amelia's hand and ran towards Grin's room. Upon reaching the room, it was already crowded with people. Roswell, Betty, Rem, and a completely bewildered Subaru Natsuki were all gathered around Grin's bed. Grin, usually so full of vitality, now lay weakly on the bed. His skin was pale, his breathing shallow, appearing to be on the brink of death. Rem tightly held Grin's hand, trying to alleviate his suffering. "Why is this happening? He was fine this morning." She had come to deliver herbs to treat his bite wound, only to find Grin unconscious on the bed as soon as she entered. In her panic, Rem could only notify everyone to come, hoping they could help. Suppressing her heavy feelings, Betty raised her right hand and cast a spell to detect abnormal conditions. A moment later, wisps of black smoke suddenly began to rise from the canine bite marks on Grin's palm. "It's here." Betty grabbed Grin's hand and examined it closely. "This wound is the medium for the spell. Someone has placed a curse on Grin." Hearing this, Rem's pupils trembled. Grin had been bitten while saving her. "It's Rem who killed Green Kun." Once this thought took root, it began to grow wildly without limit. Amelia walked up to Grin's side, tears finally flowing unrestrained. The half-elf girl spoke with heart-wrenching sorrow. "Why? Why would such a terrible thing happen? I thought we could become friends." Rem knelt by the bedside, her hands gently covering Grin's cold hands, just as he had protected her. Her blue eyes were already reddened, her usually determined gaze now filled with fear and helplessness. "Is there really nothing Lady Beatrice can do?" Hearing this, Betty let out a long sigh. "If we had discovered it earlier, we could have easily disrupted the inactive spell. Now that the curse has taken effect, the only way to stop it is to kill the one who cast it. Rem will go kill her now." Veins bulged on Rem's arm, as if she might undergo Oni transformation at any second. She clearly remembered the appearance of that magical beast and its master. Betty shook her head. "It's too late. This spell continuously drains the cursed one's mana. Judging by Grin's current state, he can hold on for at most another hour." Rem stubbornly stood up and walked towards the door. "Rem will kill her within an hour." Rem looked at her sister with concern. She knew it was impossible to dissuade her now. Moreover, she herself owed Grin her life. Thinking of this, she walked to Grin's bedside and said to the unconscious boy, "Even the white whale couldn't take your life. Ram doesn't believe you could become so fragile." Chapter 30, Life Sharing. Ram seemed to have made a decision, and she turned to look at the head of the house. "Lord Roswell, Ram really cannot rest easy leaving Rem alone. Please allow Ram to go with Remington. Of course Green Kun is an important companion of ours after all. Ram, you must bring his life back." Roswell spoke with such righteous dignity that even the unconscious Grin couldn't quite bear it, regaining a bit of consciousness from the chaos. "Cough, cough. Cut the act, you bastard, you're the one who arranged this. Cough, cough." Grin's voice was extremely faint, almost unheard by anyone. Seeing Grin's reaction, Amelia quickly grabbed his hand. "Hey, Grin, Grin, can you hear me? This time, Grin had no reaction at all. Amelia stood up and said in a panic, "I'm going too." Roswell reached out and blocked Amelia's path. "Lady Amelia, for your safety, you must stay inside the mansion. This could very well be a trap set by another faction." Subaru Natsuki also advised in a low voice, "It really is too dangerous outside, Amelia. Let's wait a bit. Rem is so strong, she'll definitely be fine." How could this be? A sense of powerlessness welled up in Amelia's heart. She looked at Grin's sickly pale face, her hands tightly clutching the crystal stone where Puck resided. "Puck, what should I do? Puck, please save Grin." The person in question, Grin, had no real sense of anything at this moment. It was like sinking into an unfathomable bay, descending endlessly without a finish line. He didn't need to breathe, his eyes lost focus, and his ears could only hazily catch a word or two. After an unknown amount of time, faint and intermittent voices drifted down from the distant surface of the sea. "Grin. Grin, please wake up quickly. Grin, don't sleep so soundly, it's time to get up. Grin, next time, let's watch the cherry blossoms together." Buzz. Ripples appeared in the space above Grin's body. A black magic circle expanded instantly, and a pitch-black book emerged from its center. The pages flipped on their own, suddenly stopping at the content for Beauty and the Beast. Colorful light burned like fire, and the illustration of a half-wolf, half-lion behemoth began to rapidly gain color. Under everyone's watchful eyes, strange characters resembling ghostly talismans faded onto the pages. Beast Prince, unlock condition, deeply mired in a curse. Status, unlocked. Abilities, Beast Instinct, Taijutsu, Noble Etiquette. Divine Protection, Blessing of the Forest. Flourishing vegetation will fill your beastly body, all plants within your sight will share their life with you. Betty was the first to notice the abnormality in the room. A pot of alpine lilies of the valley on the bedside table actually began to wither without warning. "Amelia, stand behind me." Amelia asked with a face full of confusion, "What's wrong, Beatrice?" "Don't ask, just come here. Something is happening." Betty's tone took on a hint of urgency. With her brother Puck away, she had to protect this child. Roswell noticed it too, whether it was in the hallway or the garden, the green plants were all starting to wither. Oh my, could it be that the flowers in the mansion have also been hit by a strange curse? Betty widened her purple eyes, carefully observing the flow of mana nearby. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on her face. "It seems the life force of these plants is all converging onto Grin. So you really are in league with the wolves, Melly." Petra's weak voice rang out across the wilderness. At this moment, she was being pinned under the paw of a giant canine mabeast. On the back of the mabeast sat a little girl, none other than Melly Portrout. By now, Melly had shed her mourning disguise of fragility and quietness, and her plain clothes had been replaced by a finely tailored dark purple lace gown. Her pupils were distinct purple rhombuses. When she looked up, her gaze was hazy yet carried a hint of enchantment, as if she could see through the desires and fears in the depths of one's heart. "Ha ha, Petra, it makes me sad to hear you say that about me. However, what surprises me is that you actually managed to hide the other children. That's quite impressive. If I hadn't noticed beforehand, I might not have caught a single one." Although Petra was very scared, she still acted bravely. "We were clearly friends, so why are you doing this?" "Of course we're friends, Petra. Don't worry, as a friend, I'll make sure you die very easily." Melly revealed a sickly smile. The canine mabeast she sat upon, King Volgam, seemed to understand its master's words, slowly raising its front paw and aiming for Petra's neck. Petra could no longer hold it in, and burst into tears. She closed her eyes in despair and shouted loudly, "Someone will come to save me." "Ha ha ha, Petra-chan, you really are naively cute. When you say someone will come to save you, you don't mean those two big sisters in the forest, do you?" Melly said mockingly, her gaze also drifting toward the center of the forest. "Regrettably, Petra-chan, the big sisters are surrounded by a swarm of Mabiasts. They might even meet the gods before you do. No, I made a promise with Big Brother Grin. He will definitely come to save me. Petra responded with all her might. Facing death, the little girl still began to sob. Following Grin's instructions, she had quietly told her little companions to hide in the cellar, and they hadn't come out even by nightfall. As for Petra, she was spotted by Melly on her way to notify village chief grandma. She protected everyone, yet happened to leave herself out. Don't make me laugh, Petra. Big Brother Grin. You don't mean that guy who got bitten by an Ulgrim at noon, do you? Ha 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 ha, by now he's long since turned into a dried-up corpse. Petra shook her head violently. No, he'll come to save me. He'll definitely come. Petra didn't dare to believe otherwise, because Grin was her last saving grace. That's not right. Melly learned some information from the mental feedback of the Ulgrim. That guy who had been cursed actually didn't seem to be dead. How is that possible? Based on the amount of mana extracted, it's already exceeded the mana capacity of 5 normal people. Awoo. Awoo. The pack of Ulgrim Mabiasts in the forest began to let out wails of grief. The wind swept through the woods carrying unease, first kicking up a rustling commotion, the sound of leaves rubbing together as dense as driving rain. Crack, crack. Amidst the noise, the sounds of tree trunks snapping and vines being torn apart mixed together, multiple sounds rapidly spreading through the empty forest. Immediately after, the low growls of Mabiasts surged from the depths, their heavy breathing like drumbeats hitting the tree trunks. Sharp shrieks pierced the twilight, and occasionally, the severed limbs and broken bodies of Mabiasts could be seen being tossed into the air. Roar. An earth-shattering roar pierced through the entire forest, marking the start of the storm. Hashtag 31 The Real Beast. Chapter 31, The True Beast. What a thick scent of blood. Melly withdrew all the smiles from her face, leaving only a look of solemnity and confusion. King Volgam paced restlessly on the spot. The surrounding trees, the wildflowers on the ground, and even the short grass were withering and curling up, as if they had suddenly lost their lives. Melly suddenly shivered, she felt a powerful Mabeast watching her. Who's there? Thud. 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 The ground was vibrating, it wasn't an earth dragon turning over but someone walking. Found you, ha 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 ha, the 100th one. Manic laughter tore through the silence, and in the next second, the forest thickets were violently ripped apart by a massive force. Amidst flying broken branches and leaves, a giant half-wolf, half-lion Mabeast reared up on its hind legs, looming over like a small mountain. The behemoth looked like a lion-wolf monarch clad in fine raiment, every detail blending the contrast between wildness and nobility. Its body was over 4 meters tall, covered entirely in gray and black brindled fur. On its half-lion, half-wolf head, a pair of icy blue vertical pupils shone intimidatingly, like frozen gems embedded in its fur. Its gaping maw revealed 2 rows of dagger-like fangs, saliva dripping from the gaps between its teeth, mingled with a malevolent aura. Standing on the giant beast's broad shoulders were 2 maids, one in blue and one in pink. Behind them was a fresh path carved out by the beast's rampage. The path was littered with the corpses of Ulgrim Mabiasts. Terrifyingly, these canine Mabiasts all had their bellies sliced open, with countless organs, intestines, and blood spilled all over the ground. This is how majestic, its size is almost comparable to a rock pig. Melly was so shocked she was almost speechless. Before this giant beast, King Volgam seemed to have turned back into a kneadable puppy once again. Boom! That mountain moved, its massive body leaped suddenly, turning into an afterimage, and when it reappeared, only a giant claw as large as a canopy came lunging at her face. Before the claw even reached her, it brought a gust of fierce wind, blowing Melly's petite body right off the ground. This also allowed her to escape with her life. Before King Volgam could react, its massive head along with its chest cavity were instantly crushed and exploded. Blood foam and mangled flesh flew everywhere, as half of its body collapsed backward. Petra on the ground was already scared out of her wits, drenched in dog blood and trembling like a leaf, faint whimpers escaping her mouth unconsciously. "No, don't eat me." Ram frowned and kicked the giant beast's snout. "Stupid Grim, even if your head got bigger, is your brain still that of a white rat? If you scare the children of Aram village into a stupor, the medical fees will be deducted from your monthly salary." With those words, Ram dragged her exhausted body and leaped down from the giant beast's shoulder. She rushed to Petra's side, took her into her arms, and turned without hesitation, quickly leaving the center of this bloody battlefield. Rescuing Petra and bringing her back to the village was also the task Grim had given her. On the other side, Rem leaned close to the giant beast's ear and said softly, "Does Green Kun need Rem's help?" The giant beast shook its head, retracted its sword-like claws, and then picked Rem up and set her down, its voice booming like a bell. "Don't worry, Remington, leave this to me. You hurry back to the village with Ram, and repair the barrier as quickly as possible." "All right, Green Kun. Leave it to Remington." Rem nodded obediently and headed in the direction Ram had gone. The giant beast before them was none other than Grim, who had unleashed his beast prince beastification form. After crushing King Volgam, who had placed the curse on him, the valve finally closed on his body, which had been leaking mana like an hourglass. The surrounding plants also stopped withering at the same time. Even so, nearly half of the vegetation in this forest looked as if autumn had arrived. Trees were withered, branches and leaves were yellowed, and countless seeds that had yet to sprout stopped growing in their embryos. Once activated, the blessing of the forest seemed to have turned into a moving ecological disaster. The giant beast strolled leisurely toward Melly. As he passed the corpse of King Volgam, he reached out with a sharp claw and lightly sliced across it. Rip! Instantly the corpse fell apart like tofu, its internal organs pouring out through the cuts. Melly looked up in despair as the giant beast walked toward her step by step, finally crouching down in front of her. "You just what kind of monster are you?" The giant beast laughed ominously, the breath from its mouth and nose blowing against Melly like a hurricane. "Melly, you should start running." The giant beast spoke in a muffled, booming voice, raising a fist the size of a bushel and smashing it violently in front of Melly. Melly felt as if a cannonball had exploded at her feet, the massive shockwave launching her into the air. Her perspective kept rising, and her hearing temporarily vanished, leaving only a ringing in her ears echoing in her mind. After tumbling a dozen times in the air, Melly finally hit the ground, covered in injuries from the fall. The strength in her limbs was exhausted, she lay powerless on the ground, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air. After a long while, just as Melly's hearing began to recover slightly, Grim's reaper-like voice drifted into her ear canal once again. "Can't run anymore, Melly-chan. We're not exactly friends, so letting you die slowly fits your assassin logic, doesn't it?" Grim slowly reached out with his beast-like palm, and gently grasped the defenseless Melly in his hand. His strength was perfectly controlled, leaving only her small head exposed but enough to make it difficult for her to breathe. Cough, cough. Melly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, looking despairingly at the human head-sized eyeballs in Grim's sockets. "Elsa, save me." As the words fell, a black shadow suddenly flashed by like lightning. The person drew a kukri from behind her waist and slashed at Grim. Clang! The sound of clashing metal rang out, and Grim felt a stinging pain in his wrist and knuckles, as if he had been pricked by thin needles. Pfft! Several gashes appeared on the claw Grim used to hold Melly, and a mist of blood sprayed out like a flood. Whew! Grim's hand tendons and joints had been precisely severed, his strength failed to connect, and his 5 fingers went limp and opened. Melly's body was freed, and just as the black shadow went to catch her, Grim's beastly instincts caught her movement. Using his left foot as a pivot, the giant beast spun his body violently, landing a roundhouse kick squarely on the black shadow. The person was sent flying backward with a boom, as if hit by a heavy truck. Then, Grim's tail, as thick as a bowl's rim, flexibly coiled around Melly in midair and hid her behind him. My. Mr. Beast's reflexes are truly quick. A low, soft and sweet voice drifted over as the gut-ripper Elsa slowly climbed up from the ground, the northern cookery twirling in her hands like a dancing butterfly. A dent had appeared in her chest, and blood was continuously gushing from her mouth. If it were a normal person, they would likely be in a near-death state. Chapter 32, Taste My Iron Fist. As expected of the Gut Ripper, you can still stand after taking my aircraft carrier U-turn move. Grin flexed his scratched right hand, blood sliding between his fingers. The blood, brimming with vitality, dripped onto the ground and quickly grew into a cluster of magnificent golden roses. Unfortunately, most of the energy was consumed during the growth process and could not be reabsorbed. Blessing of the forest activated silently, and the surrounding greenery once again began to wither. A massive amount of vitality surged toward Grin. The wound on his hand healed at a visible rate, his muscles and bones reconnected, and his strength was restored in an instant. Elsa's eyes were filled with excitement. Wonderful, you have such a powerful recovery ability. I wonder what would happen if I slashed you 100, 1,000 times. To kill the beast prince who has completed beastification, one must either use highly destructive magic to turn him into ash or fight him until all the nearby greenery has withered. Can your blade last for 1,000 strikes? Grin narrowed his massive vertical pupils, and a dangerous aura immediately swept across the scene. Hearing this, Elsa raised her kukri to take a look. Sure enough, a tiny crack had appeared on the blade. Daijubu, Mr. Beast, if I lose my fangs, I'll use my claws, if I lose my claws, I'll use my bones, if I lose my bones, I'll use my life. That is the way of the Gut Ripper. Now let us begin our slaughter. Until one of us completely turns into nutrients for the soil. With a slight twist of her wrist, her kukri drew a cold silver arc. The wind from the blade tore through the air, emitting a sharp hum. Before her afterimage could fade, she had already turned into a dark shadow glinting with cold light, lunging straight for Grin's throat, the softest blind spot of the giant beast. Courting death. Grin shouted fiercely, his massive maw snapping open to reveal cold, pale fangs. A bloody wind blew toward him, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he met her head-on. He swung his thick forearm horizontally, his claws like 10 unsheathed kukris. He struck at Elsa's waist with immense force, adopting a suicidal style of trading injury for injury. The human and the beast were locked in a fierce struggle in the forest. Their speed was extreme, and the naked eye could only catch the intersecting flashes of blade light and claw shadows. Grin's beastly body possessed monstrous strength. Every swing of his claws could snap a tree as thick as a man's embrace. Wherever his claws swept, rocks shattered and soil flew. The entire woodland was forcibly plowed into several deep trenches. Finally, Elsa caught the gap as Grin turned, the momentary opening when the giant beast's body rotated. Bang! She shot out like an arrow from a bow, pushing off a broken log to suddenly leap higher. She skillfully landed on Grin's broad shoulders and slammed her elbow into his beastly eye with immense force. When dealing with large magical beasts, aiming for weak points is always the most effective method of attack. Grin roared in pain as one of his eyes became bloodshot and burst, temporarily losing his vision. His massive body retreated 2 steps. This moment of sluggishness was all the experienced Elsa needed to seize the opportunity. She immediately flipped onto Grin's neck, her hands gripping the beast's fangs tightly, her knuckles turning white from the exertion. Elsa's smile was tinged with madness as her nails dug deep into the gap between the fangs and gums, forcibly snapping off a section of the sharp beast's tooth. Shit! Grin was furious. He opened his bloody maw and lunged at Elsa. This move was extremely fast. Elsa couldn't dodge in time, and one of her legs was swallowed into Grin's mouth. Crack! The sharp fangs, like massive hydraulic shears, effortlessly crushed Elsa's thigh. A thick smell of blood filled Grin's mouth. PTU. Grin turned his head and spat out the severed limb. This taste is far worse than Rem's cooking. Elsa retreated to a relatively safe distance. Standing on one leg, she showed no sign of pain on her face. The pervert's face was flushed as she caressed a fang the size of an arm, as if it were a work of art. Subarashii, what an exquisite trophy. To obtain this treasure at the cost of only one leg is truly a bargain. Rustle. After being separated from the main body, the tooth actually began to crack, and countless tiny plant roots and leaves grew out from the fissures. Finally, all the vitality was exhausted, and a golden rose bloomed on the tooth. Blessing of the forest. If the user's flesh is disconnected from the main body, the life energy within it returns to nature, turning into these unabsorbable flowers, as if maintaining some kind of balance. Seeing this, Elsa was not disappointed but became even more crazed. She leaned down and sniffed, greedily enjoying the fragrance of the golden rose. Ah, so beautiful. Mr. Beast, if you die completely, this place will surely become a field of flowers. With that, Elsa leaned forward, compressing her remaining leg like a spring, and pointed her single blade toward Grin's heart. Then she kicked off violently, charging forward like a bolt of black lightning. Grin swung his massive tail, sweeping Melly over to use as a shield. As expected, Elsa's movement faltered. She twisted her waist, changing her thrusting technique into a horizontal slash aimed right at Grin's stomach. Poochie! The sharp blade slid smoothly into the flesh. Just as Elsa thought she had succeeded, Grin stomped his foot hard, steadying himself. He gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging as he firmly clamped Elsa's blade within his flesh. Got you. Boom. Grin formed a fist with his right hand and smashed it toward Elsa's head with a sonic boom. At that moment, the massive fist was no different from a locomotive engine. To dare challenge a gold saint without understanding the gap in power, receive my lion's fang. Whoosh! The wind from the fist struck as sharp as a sword. Elsa twisted her body at an angle impossible for a human, attempting to avoid the heavy blow. Unfortunately, with her maimed body, it was impossible for her to complete the movement. Elsa made a split-second decision, drawing a second kukri from behind her waist and slashing at his tail while bracing for Grin's attack. Bang! Grin's fist finally landed, hitting Elsa's upper body squarely. It instantly snapped her spine, folding her body backward. The powerful force sent her flying over 10 meters, only stopping after she crashed through several large trees. Elsa's body was twisted beyond recognition, barely retaining a human shape. Grin pulled out the kukri embedded in his abdomen, and a large amount of blood surged out from the wound. Seeing the dark color of the blood, Grin knew that his intestines had still been severed. She's damn accurate. Under the effect of blessing of the forest, all the wounds on his body were healing rapidly, and the missing fangs in his mouth began to slowly emerge. Despite his recovery ability, the pain of severed intestines still left him drenched in cold sweat. Surveying his surroundings, Grin felt that things were looking bad. Through the continuous cycle of injury and recovery during his battle with Elsa, the forest within the effective range was nearly exhausted. If the density of the nearby vegetation dropped below a certain threshold, he might be unable to maintain his beastly form. I'm going to beat you into a rice cake right now. I don't believe you can still resurrect like that. This was the best method Grin could come up with. If he hadn't still been unfamiliar with this massive body, he should have been able to crush Elsa. Hashtag 33 Fearful Mary. Chapter 33, The Terrified Melly. Just as Grin was walking toward Elsa's corpse. Crack! The sound of something snapping rang out. Grin immediately lost all sensation in his tail. Looking back, he saw that his tail, as thick as an adult green anaconda, had somehow been severed. The wound inflicted by Elsa's sharp northern kukri had only just burst open. The mangled flesh at the severed end bulged out, causing his dark gold vertical pupils to constrict as a low, violent growl rumbled in his throat. The restrained Melly regained her freedom. The moment she hit the ground, she pulled herself together and waved her hands to construct a magic circle. Pale green magic patterns flowed and spread rapidly across her palms, their shimmering glow illuminating her determined face as the ground beneath her feet grew warm from the magical tremors. She had another powerful magical beast on standby nearby, her trump card, the blade that could cut through this desperate situation. At the same moment, Elsa, who had nearly been beaten into 2 pieces, suddenly opened her eyes. Subarashii, this feeling of being on the brink of life and death is truly intoxicating. Black mist billowed from the cross-sections of her mangled body, acting like countless fine threads pulling the scattered flesh and bone back to the center. Severed blood vessels and wounds fused automatically, and her spine zipped shut with a series of clicks. In less than 2 heartbeats, the broken doll was reassembled as if by an invisible, mischievous child. Elsa flipped to her feet and drew a spare kukri from her thigh. This was the last weapon she had on her. How disappointing. She licked the corner of her lips, her crimson gaze darting between grin and Melly as she deftly twirled the kukri between her fingers. I thought I could enjoy the pleasure of near-death a bit longer, but it seems my body was more impatient than my mind. Before her words could land, Grin completely erupted. The sharp pain of his severed tail transformed into a surging rage. The demonic energy around him skyrocketed, dark purple mist rolling out to envelop his body. He arched his back and slammed his front claws into the ground, the hard stone tiles cracking under the impact. Amidst flying debris, he charged straight at Melly. Taking out this backline unit who could command magical beasts was the most urgent priority. Stay back. Melly shouted sharply, her pupils filled with terror. The magic circle in her palm had formed, and its pale green glow suddenly surged. Stop him, rock pig. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted from deeper within the forest, and the heavy ground shook violently. Out of the rolling dust charged a mountain-sized, hippo-like giant magical beast. Its grayish-brown rock armor gleamed coldly, and its thick tusks were aimed straight at Grin's face. Damn it, do you think I'm a coward? Grin charged head-on toward the rock pig, his forest blessing operating at full power, causing his size to increase by several more inches. The 2 behemoths, both 4 or 5 meters tall at the shoulder, collided like 2 fully loaded heavy trucks. Bang! Upon impact, the rock pig struck Grin's lower body, the massive force sending him reeling backward. The moment the sharp pain exploded, Grin's frenzy vanished, replaced by an icy, ruthless glint in his dark gold vertical pupils. He forcefully withstood the crushing power of the rock pig's tusks, his bone-like claws digging deep into the gaps of the beast's neck armor, his knuckles locking into the flesh without yielding an inch. Maddened by the pain, the rock pig halted its charge, unleashing its immense brute strength as its short, thick limbs kicked the forest floor, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the earth. Its massive head thrashed wildly in an attempt to shake off the Grin clinging to it. Man and beast engaged in a most savage struggle in the depths of the dense forest. Dark purple demonic energy surged like a tide around Grin, flooding into his every limb. He arched his trunk, as thick as a city wall, and wrapped himself around the rock pig's broad neck like an iron chain. Crack, crack. The muffled sound of bones snapping echoed through the woods as his scale-covered arms tightened inch by inch, like 2 cold steel bands crushing the beast's throat. The rock pig's deafening roars gradually gave way to hoarse, deathly whimpers. Extreme terror swirled in its crimson eyes as its thick tusks flailed in vain. In less than 10 breaths, the rock pig began to suffocate. The strength in its kicking limbs faded, its neck caved in under the pressure, and bloody froth seeped from the gaps in its rock armor. Its hot, foul breath, mingled with desperate gasps, sprayed all over Grin. Grin licked the blood from his cheek with his scarlet tongue, his dark gold vertical pupils radiating murderous intent. He had actually strangled the thick-skinned rock pig to death using nothing but brute force. Who are you calling a beast in front of me? The next second, he exerted sudden force from his lower back, his arms tensing like steel, as he physically hoisted the multi-ton carcass of the beast onto his shoulders. Grin kicked off the ground and spun, swinging the rock pig's corpse in a wide sweep. The mountain-like body became a brutal weapon, hurtling toward the nearby Melly amid a gale of wind and shattered wood. The saplings and thorns in the forest were snapped in half as the mass bore down on the terrified Melly, threatening to crush her into a pulp. Look out! Elsa's sharp cry pierced the roar, her crimson figure becoming a blur, moving so fast she was but a streak of light. Just as the rock pig's corpse swept past, her slender hand grabbed Melly by the collar, dragging her back from the brink of death. Boom! The beast's body grazed Melly's clothes and slammed into an ancient tree behind her, the trunk, several men's embrace wide, shattering instantly. Wood chips and stone fragments flew into the air as dust filled the area, leaving both women in a disheveled state. Under the cover of the dust, Elsa raised her kukri and, with a slash, cut off her own left hand, quickly thrusting it into Melly's grasp. Melly, go to the stronghold in the royal capital and wait for me. This monster is now beyond our control. After speaking, Elsa hid the stump of her left hand behind her back and walked toward Grin, holding her blade with one hand. Melly's pupils shrank as she stared at the severed hand, instantly understanding her intention. She didn't dare hesitate. Trembling, she stuffed the severed hand into her tunic. Her palm lit up again with pale green magic patterns as a hurried, shrill incantation escaped her lips. Appear, Shadow-Wind Wolf. A small, lean black wolf leaped out from the underbrush. Melly scrambled onto the Shadow-Wind Wolf's back, gripping its mane tightly, her teeth chattering. Go. I'm curious, how many more times can you be resurrected? The behemoth sat amidst the wreckage, clutching Elsa's body in his palm. The gut ripper was now as fragile as a figurine. Cough, cough. The overwhelming pressure caused blood to leak from Elsa's nose and mouth, but her efforts hadn't been in vain. She had successfully bought Melly precious time to escape. Mr. Beast, you're so powerful it's almost cheating. Next time we meet, I'll definitely slice open your bowels. Next time. Grin was puzzled. Focusing his gaze, he realized Elsa was missing a hand. Elsa's jaw moved and a crack sounded as she crushed the poison hidden under her tongue. Then, Elsa's body began to turn black, starting from her mouth and spreading to the rest of her limbs. The cursed doll's method of resurrection involved the largest piece of flesh attracting the smaller ones. Any flesh that couldn't be recovered would be replaced by consuming surrounding mana. If the Elsa in Grin's hand rotted into ash, she could naturally be resurrected from the severed limb she had sent away earlier. Chapter 34, Taking Care of Rem, supplementary plot added later, so it's quite long. He sensed that Melly had escaped the lock-on range of his beast instincts. A brief flash of disappointment crossed Green's eyes, followed by a surge of near-manic violence. You should stop with the arrogant talk. You probably don't have many resurrections left from that cursed doll, do you? Green's words caused Elsa, whose form was gradually dissipating, to look on in shock. Oh my, Mr. Beast's intelligence is quite extensive. Could you be associated with the organization? Before she could finish, Green's thumb slid toward her abdomen and pressed down hard. The piercing pain instantly cut off Elsa's words. A suppressed groan escaped her throat as her muscles suddenly tensed. By the way, Miss Gut Ripper, have you ever seen your own intestines? Squelch. Green suddenly applied force with his thumb, brutally caving in Elsa's stomach and crushing her warm flesh out of shape. Then, he pushed his thumb upward ruthlessly, like squeezing toothpaste, forcing all of Elsa's mangled internal organs toward her throat. Gah! Foul blood mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted from her mouth, and a morbid fanaticism burned in Elsa's crimson eyes. My intestines, ha 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 ha, how beautiful. At that moment, the poison spread throughout Elsa's body, the burning sensation intensified, and the crisp sound of bones snapping followed one after another. Her body curled and collapsed in a bizarre posture, her flesh and bones dissolving into dust within the potent poison. Within a few breaths, that body, which could always be reborn from the brink of death, completely lost its human form. Only a charred, severed arm remained in a sword-gripping pose, but it too crumbled away in the wind, scattering into the rotting leaves on the ground. Green stood there, his dark gold vertical pupils staring at the pile of black ash scattered among the fallen leaves, muttering to himself. What a tenacious fellow. Back at Aram village, Green had returned to his human form. The forest fence was crowded with villagers holding torches high. The flickering firelight illuminated the village entrance as bright as day, dispelling the lingering scent of blood and violence from the night forest, and warming this land that had just escaped catastrophe. In the sea of people with waving torches, there was no fear, only deep gratitude. Petra's parents were the first to approach, their eyes were red as they stumbled toward Green. Before he could steady himself, they dropped to their knees and bowed, their sobbing voices filled with endless relief. Lord Grim. Thank you for saving my child. Thank you for driving those monsters away. Haha, it's Big Brother Green. I knew he could do it. If it weren't for Lord Grim, our village would have been destroyed by those monsters. It was terrifying. Even from far away, we could hear those horrifying roars and impacts. Petra squeezed out of the crowd and suddenly threw herself into Green's arms. Wah! Brother Green, I'm so glad you're okay. Ram leaned against the fence, looking soft and weak. Making the girl cry the moment you show up, how lewd. Rem looked at Green with a complicated expression. After confirming he had no wounds, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Green comforted Petra. Good girl, you were even braver than Little Red Riding Hood today. He looked up at the gathered villagers and spoke loudly, everyone, there's no need to crowd around here. It's late, go back and get some rest. We will also come to check the forest barrier regularly from now on. We won't let monsters approach the village easily again. The villagers were moved and still refused to disperse. Someone pressed a warm wheat cake into his hand, saying earnestly, Lord Grim, please accept this at least, it's a small token of our gratitude. The night is cold, it's good to have something in your stomach. A woman also held a cloth bundle containing clean strips of cloth and ointment, insisting he take them, fearing he had suffered hidden injuries during the fight. Green didn't refuse too much, he took a wheat cake in his palm, and nodded to everyone, a faint smile playing on his lips. Thank you all for your kindness, I've accepted it. However, I need to return to the mansion to protect it, so I won't delay any further tonight. He gently pushed Petra from his arms, wiped the tear stains from her cheeks, and whispered softly. Go back to sleep, Petra. The village is safe now. Petra nodded vigorously, tugged at the corner of his clothes for a moment, and then ran back to her parents, looking back every few steps. Seeing this, the villagers consciously stepped back to both sides, clearing a path, their eyes full of reverence. Safe travels, Lord Grim. If you ever need anything in the future, everyone in Aram village is at your beck and call. Green waved his hand to everyone, turned to look at Ram leaning against the fence, then glanced at Rem standing nearby, his tone becoming playful again. Let's go, time to head back to the mansion. But looking at Ram, she probably can't walk anymore. Do you want me to carry you on my back? Ram snorted coldly, propped herself up against the fence to stand straight, and wiped her pale lips, still stubborn. Ram doesn't need help from a degenerate. Rem, support me. Rem stepped forward, steadily supporting Ram's arm, and looked up at Green, the complexity in her eyes quickly fading. Green Kuan, let's go. Green nodded and said no more, walking toward the village exit. After a while, Green noticed Ram's irregular breathing. This girl's state wasn't much better than his, her mana was completely drained. Green stared at Ram in thought for a moment, then on a sudden impulse, he bit his finger and pressed the wound against the broken horn on Ram's forehead. This was one of the most sensitive spots on Ram's body. Her body trembled the moment he touched it. Green, what on earth are you doing? Don't move, Ram. I'm doing an experiment. Rustle, rustle. Withered yellow leaves began to fall from the surrounding trees. Green quietly activated the blessing of the forest. He didn't manifest a beast's body, but simply extracted life energy from the nearby plants. Blood radiating a life aura gradually soaked the stump of Ram's Oni horn. This blood was still connected to his main body. Not only did it not sprout flowers, but it also slowly permeated into the horn tissue. Feeling better, Ram? Ram only felt a warmth at the stump, and a bit of mana surged in along with it. This was her first time seeing such a mana replenishment method. It was much gentler than directly injecting mana. The extra mana in her body didn't come from Green. Instead, under the stimulation of the life blood, the stump of the Oni horn briefly regained its function, thus autonomously absorbing the free mana in the air. Ram deliberately maintained a calm exterior, but her fingertips couldn't help but curl slightly, and a very faint flush flickered in her eyes as her eyelashes trembled. Stop it, Green. Ram turned her head away, breaking the connection with Green. Her mana had indeed recovered a little, but it couldn't continue. Because it felt too comfortable, if she didn't break it off, she might let out a soft moan. Green didn't quite understand and said seriously. "What's wrong, Ram? After all, you exhausted your mana to help me clear out the curse-casting beasts. I really wanted to thank you." After learning that the curse could only be broken by killing the caster, the sisters had immediately driven the dragon carriage straight into the forest. Because they had no way of telling which Ulgrim did it, the two simply began an indiscriminate purge in the woods. At that time, Green had suddenly appeared in his giant beast form, giving the sisters quite a scare. After a moment's thought, Rem had charged straight in with her morning star. She probably thought this beast, being the largest, must be the culprit behind the curse. "Humph." Ram snorted and said, "Sundaral, why, don't flatter yourself, you mere beast. Ram only came to the forest to pick mushrooms." "Ha ha, Ram, you're so cute." In Roswell's mansion. Having just returned, Green raised his hands like he was going through security, waiting for Amelia's inspection. Amelia looked at Green's arms and then lifted his pant legs. Finally, seeing nothing unusual, Amelia breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, at least there aren't any weird wounds this time." Green was somewhat speechless. "I shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Honestly, what took you so long? Everyone was very worried about you." Amelia put her hands on her hips and looked at Green reproachfully. Green straightened his disheveled clothes and replied, "I couldn't help it, the villagers were too enthusiastic, especially those kids." The villagers of Aram village were very simple and clear about their debts of gratitude. If they hadn't seen that Green and the others were exhausted, they would have definitely held a bonfire party. Although they were allowed to leave, they found that the dragon carriage had been stuffed with gifts before they set off. The earth dragon Kuan walked like it was plowing a field, running with great difficulty. "By the way, where did Rem go?" Green looked around but couldn't see her. Amelia pointed to the second floor on the east side of the mansion. "That child suffered quite a few injuries. She went back to her room to rest after the treatment was finished, but she'll likely need to recover for a few days." "I see. I wanted to thank her in person." Green looked disappointed, then suddenly had a bright idea and said happily, "I know. How about I take care of Rem while she's recovering?" Amelia looked at Green skeptically. "You want to take care of Rem, Green? But I heard Ram say you only know how to eat. Can you really do it?" "What? She said that about me in private. Damn it, tomorrow I'll show her whose nutritious breakfast tastes better." After saying good night to Amelia, Green dragged his tired body back to his room. He slowly pushed open the door and walked in with his eyes closed. After the series of fierce battles today, his eyelids were already fighting to stay open. At this moment, he just wanted to collapse onto the bed and sleep soundly. Relying on his memory, Green took a leap of faith and dove straight toward the bed. His hands groped around randomly, but a strange sensation left him confused. "That's not right. How did my big bed get so small? Holy crap, who put two pythons on my bed?" Forcing himself through the drowsiness, Green managed to open one eyelid, but the sight before him made him freeze instantly. This wasn't his bedroom at all, it was clearly Betty's forbidden library. What was beneath him wasn't his spacious bed, but an exquisite and delicate princess bed. "You rude fellow, how much longer are you going to stay on Betty's lap?" Betty knit her small brows and glared at him unpleasantly, her forehead twitching, her tone full of disgust. "Oh, it's just Betty." Green immediately felt relieved. Completely ignoring the little girl's eye roll, he simply leaned his head back and closed his eyes to nap. "Always acting like you're so close to Betty, it's really infuriating." Betty clenched her tiny fist and lightly tapped Green's forehead. The force was so light it didn't seem like she was venting her anger, but rather like she was giving him a head massage. In truth, this was just a little trick the girl used to hide her true feelings. The moment her fingertips touched Green, she had secretly channeled mana to scan his body thoroughly. Fortunately, this time, there were no lingering traces of any spells on Green's body. Betty quietly breathed a sigh of relief, the weight finally lifting from her heart. This gentle great spirit could never stand to see someone she knew die before her eyes. To almost have your life taken by such a half-baked fellow, Betty is at a loss for words. Shoo, shoo, Betty waved her hand dismissively. Now get out of Betty's sight immediately. Having noticed Betty's little actions, Green not only didn't leave, but even pushed his luck by pulling his legs up onto the bed. No can do. I'm seriously injured. I'll just have to wrong myself and make do here for the night. Betty's fierce expression gradually deflated. Sigh, your skin is thick enough to defend against magic. Don't you have your own room? Hearing this, Green had a flash of inspiration. He looked up at Betty, pressed his hands together, and pleaded pitifully. Big sis, I really don't have any strength left. Please, most benevolent and kind great spirit Betty, let me stay here for a while and protect me in the meantime. Pretty please, the world's most gentle great spirit Betty. Enough already, you troublesome fellow. Betty moved off the bed, giving up the space. Complex emotions swirled in her crystalline blue eyes, resistance, hesitation, and a hidden longing she hadn't even noticed herself. After a long while, Betty sighed heavily, walked over to Green, and reached out her small hand. Green was overjoyed and pressed his palm against hers. Betty looked away and muttered. Betty will abide by the temporary contract. I will ensure your safety while you are weak. For now, just prostrate yourself at Betty's feet and recover. The next day. Good morning, Rem-chan. Green pushed open the door to Rem's room, and walked in carrying today's nutritious breakfast. Rem was leaning against the headboard with a worn housework notebook spread across her lap. Her fingers paused when she heard the noise. She looked up at Green in surprise and replied softly, Good morning, Green-kun. Why are you up instead of resting properly so early in the morning? Green pulled over a chair and placed the breakfast tray on the nightstand. Rem had changed into loose, off-white loungewear. Without the sharpness of her maid uniform, she looked a bit more fragile. She pointed to the densely packed items in the housework notebook. Rem can't stay in bed forever, there are so many things to do. Green made a grand, showy wave of his hand. Ed, just rest easy. I've already taken care of all the housework you're responsible for. Just as Green said this, Ram's irritable voice rang out from the hallway. That damn rat, where is he hiding now? Using a mop without even washing it clean, now there are streaks everywhere. He'd better not let Ram catch him. Crap. Green quickly ran to the door and closed it gently, not daring to let a single sound escape. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Green-kun, you always manage to do something incredible. Rem clutched her stomach and laughed happily, as if she had been holding it in for a long time. Ram is just nitpicking. That's how I used to mop back when I was in school. Rem wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It seems Green-kun's teacher was also quite pitiable. Ugh, don't mention that old geezer. Come, try the potato mash meat porridge I cooked myself. As he spoke, Green picked up the breakfast bowl and scooped a spoonful of porridge with a silver spoon. Green's movements paused strangely when the spoon was in midair, and then he moved it to Rem's lips. You should blow on it yourself. After all, I'm a boy, it wouldn't be appropriate. Rem was slightly dazed, a light pink flush rising to her cheeks. She instinctively wanted to reach out and do it herself, but Green gently pressed down on her wrist. Don't move, don't move. You're an injured patient right now, just move your mouth. Green's tone carried an undeniable assertiveness. The warmth from his fingertips through the fabric made Rem's heart skip a beat for no reason. Hashtag 35 Rem's inner conflict. Chapter 35, Rem's heart knot. Hoo-hoo. Rem gently blew on the steaming porridge, like a docile puppy. Then she tilted her head back slightly and took a small mouthful from the spoon. The smooth meat porridge, with a hint of saltiness, slipped down her throat. It was soft and glutinous, and the temperature was just right. Warmth spread down her esophagus, reaching all the way to the bottom of her heart. Green-kun, you don't have to be so gentle with Rem. At that moment, Rem's smile gradually faded. Without her realizing it, tears once again welled up in her two beautiful blue eyes. This time, they weren't tears of laughter from being teased, but a sorrowful weeping. Grin felt a bit flustered and said hurriedly, "What's wrong? What's the matter? Did you burn yourself? It was clearly Rem who hurt you, so why are you still being so gentle to Rem? When Rem is so weak, and has no talent." If it wasn't to save Rem, Green-kun wouldn't have been cursed. As Rem spoke, her tears fell as if they cost nothing. Grin set down the porridge bowl, and couldn't help but place his hand on Rem's slightly trembling head. "Rem, don't treat the harm caused by the enemy as your own sin. Carrying too much will make you lonely." Rem's hair was very soft, feeling like a fluffy cloud to the touch. She pinched her sleeve and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Green-kun is sister's important benefactor, but Rem failed to protect you. Why wasn't it Rem who got cursed? Why wasn't it Rem whose horn was broken? Rem is just a replacement for sister. Even though I took one of sister's horns, I can't even compare to half of her." Grin felt a pang of sympathy. This insecure girl was living as her sister's shadow. "Rem, you are not anyone's replacement. In my eyes, you are unique." Rem looked up blankly. "No, everything Rem does is just a poor imitation of sister. Rem isn't as amazing as you say." Grin put on a look of disbelief, and began counting on his fingers. "That girl isn't as gentle as you, her figure isn't as good as yours, and her cooking is terrible. Speaking of cooking, I'm really speechless, she's the one who burnt the first pot of porridge today." Rem turned her head away, avoiding Grin's gaze. No, if it were the real sister, she would definitely have done better. Whether one has a horn or not shouldn't affect cooking skills, right? Anyway, Rem's crusty trout gets 10 points, while Ram's pot of black, burnt porridge gets 1 point, and that's only because I'm afraid she'll hit me, otherwise, it would be a 0. But Rem has always thought of herself as a replacement for sister. In my view, Rem is Rem, and Ram is Ram. You both have your own strengths, and neither can replace the other. Grin picked up the bowl of porridge again, and gently placed it in Rem's hands. "All right, give me a smile, Remington. If you cry while eating, the farmers who grew the grain will be unhappy too." Rem took the breakfast bowl. The food was no longer as scalding as before, its warmth had transferred into her heart. Rem wiped her eyelids with her sleeve again, then scooped up a large spoonful of porridge and stuffed it into her mouth. After chewing for a while, she revealed a faint smile. "I really can taste a little bit of a burnt flavor." Grin nodded seriously. "This home really can't do without you, Rem. If I hadn't noticed early today, Ram would have definitely burned the kitchen down." Rem felt a bit embarrassed by Grin's compliments. "Rem isn't that amazing. But I really think you're super amazing, Rem. When I fell under the curse, you were the first one by my side. You were the first to step forward and say you'd save me, and you were the first to reach the forest to fight for my life. In my heart, there is no one more incredible than you. Rem, you are my hero." That was what Grin said, and it was also what he thought. From Rem's perspective, she had no idea that Grin had allowed himself to be cursed, or that he had means to save his own life. Yet, she was still the first to step forward, shouting with all her might that she would save Grin. Rem slowly raised her head, like a lonely sail lost at sea searching for a lighthouse in the night. It looked like she was about to be coaxed into a puddle. Rem is actually very weak, so she will definitely rely on others. She also longed to be favored and shone upon by a beam of warm sunlight. Grin stood up, thumped his chest hard, and said smugly, "What a coincidence, Rem. There just happens to be a very reliable person right here. It's perfectly normal for companions to rely on each other." Rem raised her right hand, spreading her fingers and reaching out toward Grin. She was afraid that everything before her was a dream, a phantom. She was afraid that the light would dissipate the moment she touched it. But in the end, Rem's hand landed on Grin's chest, feeling his presence solidly. Grin grabbed Rem's wrist and pulled her into his arms. "Give me a smile, my hero. Consider it a reward for my busy morning. Green-kun, you are Rem's hero." Wah! Rem leaned tightly against Grin's chest and cried even louder. Tears were like a spring tide breaking through a dam, instantly washing away the tension in Rem's face. Her thin shoulders trembled violently, and her hands gripped Grin's clothes tightly. There. Why did you start crying all of a sudden?" Grin didn't do anything extra. He just silently patted Rem's back, quietly waiting for her to release her long-accumulated emotions. After a long time, Rem finally stopped crying, but she still kept her head buried deep in Grin's embrace, her thin shoulders twitching every now and then. "Grin. I'm here. I want to eat the porridge." "All right, no problem." Grin took the breakfast bowl in his hand, only to realize that the porridge had lost all its warmth. "The porridge is cold. I'll go get you a fresh bowl." Rem quickly pulled at the corner of Grin's clothes. "No, I want this bowl." Grin couldn't win against Rem, so he obediently scooped up a full spoonful and brought it to her lips. Rem blinked her sparkling blue eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "You have to blow on it." "Huh? Oh, okay, no problem." Whoo. Between laughter and tears, Grin blew on the already stone-cold mashed potato and meat porridge. When he offered it to Rem again, the girl finally opened her mouth obediently and ate it. Rem obediently finished the entire bowl. Grin first put the utensils back on the tray, then cleaned up the fallen crumbs. "Get some rest, Remington. I'm going to wash the dishes now." Rem nodded obediently and tucked herself back into the covers. "Tomorrow can I have breakfast with Grin tomorrow too?" "Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I'll be right here." "Don't worry, crybaby." Grin gave a hearty laugh and opened the door. A certain peach-haired maid who had been eavesdropping against the door lost her support and tumbled in with a clatter, falling to her knees in front of Grin. Grin looked dumbfoundedly at the equally dumbfounded Ram, and said weakly, "It's not even New Year's yet, Ram." Chapter 36, The Sword Demon Visits. A trace of panic flashed across Ram's face, but she suppressed it in an instant. "Don't misunderstand, Ram was just cleaning the stains on the door. No one asked what you were doing." Grin turned sideways and brushed past Ram, leaving behind a light remark. The tips of Ram's ears instantly flushed a faint red. She quickly stood up from the ground, brushed the dust off her skirt, and hurried after him. "Wait, Grin." After walking a few steps beside Grin, Ram couldn't help but look back at Rem's room. Her eyes, which were usually filled with arrogance, had softened considerably, holding more warmth than usual. "I didn't expect you to be somewhat useful, actually managing to make Rem let go of her obsession. I'll begrudgingly count it as you doing the Oni clan a big favor." Grin laughed heartily. "Sister Sama is really not honest." "Humph, you're getting ahead of yourself." Rem regained her tsundere expression, but her hands betrayed her as she took the tray from Grin's hands. "Leave these chores to Ram, lest you clumsily break the bowls." While still some distance from the kitchen, the two heard a clattering sound coming from the room. It sounded like someone was rummaging through cabinets looking for something. "A thief?" Grin glanced at Ram questioningly. Ram's gaze sharpened and she said with certainty, "It must be that idiot Barusu." Just as she finished speaking, Subaru Natsuki was seen tiptoeing out of the kitchen. He was carrying a pot of steaming black tea, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a successful scheme. To his surprise, as soon as Subaru Natsuki stepped out of the porch, his foot slipped as if he had stepped on an invisible banana peel. He frantically twisted through several difficult breakdance moves before finally landing on the ground with a thud, sitting there in a pathetic heap. "Ouch! Who mopped the floor so slippery?" Fortunately, he protected the teapot with all his might, otherwise, the mansion's tableware would likely be missing another piece. "Barusu, what are you doing?" Ram's brow furrowed, her nose twitched slightly, and her voice carried a hint of disgust. Why does Ram smell Kuhi black tea? Isn't the tea used to entertain guests today the more affordable thornleaf tea? The production of Kuhi black tea is very limited, it's a rarity worth 200 gold coins per kilogram in the royal capital market. Normally, Ram would only bring it out to serve guests who are of the same rank as Roswell or higher-ranking nobles. Sumamason Ram, I'll formally apologize to you later. I have an urgent matter now, so I'll be going. Subaru Natsuki gave an awkward smile and scrambled up from the ground. Without even bothering to brush off the dust and water stains on his clothes, he vanished in a flash. Now we really need to put a lock on the kitchen. Ram's face turned completely cold, she was clearly genuinely angry. The kitchen cabinet was half open, the tea canister inside was left open, and quite a bit of dark red tea leaves were scattered on the shelf. Looking at the mess before her, Ram's face grew even gloomier as she muttered under her breath. Darn guy, it seems it would be better to catch an ulgarum and tie it to the kitchen door. Saying this, she gathered all the tea leaves from the shelf into her palm, and looked up at Grin. These tea leaves can't be put back in the canister. Would Grin like to have some? You usually don't get to drink such good black tea. Maybe later, Grin waved his hand. What I'm curious about now is, who is this guest you mentioned? A retainer from the household of Duchess Crush Karsten. Ram took a brand new porcelain pot, poured all the tea leaves from her palm into it, and stated calmly. Amelia-sama's royal selection meeting is about to begin. Grin realized upon hearing this. So soon. Then I must go and take a look. In the mansion's courtyard, the sword demon Wilhelm was unhurriedly wiping the lacquered guard of the dragon carriage. Although he was over 60, his figure remained upright and robust, an old gentleman seasoned by the years. Carrying the tea set, Subaru Natsuki walked over quickly with a mischievous smile on his face. He poured a cup of hot tea for Wilhelm and struck up a conversation familiarly. Mr. Driver, isn't it boring waiting here all this time? Wilhelm took the teacup, took a small sip, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. The taste is good. The price of this tea shouldn't be low, right? Subaru Natsuki placed the tea set on a short ladder in the green belt, and puffed out his chest proudly. This really is the most expensive tea in the mansion. I only managed to bring it out after being surrounded by maids and guards. Wilhelm's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of solemnity flashed through his deep gaze. He set down the teacup, his tone flat but carrying an unquestionable authority. So, using expensive tea as bait, what is it you want to know from these old bones of mine? Subaru Natsuki chuckled and leaned in closer to Wilhelm ingratiatingly, rubbing his hands together as he pleaded. I want to know the purpose of your visit to the mansion, even if you only reveal a tiny bit of information. I must refuse, Wilhelm spoke plainly, casting his gaze toward the depths of the courtyard. If you haven't learned the purpose of my visit from other members of the mansion, it only means that with your status, you shouldn't know these things. As he finished speaking, the old gentleman noticed footsteps in the distance. Turning around, he saw Grin walking slowly from afar. He inconspicuously handed the teacup back to Subaru Natsuki and said calmly, "Thank you for your hospitality. Although I'd like to chat more, your mansion's guard has already caught up here, so you should make your escape." The old man truly didn't know the tea was stolen, otherwise, given the knightly principles he upheld, he would never have touched this cup of tea filled with trouble. The royal selection meeting requires all those qualified as dragons Micus to be present before it can begin. Wilhelm's group visited the mansion primarily to convey the time and location of the start of the royal selection meeting to Amelia. At the same time, it also served the purpose of investigating the strength of Amelia's camp. He gazed into Grin's eyes, and a hint of vigilance quietly rose in his heart. The aura on this young man was obscure and hard to discern, and his strength was unfathomable. Could he be the trump card Amelia-sama has been hiding until now? To have managed to evade the eyes of various factions, and only reveal his presence now. What a pair of greedy and sharp pupils like those of a beast. The old man gave his evaluation in a low voice. Having fought bloodily in the demi-human war and slain countless powerful enemies, he only needed to look into an opponent's eyes to accurately judge their level of danger. Darn it, is Green Kun the one coming to hunt me down? Subaru Natsuki wailed with a bitter face. He had personally witnessed Grin's skills. It was one thing to know magic, but yesterday, while lying in bed, and looking like he was about to draw his last breath, he suddenly transformed into a giant monster, nearly bursting the spacious room. That fierce and malevolent aura was something he would never forget in his life. Green Kun, we have a life and death friendship from sleeping on the floor together. How about you turn a blind eye this time, and let me off? Don't panic, I won't catch you. But you really should avoid Ram for a while. Grin patted Subaru Natsuki on the shoulder, soothing his uneasy emotions. Subaru Natsuki was overjoyed and quickly poured a cup of tea for Grin as a bribe. SSS, what a rich flavor. Now I'm certain that Ram definitely won't let you off. After a small sip of tea, Grin's dry throat was finally relieved. When he was feeding Rem porridge just now, he had to blow on every spoonful. By the end, Grin was almost suffocating. The discomfort of his dry mouth was finally smoothed away by this cup of hot tea. While everyone was sizing each other up, a cute cat girl walked out of the mansion's main hall. I'm back, old man. Hashtag 37 Let me give you a checkup. Chapter 37, come on, big bro, we'll give you a checkup. So sorry to keep you waiting outside, it must have been boring, meow. Felix Argyle was a demi-human with flaxen-colored, medium-length hair, cat ears of the same color on his head, and adorable large eyes that shimmered with a yellow light. At this moment, he was wearing a blue and white dress, with a white ribbon tied below his ears, a gift from Crush during his youth. Grin was so shocked he was left speechless, expensive tea mixed with saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Is this fucking a guy? Wow 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 wow. Grin couldn't stop exclaiming as he circled around Felix, observing him. Subaru Natsuki, as if he had caught Grin's weak spot, said loudly, haha, Green Kun, staring at a woman like that is going to ruin your impression points in Amelia Tan's eyes. But this cat girl really did look delectable, no wonder Grin was so fascinated. He just needed to quietly file a little report with Amelia later. That way, he could easily and thoroughly eliminate Grin as a potential rival in love. Grin's expression froze, and he gave Subaru a speechless look. Look at how flat she is both front and back, could that possibly be a girl? This guy is a pure manly man. Subaru's eyes widened, what? He's a guy. I thought Roswell dressing as a clown was weird enough, but there's an even bigger expert. Felix was a bit unhappy being discussed so openly. He wrinkled his delicate nose and corrected. Calling someone a pure manly man is too crude. Feli-chan is a real gentleman, meow. Grin hooked an arm around his shoulder, pulling the two of them closer. All right, Mr. Gentleman, may I ask him politely if you have any older sisters or younger sisters at home? Would it be convenient to introduce them to me? I'm very friendly towards demi-human races. Just feel this fluffy texture, it's simply a treasure of the kingdom. As he spoke, Grin also extended a wicked hand, reaching for Felix's ears. The sound of his scheming calculations could be heard even through the screen. Although Felix was a male girl, his outstanding appearance made it clear his family's genes were pretty good. Brothers who often travel to other worlds for work should all know how rare a cute cat girl is. Felix shook his head in confusion, constantly tilting his neck to the side to avoid Grin's assault. No, meow. Feli-chan is an only child. By the way, does the Majirius household always gather intelligence so bluntly? Usually, Felix often teased other men with his feminine appearance, but today he unexpectedly ran into a furry enthusiast, which caught him off guard. Unfortunately, Grin had only seen the anime, and didn't know that Felix's demi-human appearance was actually an atavistic trait inherited from a distant ancestor. Before this fact could be verified, his biological mother was suspected of infidelity and killed. Felix himself was imprisoned and abused by his biological father for 9 years because of his cat ears and tail. Today, encountering Grin, who was obsessed with Beastman features, he actually didn't dislike it that much. Grin, however, fell into deep disappointment. His dream of raising a cat girl shattered instantly. No cat girl, only a male girl. This was a tough situation. Thinking this, Grin once again focused his gaze on Felix. Feli-chan, have you heard of gender reassignment surgery? I am Grin, known as the animal castrator. I've done quite a bit of research in pharmacology. I can achieve a completely painless procedure. Felix sensed a hint of danger and pushed against Grin's body, trying to create distance. That sounds like some kind of evil ritual, meow. Grin revealed a smile identical to Brother Jiez. Hey, don't be afraid. You're a gentleman, you need to be brave, you know. Coincidentally, I have some good stuff in my room. Since you've come all this way to the Magirius household, we must treat you properly. Good stuff. New tea. Felix was getting a bit scared inside. He shook his head like a rattledrum. No need, I already had some at Lady Amelia's place. Grin hurriedly stopped him, leaving after just one little drink. That's too lame. Come with me, I'll teach you how to become a real man. No. Felix struggled free and fled in a fluster towards where Wilhelm was. In 2 or 3 steps, he rushed into the dragon carriage and slammed the door shut with a bang. Old man, hurry up and drive, meow. Wilhelm nodded and bowed towards Grin in farewell. This old man bids you farewell. We shall meet in the royal capital, Sir Grin. Clatter clatter. Subaru was astonished. You're amazing, Green-kun. You just chanted a few weird words and scared them off. Grin sighed, looking somewhat disappointed. He had seen quite a few demi-humans in the royal capital too, but unfortunately, none were pleasing to look at, too ugly. Felix had outstanding looks, but he was but a guy. Just as he was about to head back, Grin saw Ram waving at him from not far away. Grin, where have you run off to again? Ram's voice startled Subaru, who picked up the tea set, and ran off quickly. Ram glanced somewhat disdainfully at Subaru's retreating back. If she didn't have important business, she would definitely have taught that household thief a proper lesson. Come with me. Lord Roswell and Lady Amelia are waiting for you in the drawing room. Grin lay back on the soft sofa, sipping the holly tea on the table. The taste was somewhat bitter, very refreshing, but it was still far inferior to Kuhi black tea. You want me to serve as Amelia's temporary knight? I could, but I don't really look much like a knight, do I? Roswell wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Not at all, Green-kun, both your strength and appearance are quite outstanding. With just a little polish, you'll definitely be able to stand your ground at the royal selection meeting. Amelia fidgeted with her skirt, looking somewhat uneasy. If you feel it's too much trouble, Grin, you can refuse. After all, serving as a knight for a silver-haired half-elf. Amelia, please don't say such hurtful things. I've never cared about some strange rumors. In my eyes, you're just an ordinary girl. Grin hurriedly stopped Amelia's usual self-deprecation. This kid's inferiority complex was probably even worse than Ram's. An ordinary girl. Amelia let out a long sigh and no longer seemed as tense as before. Worried Amelia might misunderstand, Grin quickly waved his hand and added, I'm not referring to your appearance. Amelia's looks are still very high. Then, Grin, are you willing to be my temporary knight? Amelia's mood improved, but her tone when asking still carried some worry and caution. Grin winked at Amelia. Well, actually, we could drop the temporary part. Do you need me to swear an oath, Your Highness? No cat girl but an elf girl is good too. No need to be so formal. Amelia shyly lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer. Could she really have a knight of her own? This really felt like a dream. Chapter 38, Ram, hurry up and beg me, modified royal capital timeline. Amelia, when are we leaving for the royal capital? Hearing her knight's voice, the the half-elf girl snapped out of her wandering thoughts, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the lace edge of her skirt. Probably the day after tomorrow morning. The royal selection meeting is scheduled for 5 days from now. Counting the 3-day carriage ride, we'll make it just in time. It actually takes that long? Grin frowned, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Roswell provided a timely explanation. It's quite unfortunate, Green-kun. The white whale has been frequently active lately. Southwest Flugel Avenue has been closed. Reaching there in 3 days by taking the long way is already quite ideal. Grin nodded in realization. I see. That big guy really knows how to cause trouble for people. Amelia comforted him, her voice as soft as marshmallows. It's okay, Grin. Although it takes longer, the scenery along the way is beautiful. Hearing this, Grin suddenly reached out both hands, making a viewfinder gesture to frame the girl in the center of the space. His eyes were filled with undisguised amusement. It truly is beautiful. Honestly. Grin is teasing me again. Amelia said with bashful annoyance, turning her head to feign anger. Chato Matt. The doors to the meeting hall were pushed open with a loud bang. Subaru Natsuki rushed in indignantly. How could you discuss such a big matter without calling me? Grin, you bastard, you're actually making a move on Amelia Tan while I'm not around. That's so low. Subaru, don't talk nonsense. Amelia waved her hands hurriedly, her cheeks turning a bright crimson. Saying making a move is too much. No way, if this keeps up I'll be out of the game. I'm going to the royal capital with Amelia too. Subaru Natsuki said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Amelia looked a bit troubled by his words. We're not going for fun, it's a very important summons. Subaru spread his hands and said seriously, since it's important, I have to go even more. This is related to the royal selection, right? I want to help Amelia Tan too, please. What Amelia was worst at was dealing with thick-skinned guys like Subaru Natsuki. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Subaru's personality was very erratic. If he went to the royal capital, he would definitely cause trouble. In her helplessness, she could only seek help from her newly appointed knight. Grin nodded understandingly, walked over to Subaru Natsuki, and patted his shoulder solemnly. Subaru, it's not that we aren't taking you, but we have a much more important mission to entrust to you. Unnoticed by anyone, the magic mirror hidden in Grin's sleeve was releasing translucent hypnotic factors. Subaru Natsuki only felt that Grin's voice was extremely persuasive, making one instinctively want to believe him. What mission could be more important than protecting Amelia Tan in person? Grin said earnestly, the safety of this mansion, of course. This is Amelia's home base. If the backyard catches fire, we'll all be homeless. Really? I haven't read many books, don't lie to me. Don't worry, I've read plenty, I would never lie to you. Besides, I have a secret mission to give you. If you can complete it, I'll definitely give you a chance to prove yourself when the time comes. Lean in. Grin pulled Subaru Natsuki close, and whispered a few words in his ear. As Subaru Natsuki listened, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he even clenched his fists as if eager to get started. When Grin finished, he nodded toward Subaru Natsuki. Well, you should know what to do now, right, Subaru? Subaru Natsuki stood at attention and said firmly, first, protect the mansion well. Second, train myself in secret. I'm going to mop the mansion from top to bottom right now. Grin gripped Subaru Natsuki's shoulders with satisfaction. Well said. Damn it, Subaru, you're a fucking genius. Your IQ must be over 160. Now get this damn mansion completely clean. Yes. Subaru Natsuki gave Grin a clumsy salute, then added weakly. You promised to let me earn merit, don't forget it, Grin. After saying that, he hurried out of the meeting hall. Haha, Grin, you and Subaru are like actors in a play, it's so funny. Amelia laughed happily, then continued. In that case, I'll go ahead and pack the things I need to take so I don't forget later. See you in a bit. The half-elf girl waved a brief farewell to Grin, then ran off cheerfully with the clack-clack-clack of her high heels. Well then, let's adjourn the meeting for now. Green Cohen, I'm very much looking forward to your performance. With that, Roswell also stood up and walked toward the door. As everyone moved further away, the lively meeting hall gradually grew quiet. After a moment of silence, Grin poured himself some more tea, drinking while observing the pink-haired maid standing by the sofa. Ram, everyone else has left. What are you still doing here? Squeak, thud. Ram didn't answer but slowly closed the door to the meeting hall. Then, she walked solemnly up to Grin, standing very close. A faint girlish fragrance drifted through the air, like a blend of dried mint and white plum. Even an experienced veteran like Grin felt his face flush slightly at Ram's sudden behavior. Ram, you're not trying to pull some unspoken rules on me, are you? Faced with such a ridiculous remark, Ram's movements paused, and she wordlessly rolled her eyes. Shut up first. Ram has something to say. Ram pressed her left hand on the armrest of the sofa and leaned down. Then she brushed aside the hair on her forehead, revealing the diamond-shaped scar where her horn had been broken. Grin, look closely. Has Ram changed at all? Grin turned his face away, feeling a bit timid. Ram smelled too good, and being this close made him feel a bit flustered. This was the first time he'd been so passive. Oh, how embarrassing. Should he play hard to get? Ram. You really have changed a lot. You noticed too. Yes, you've become much more proactive. Shameless bastard, Ram's eye twitched, and a surge of nameless anger rose within her. Ram is talking about the change at the Broken Horn. Oh. Let me see. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Ram, Grin quickly sat up straight. As he observed the sight of Ram's broken horn, Grin's expression gradually became solemn. He reached out and gently ran his finger across Ram's smooth forehead. The originally flat scar now had a faint, protruding texture. Is your horn growing back a little? Yes, Ram is very surprised as well. The pink-haired maid nodded, a hint of suppressed joy appearing in her eyes. Grin's eyes nearly bugged out. If he remembered correctly, a ram with a horn was someone who could rank fifth among all existing powerhouses. This is too incredible, Ram. How did you do it? Ram locked eyes with Grin, her gaze full of hope, and spoke slowly. Ram thinks it was your blood that worked. Ever since coming into contact with your blood, the scar has felt itchy from time to time. Grin's pupils dilated slightly, his gaze fixed straight on Ram, filled with unexpected shock. But this shock came and went in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Grin switched to a mischievous, wicked grin. Ha, Ram, then why don't you hurry up and beg me? Hashtag 39 Mana Replenishment and Bookshelf Repair. Chapter 39, Mana Replenishment and Bookshelf Repair. Seeing you acting so shiftless, Ram actually feels much more at ease. Ram curled her lips, her breathing gradually relaxing, and she took a half-step back to sit directly on the coffee table. Grin watched Ram's swaying jade-white legs and sniffed almost imperceptibly. Are you really going to exploit me so openly? Giving you a chance to touch Ram is generous enough, you greedy fellow. Ram raised her chin, looking down at Grin with a hint of nonchalant nobility in her eyes. Grin's eyes were a bit hazy. Ram in this posture looked simply amazing. All right, you win. Grin extended his index finger and bit down lightly with his sharp teeth, and full beads of blood began to slowly emerge from the wound. Ram tilted her head back slightly, revealing the stump of her oni horn, waiting for Grin's blood. MMH. A warm sensation came from between her brows, and Ram couldn't help but let out a soft groan. The greenery in the courtyard moved without wind, making a gentle rustling sound. Guided by the forest blessing, countless glowing points of life energy gathered toward the meeting hall. The broken horn was activated once more, like a gear pushed by an invisible force, and began to absorb mana from the atmosphere. A wave of tingling pleasure spread through Ram's entire body. Her soft body leaned forward slightly. As the distance closed, her breath carried a faint fragrance of greenery. Ram deliberately turned her face away, refusing to look Grin in the eye, her ear tips hidden in her hair flushed with an imperceptible crimson. Rustle. A pulse of mana rippled out with Ram at the center, and she finally lost all strength, falling into Grin's arms with a thump. Ram, your horn is indeed growing slowly under the nourishment of the blood of life, but the speed is extremely slow. It will probably take several sessions to complete. Grin caught Ram as she fell, pulling her into his embrace and whispering. Ram's body must have used all its energy for the regeneration of the Oni horn, to the point where she could hardly squeeze out the strength to speak. Okay. Ram only murmured like she was talking in her sleep, and curled up in Grin's arms. Grin swallowed hard in torment, his tongue quickly darting across his dry lips. Don't misunderstand, he was just a bit thirsty. Don't move around, Ram. The soft, fragrant feeling was a form of torture for Grin right now. Looking at Ram's cute appearance in his arms, Grin couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He wondered if it was like this when Roswell replenished Ram's mana. Suddenly, an especially wicked thought surfaced in Grin's mind. He. At the thought of what he was about to do, Grin couldn't help but laugh, his grin almost reaching his ears. Then, with a thought, Grin quietly cast transformation magic. A purple magic circle lit up from beneath Grin's feet, and floated up to the top of his head. Once the circle vanished, Grin had taken on Roswell's appearance. Ha, I'm a despicable NTR. Grin suppressed his laughter, his body twitching from time to time because he couldn't hold it in. Leaning close to Ram's ear, he mimicked Roswell's voice and said, Ram, I hereby grant you the protection of the stars. Hearing this, Ram in his arms snapped her eyes open as if struck by lightning, which gave Grin a fright. He hurriedly pressed down the hand he was using to transfer blood, tightly covering Ram's eyes. Don't open your eyes, Ramchan, I'm Rose, ouch. Before he could finish, Grin felt a sharp pain in his palm. Looking down, he saw that Ram had bitten him. You low-taste bastard. Change back right now. Grin tossed Ram onto the sofa, shaking his hand vigorously in an attempt to break free. He couldn't maintain the transformation magic either, revealing his original appearance. Hiss. Ram, you dog. Once Ram regains her strength, she will definitely beat you up. Ram lay on the sofa, one hand over her heaving chest, looking weak as if recovering from an illness. Grin gritted his teeth in pain. Looking down at his hand, he saw 2 rows of small teeth marks in the same spot where the Ulgrim had bitten him. Hee, Ram, your teeth are quite straight. Ram gave him a look as if she were looking at an idiot. It seemed that getting angry at Grin was just asking for trouble. Sigh. Ram needs to rest, you go out first, Grin. Time passed, and it was quite peaceful during that period. Grin remained enthusiastic about taking care of the patient, Ram. After finishing his daily task of feeding her dinner, Grin returned to the kitchen with the empty tableware. Ram's complexion recovered very quickly. Grin even suspected the girl was faking it. Walking to the kitchen door, Grin took out a key and opened the newly installed lock. Ram's efficiency was beyond reproach. To protect the precious ingredients from prying eyes, she had installed a precision lock meant for a vault on the kitchen door. TSK, what a spendthrift woman. This lock could buy 3 kitchens. Creak. Grin hummed a little tune as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. No way, opening the gate of opportunity at a time like this. With that, Grin immediately turned around, preparing to slip away. You stop right there for Betty. To disregard Betty's gate of opportunity like this is truly infuriating. An angry shout came from behind. Betty's small fists were clenched tightly, looking as if she wanted to jump up and punch Grin in the knee. Grin turned back helplessly. Betty, how about I go wash the dishes first and then come play with you? Betty's brows furrowed sharply, and her purple eyes were instantly tinged with displeasure. Do you take Betty for a child? You insolent man. With that, she waved her small hand, and a purple spatial rift appeared beside Grin. A powerful suction came from the rift, and with a whoosh, it swallowed the tableware in Grin's hand. As Betty's hand dropped, the spatial rift zipped shut like a zipper and vanished. Grin was dumbfounded. He finally knew how he had been sucked in back then. Betty, if you do this, what will I do when Ram asks me for the tableware later? Betty crossed her arms over her chest, her gaze somewhat disdainful. It's not like it's anything valuable. It'll just be deducted from your salary. I'm working while in debt right now. My wages are already advanced up to 3 months from now. Grin shrugged and gave a carefree smile. I say, how about we find a junk collector to sell the old books in your library? We can sprinkle some water on them first, and we'll definitely make money. Grind, grind. The sound of Betty gnashing her teeth. You fellow, Betty will exile you to a different dimension to be with the tableware right now. Wait, don't be angry, Betty. If you exile me, who's going to fix the bookshelf for you, right? Grin immediately begged for mercy and quickly slipped behind Betty to massage her back in a fawning manner. Betty took a deep breath, and most of the anger in her heart dissipated. Humph, Betty thought you were planning to break our agreement. How could that be? As everyone knows, an elder never lies. Grin pulled out the nails he had prepared in advance to prove his words. He had specifically asked the blacksmith of Aram village to forge them, and a small bow was even engraved on the head of the nails. Betty's expression noticeably improved. These stubborn spirits valued agreements above all else. If one didn't keep them in mind at all times, they would surely be hated. With a mere decade of experience, you dare call yourself an elder in front of Betty? Betty has already lived for over 400 years. All right, Betty Whiff, Granny, you are the elder. With that, Grin pressed a nail against the loose bookshelf with his left hand, and with his right hand, he summoned the bewildered magic mirror. Chapter 40, Someone is backstabbing us. Good day to you, my dear master. Ah. Oh. Ouch. Bang, bang, bang. Under the pounding of the magic mirror, the nails gradually sank into the bookshelf. Wait, master, stop hammering. Please, wait a second. Can you tell me what I did wrong this time? Have you done so few shitty things? I've kept a record of all of them. Did you think they'd reset the next day? Grin finished speaking and continued hammering. Before long, he had fixed one bookshelf. Just when the magic mirror thought it had finally survived, Betty raised her little fingers and pointed to the other side. There are more than 10 others over there that are also loose. No. The magic mirror wailed toward the heavens. Grin held the magic mirror up to his face, and said disdainfully, I fed you so many demonic beast souls yesterday, but you're all talk and no action. Why am I keeping you around? Master, you can't think like that. Using me as a hammer is like using a cannon to hit a mosquito. Think about it. First, I can help you hypnotize women you're interested in. Second, I can help you take secret photos of them bathing. MMPH. MMPH. Grin didn't dare let the magic mirror finish, he quickly plugged its foul mouth. Betty cast a look of disgust at the master and servant. Please refrain from such foul language in Betty's room. Betty feels as if the very air has been polluted by you. You haven't already used those filthy abilities on the people in the mansion, have you? No, not at all. Absolutely not. Grin denied it 3 times in a row, not quite daring to meet Betty's eyes. As of now, the hypnosis ability had only been used on Betty. A great spirit shouldn't count as human, right? Humph, truly filthy. Betty cursed and lowered her head to read her book. It took about half an hour for all the loose bookshelves to be secured. The magic mirror was barely hanging on, gasping for breath. It lay sprawled on the table, tremulously raising a hand conjured from mana, as if identifying a murderer. I want to report noble consort Tui, I want to report you, you supermale patient. I want to be a state witness. Shorty, this bastard, took secret images of you while you were sleeping. Bullshit. Grin shouted loudly out of guilt, scrambling to recall the magic mirror back into his body. The magic mirror was prepared and darted into Betty's hands first. The mirror's surface rippled, revealing Betty's cute sleeping face as she lay on the princess bed. Betty's expression froze as she earnestly examined herself in the mirror. Her fingers slid gently across the mirror's surface, and the photo switched to the next one. A brief silence fell over the forbidden library. The more she watched, the tighter Betty's brow furrowed. Huh? It sounds like someone is calling me. Did you hear that, Betty? It must be that little glutton Rem getting hungry again. I'll go take care of her first. See ya. Grin used the creation out of nothing technique, and turned to make a run for it. After quickly walking to the door, Grin twisted the doorknob with all his might. Click-clack, click-clack. No matter how hard Grin twisted, the door simply wouldn't open. Good heavens, this door is cursed. Betty's eyelids lifted slightly, and a cold glint of magical power flashed in her silver-blue pupils. With a flick of her slender fingertip, a strand of condensed pale purple magic patterns darted out like a living thing, accurately wrapping around the back of Grin's collar. Before he could react, the invisible magic suddenly tightened, and then yanked him backward with a jolt. Ouch! Grin felt an irresistible force from his back. He stumbled and finally fell back in front of Betty. With a cold expression, Betty flipped the mirror over and showed it to Grin. The previous images were all of Betty alone, so one could assume you were captivated by Betty's beauty. But what was your mindset for this last image? If you don't explain yourself clearly, Betty will beat you into the flower fertilizer downstairs. Grin looked up, his mouth hanging open in a mix of confusion and surprise. In the mirror's image, Grin stood behind the princess bed with one large foot stepped on the headboard, both hands extending middle fingers, looking down at the sleeping Betty with a face full of disdain. What the fuck is this? Grin swore that everything he recorded were cute photos of Betty. He had definitely never taken something this cursed that looked like it was AI generated. This must be photoshopped by that dog of a magic mirror. Betty asked in confusion, what is PS? Grin explained quickly, it means he forged it. It seems I was still too merciful. Having said that, he stretched his limbs and, burning with rage, beckoned with his hand. The magic mirror turned into stardust once again, and flickered back into his hand. Grin pulled out a nail, its sharp tip glinting coldly. You're finished, Woolgaroth. Seeing that things were going south, the magic mirror immediately cried out to Betty for help. Save me, save me. Most high and virtuous little princess. You just called her Shorty a moment ago. Master, I was possessed by a ghost just now. I definitely didn't mean to betray you, believe me. Ah. No. Betty crossed her arms, looking as if her anger had not yet subsided. Even if the last image was forged, the ones before it must have been taken secretly by you. Betty. This is actually all your fault. What kind of nonsensical answer is that? Confusion and annoyance surfaced in Betty's silver-blue eyes. She found Grin's erratic words difficult to understand. Grin explained to Betty in all seriousness. Don't you know that the higher the beauty, the heavier the sin? To be this cute is an unforgivable crime. Huh? A question mark slowly formed in Betty's mind as her small face became somewhat indifferent. Stop acting spoiled with Betty. Betty is not some dress-up doll meant to provide you with emotional fulfillment. With that, Betty raised her small hand, preparing to send Grin flying. Buzz. The bookshelves, floor, and walls of the forbidden library vibrated along with Betty's magic. Wait a second, Betty. I have a gift for you. Grin hurriedly fumbled around in his robes and finally pulled out a stack of small cards, presenting them to Betty. This was a good thing he had prepared for the Great Spirit, who liked to stay cooped up in her room. Betty paused her movements with a look of hesitation. What is this? It looks disgusting. These are called playing cards. It's just that the raw materials are a bit gross. I made them from Roswell's portrait, precisely cutting them down to card size. Grin spread the items in his hand for Betty to observe. The cards were of moderate size, with patterns or numbers drawn on them. Betty was somewhat speechless as she pulled a few cards into her hand. Looking at the cards, she could indeed see Roswell's fragmented facial features. This was the portrait of the first head of the house, Roswell A. Mathers. It was an antique with nearly 400 years of history, and now it's been turned into a pile of scrap paper. Grin curled his lip in disdain. With that family's ancestral, disgusting fashion sense, who would ever buy it? Betty's eyes drooped slightly, and the corners of her mouth, which had been cold, unconsciously pursed into a straight line. Looking at Grin's innocent and harmless face, she irritably scratched the stray hairs at her temples, her voice thick with inescapable helplessness. Sigh. Betty needs to stay calm. So you're giving Betty a gift that even you find disgusting. How could that be? This is actually a game prop. Let me explain the rules of the game to you first. Hashtag 41 God of Gamblers Watch Talks. Chapter 41, The Gambling God Wulgaroth. Grin Anderson explained all the rules of the card game to Betty. Although that Sundara Betty pretended to listen half-heartedly, she was actually quite curious about this new thing. With the wisdom of a great spirit, she grasped the essentials in no time. Grin, according to your explanation, don't we need 3 people? Don't worry, I also have a dog here. After saying that, Grin summoned the magic mirror, and threw it onto a corner of the table. At this moment, the magic mirror looked rather disheveled, covered in dust, with the character for dog carved on its surface. Hee hee, master. I knew you couldn't bear to keep me confined. Can I erase this engraving now? Grin shot him a fierce glare. You're dreaming. If you erase it, I'll carve an even bigger one on you. All right, I'll keep it. The character you wrote, Master, is truly sophisticated and grand. Enough, stop the flattery. Grin signaled the magic mirror to shut up, and threw the playing cards in front of him. Do you know how to play Fight the Landlord? The magic mirror's eyes lit up, immediately switching back to its arrogant and unruly state. He extended 2 magical arms and skillfully shuffled the cards with fancy cuts, showing off various techniques. Ha ha ha, truly showing off one's meager skills in front of an expert. Did I never tell you the story of the Snow Kingdom gambling god? Back in the day, with just a slight effort, I reached the limit of the Snow White Kingdom's royal casino, winning 25 million from just 20 copper coins overnight. Tell me, what's the stakes? We can't play for fake money. Even though you're my master, we must keep accounts clear between us. Suppressing the urge to smack the magic mirror away, Grin tapped on the table. Who's playing for money? Besides, do you even have any? We're playing with sticky notes. Whoever loses has to stick one on their face. The magic mirror made a disgusted expression and said disdainfully, that's so boring. Playing for half a day without earning a single coin, and getting saliva all over your face. Grin laughed in exasperation and immediately supplemented the rules for the magic mirror. I see your surface is too smooth for notes to stick. If you lose, I'll carve the characters directly onto your face. The magic mirror shrank back fearfully. Don't do that, master. You're so brutal, I don't dare play. Are you sure? If you can win 10 games in a row, I'll allow you to erase the dog character on your face. Grin offered what the magic mirror desired most in its heart, blatantly tempting it. This idiot still cared a lot about its appearance. Sure enough, after hesitating for a long time, the magic mirror reluctantly floated over. Fine, but master, you can't trick me. Who wants to be the landlord? I'm not calling, anyway. Humph, Betty wouldn't want something Grin doesn't want. Tisk, as if I would want it either. I'm not calling either. Grin was dumbfounded. Is this how you're supposed to play? It's just that my hand is bad. Even after reshuffling several times, no one wanted to be the landlord. This can't go on, a solution must be found. After dealing the cards again, Grin said nonchalantly. I think the name Fight the Landlord isn't good. Let's change it to Fight the Demon. Come on, who wants to become the world's greatest demon? Hearing this, the magic mirror slammed the table and eagerly stretched out a large hand to grab the 3 face-down cards. The world's greatest demon must be me. Reveal. Ha ha ha, 3 sixes, such a fitting number for a demon. The great demon Wulgaroth plays a pair of 9s, shaking heaven and earth. Betty gave the magic mirror a disdainful glance. This nutcase kept adding flashy adjectives for himself while playing cards. To suppress the magic mirror's arrogance, she pulled 2 cards depicting clown-like figures from her fan-shaped hand and directly threw them down. Betty plays 2 Roswells. By the way, why is Roswell so powerful in this game? It's unreasonable. It should be set as Mother's image instead. Ah, how did I lose again? It shouldn't be. The magic mirror panicked, scratching its head. It already owed quite a debt. If it kept losing, there probably wouldn't be enough space on its entire face to carve all the characters when settling accounts. Betty and Grin's eyes were filled with amusement, almost unable to hold back. The magic mirror spread its cards with both hands, and all the card faces were reflected from its mirror surface. This guy was playing with his hand exposed every round. No, something must be wrong. Could it be that the super male master and the evil lowly teamed up? Otherwise, the master must be cheating secretly. Damn, what a despicable couple. I know it. You must have done something. I want to inspect the cards. French accent. The magic mirror collected all the cards and examined each one carefully. Grin urged impatiently, what are you up to, Wulgaroth? Hurry up. By now, both he and Betty also had some fluttering strips of paper on their faces. These were mostly punishments for failing to call landlord, but they had never been beaten by the magic mirror. After inspecting for a long time and finding nothing unusual, the magic mirror reluctantly put the cards down. The cards are fine. So Betty won again. Bring your face closer, Grin. A hint of joy appeared on Betty's face. This novel game was indeed quite good. After Grin moved his face closer, Betty tore a long strip of paper from a discarded notebook. She then put the paper strip to her mouth, moistened it with some saliva, and pressed it onto Grin's face. This game is somewhat interesting, but Betty still doesn't understand why saliva must be used. Couldn't he work? Grin answered with an air of seriousness, the rules are like that. Otherwise, how could it be called a punishment? Betty's little face darkened, as if she had seen through someone's trick. It is indeed a punishment for Betty, but you don't seem to mind at all. Grin said expressionlessly and sternly, ahem, Betty, you must be imagining things. All right, game over. As of now, Wulgaroth, you owe me a total of 2,131 characters. I'm going to start carving now. Grin counted on his fingers for the magic mirror, then rummaged around his body, seemingly looking for a nail. What? Are you planning to write a novel on my face? I quit. After saying that, the magic mirror turned into a beam of light and vanished into Grin's body. This dog has terrible sportsmanship, running away as soon as he loses. Grin laughed mockingly but didn't actually intend to carve that many characters on its face. The main purpose today was to entertain Betty. Humph, you can only bully someone with a poor brain. Betty poured herself a cup of hot tea and took a comfortable sip. It was already early evening. For the first time in 400 years, she had stayed up this late playing. Grin stacked the cards neatly and placed them on Betty's small desk. He straightened his clothes and massaged his sore wrists. All right, Betty, maybe we should stop here for today. Wait a moment. A flicker of loneliness passed through Betty's eyes. She awkwardly turned her face away, her cold tone hiding a barely noticeable softness. There's still some time before a healthy bedtime. If you can't sleep, Betty grants you permission to tell a boring story here to pass the time. Considering you presented a gift to Betty. Chapter 42, Betty's Story. A smile played in Grin's eyes. Without exposing her, he skillfully pulled a chair over to Betty's princess bed and sat down. He patted the bed, signaling Betty that she could come over. How could I possibly refuse Betty's request? Seeing her little scheme seen through, the Tsundere Great Spirit's face looked a bit embarrassed. Keeping her head down to avoid Grin's gaze, she crawled from the foot of the bed into the covers and wriggled up to the headboard. Grin summoned the dark fairy tale book and gently flipped it open. The page for Little Red Riding Hood was already illuminated with color. Half-Wolf Girl Margaret, core illustration, unlock condition, dissect the stomachs of 100 canine creatures. Status, unlocked. All the canine demonic beasts Grin had torn apart in the forest previously were counted. To Grin's surprise, Little Red Riding Hood, which bore the words, core illustration, did not have any introduction for abilities or possessions. What met his eyes was even more eerie content. Ritual requirement I, 1,000 tons of flesh and blood. Ritual requirement 2, loudly chant the nursery rhyme, Grace Before Meals. This nursery rhyme titled Grace Before Meals was written in small print at the end of the page. Are you ready yet, Grin? Betty turned her head, her voice carrying a hint of subtle urgency. Only then did Grin snap out of it. His fingertips brushed over the pages, and he gently flipped forward. 2 new stories emerged on the paper. Jack and the Magic Bean, and The Little Match Girl. The storybook would not disappoint a child who longed for fairy tales. If someone yearned for the world within a fairy tale, it would generously present that epic to them. Seeing that Betty was already lying down obediently and looking over with wide eyes, Grin cleared his throat and, lowering his voice, began to describe the colorful scenes in the story. A long, long time ago, on the outskirts of a kingdom, there lived a youth named Jack. Jack and his mother were very poor, with only one old cow left at home to barely make a living. One day, the cow stopped producing milk, and his mother told Jack to take the cow to the market to sell it for food. But on the way, a wizard tricked Jack out of his cow for some magic beans. Jack returned home dejectedly and told his mother what happened. Jack's mother was both angry and anxious, and in her rage, she threw the magic beans out the window. During the night, the magic beans quietly sprouted and grew into a vine that reached the heavens. Unexpectedly, it actually connected to a floating island in the sky. Many giants on the floating island followed the vine down to the ground, where they destroyed buildings and ate humans raw. To make up for his mistake, Jack fought the giants. At the critical moment, he threw a magic bean into the giant king's mouth. The magic bean immediately began to grow, bursting out from the giant king's stomach, and the giant king's crown also fell to the ground. That crown was made from the heart of the giant progenitor, and possessed the power to control giants. Finally, Jack used the crown to drive the giants back to the floating island, saving everyone. And so, it ends. Giant Catcher Jack, unlock condition, capture a giant. Betty hadn't fallen asleep. After hearing the story, she frowned, her tone full of confusion. That's too unreasonable. Does a vine that can lead to the sky really exist? Grin tucked Betty in and whispered. Fairy tales are all lies. Of course, I won't lie to you. If that vine really exists, I will definitely take you up there to see it. Betty doesn't believe you. Do you want to pinky swear? No. Betty refused decisively, her small hand reaching out from under the covers to tightly hug the book of wisdom she kept pressed under her pillow. Then she rolled over, turning her back to Grin to avoid his overly sincere eyes, her voice muffled. Betty can't go out. Someone is talking nonsense again. Grin smiled helplessly. Seeing her covers loosen again, he reached out to tuck them in tightly. Betty fell silent, and the only sound left in the room was the soft rustling of pages. After a long while, she spoke again, her tone wrapped in a deep sense of loss, like mist accumulated over 400 years that finally couldn't help but overflow. Grin, you've shared so many stories with Betty. In exchange, let Betty tell you a story too. Grin was slightly startled, then his gaze softened. It would be my honor, Betty. The lonely Great Spirit curled up under the covers, hesitating for a long time, as if gathering courage, or perhaps not knowing where to start. Her voice was soft, with a hint of subtle trembling. 400 years ago, Betty was created by Mother, and lived a carefree and happy life. But one day, someone destroyed everything Betty had. Mother sent Betty away, making her stay in the room that exists nowhere, guarding a library full of books. At that time, Betty and Mother made a verbal contract to wait for that person. She said the Book of Wisdom would guide everything, and Betty just had to wait obediently. At first, that's what Betty thought. But later, the book became blank. Mother left, elder brother also left to accompany that half-elf, and the people in the mansion came and went. Only the wind of the forbidden library blew through the pages year after year. Betty's fingers suddenly tightened around the Book of Wisdom, her knuckles turning white, but she quickly let go, her tone rising slightly as if trying to hide something. Those days were terrifyingly quiet. Betty flipped through the books here over and over again, until she could remember exactly which page of which book had a worm-eaten hole. The gate of opportunity stopped countless people. They either coveted the power of the forbidden library, or were scared away by Betty's magic. Not a single one could stay. None of them were Betty's that person. Their names weren't in the Book of Wisdom at all. Betty, are you okay? Looking at her slightly trembling back, Grin felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He couldn't help but reach out and gently place his hand on her shoulder. Betty has long since become numb. Her voice took on a sobbing tone, as if she were murmuring to herself. When will this endless waiting finally come to an end? Betty suddenly turned around and looked fixedly at Grin. Grin, are you Betty's that person? The young girl's eyes, which were usually filled with pride, were now misty with unshed tears. Grin's heart skipped a beat. 1,000 words were stuck in his throat. He wanted so much to blurt out, I am. But he knew that if he nodded now, all he would get was an empty shell bound by a contract. If he truly wanted to save this little girl trapped in 400 years of loneliness, he would have to pull her soul along with her out of this cold, dark room. If you wish for that person to be me, and you follow your heart to choose me unwaveringly, then I can be. Betty's pupils trembled as she asked in confusion, why? Why don't you just agree directly, when Betty has already made it so clear? If you are that person, all the books in this library will belong to you. Grin shook his head, his gaze unwavering. I am not interested in this heavy knowledge. Then you can also get a contract with a great spirit. Betty grew anxious, her voice carrying a hint of a sob. My power is almost equal to elder brother's. At that time, no matter what you want to do, Betty will become your sharp sword. Grin still shook his head, his gaze landing on her reddened eyes, his tone serious and firm. What I want has never been a cold puppet. Hashtag 43 Betty's Heart. Chapter 43, Betty's Heart. Ask your heart, Betty. If it also chooses me to be your that person, even without a contract, I will always stay by your side. Grin's voice was filled with undisguised earnestness. No, it's not like that. Betty stumbled, propping herself up, her trembling fingers fumbling through the Book of Wisdom in her arms, her movements so frantic it seemed she might crush the pages. A scalding tear finally escaped her eye, landing with a plop on the paper, spreading into a small, dark stain. She hastily raised a hand to wipe it, but the tears flowed like a broken string of pearls, more and more with each wipe, rolling down her cheeks, and soaking into the delicate lace skirt, leaving tiny, scattered marks. Look, your name is clearly in the book. Betty pointed to the inscription, clearly visible from the tears, which read Grim Anderson. Grin took a deep breath, his voice sinking. I'm sorry, Betty. That was actually written by Wulgaroth. No. No. Please, just have mercy, and lie to Betty, all right. Betty shook her head hysterically, her cries filled with grievance and pleading. How could she not guess who wrote those words? Betty knew better than anyone how many pages this book had. Even if just a corner was missing, she would notice instantly. Choose me, Betty, I will definitely be more suitable for you than that ethereal person. Grin reached out to her, his palm open, his eyes filled with tenderness. Betty, her eyes brimming with tears, numbly flipped through the book of wisdom. The book doesn't say whether Betty should respond to you. I am not waiting for the book's response, I am asking your heart. The book also doesn't say whether Betty should have a heart. Then what does the book say? What should you eat for breakfast tomorrow? Which shoe should you put on first tomorrow? Betty, put your hand on your chest and listen to your heartbeat. The book doesn't. Just throw away this damn book. Grin raised his hand and knocked the book of wisdom from Betty's grasp, sending it flying into the air, transforming into countless scattered paper fragments. Human. Stop tormenting Betty, please end Betty's life and pain together. Grin's eyes softened, and he couldn't help but embrace her. In your eyes, am I a beast that would bare its fangs at a friend? Then what do you know about Betty? I don't know how many times I've dreamt of new writing appearing on the last page. Every time someone opens the door, I'm disappointed. Betty has already resigned herself to fate, but you just had to intrude into Betty's dreams. Grin was a little surprised. Did he really have a part in the beautiful dream the magic mirror gave Betty that time? Betty struggled in Grin's arms, and the entire library trembled violently with Betty's emotions. But dreams always end. When I open my eyes, there are still no words in the book. Betty finally understood that the reason the book had no continuation was that its owner's future ended here. Do you know how much I hope to be saved? Do you think I gave up so easily? If I reach out my hand, can you pull me out of this darkness where I see no future? If you could really do that, why did you leave me here alone for 400 years? Why didn't you come sooner? The girl's heart-wrenching cries drenched Grin's clothes with scalding tears. A violent surge of magic swept out like a tsunami, fiercely pushing against Grin's body. To resist this force, beastification patterns began to appear under his skin, and sharp claws grew from his fingertips. Whoosh! Pages were swept up by the strong wind, and the shelves, which had been repaired, began to creak and sway. I'm sorry, Betty, this is the fastest I could run on the path of destiny. Grin tried his best to stabilize his embrace, attempting to soothe the girl's agitated emotions. Betty's throat has long been hoarse, unable to utter words of help, and she has long given up hope of being saved. If you still want to save me, even so. Betty's voice rose, pouring out 400 years of grievances and unwillingness. Then put Betty first in your heart, think of me first, choose me first. To overwrite and erase the contract, take me away, pull me, hold me tight, you absolutely cannot do such a thing. But I am already embracing you with all my might. If this is your heart's choice, I will strive in the direction you desire. Buzz. Grin couldn't hold on any longer, his entire body transformed into the form of the Beast Prince, only then barely stabilizing himself. Betty's magic was truly exceptionally violent. The small girl in his arms looked up at his ferocious beast face, yet there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of almost pathological anticipation, as if yearning to be completely swallowed, chewed, and melted into the bones and blood by this beast. Betty is a useless failure who violated the contract. If I could die in your warm stomach, for Betty, that would already be the happiest ending. Ah, damn witch of greed, look what you've turned Betty into. When I go to the sanctuary, I'll dig 3 feet deep to find you and expose you to the sun. You must be very tired, Betty. Grin lowered his head, gently enveloping the girl with his huge beast body, his soft fur brushing against her tear-streaked cheeks. Do you remember that story, Betty, of the lonely beast locked in a castle, waiting day after day for a princess's salvation? Princess, you haven't even taught the beast how to love and be loved, how can you easily abandon your own life? My heart has chosen you, so I ask you now. Betty, are you willing to be that person? Speaking of which, Grin, drifting alone in another world, was also a solitary mast in a dark ocean. If 2 turbulent hearts could draw closer, perhaps some warmth could be born. Betty was stunned into silence for a long time, then finally raised her head to look at Grin. How can this be? Your way of speaking is too cunning. This was clearly Betty's question. Betty's heart seemed to waver for a moment, and her hands involuntarily clutched the beast's fur. For 400 years I have been alone. Even if I hold your hand now, you will still die very quickly. A human's lifespan is like a blink of an eye to me. Grin carefully held Betty's small hand, and his huge beast head slowly pressed against Betty's face. No, Betty, this body carries the curse of life. As long as there is a vibrant place, I will not die. After we spend 1,000 years, 10,000 years together, we can surely bury those 400 years of loneliness in the deepest part of our memories, until you can never remember them again. Choose me, Betty, I will help you fix the crooked bookshelves. I will bring you soothing stories on your anxious nights. I still have so many gifts I want to give you, so many places I want to take you to. So choose me, Betty, my embrace will surely be thousands of times warmer than that cold chair. Betty was a little flustered. She was afraid that in the next second she would break her promise to her mother, and she unconsciously began to recite his name. Grin. Anderson. Betty's voice had softened, seemingly just one step away from breaking the shackles of the contract. Chapter 44, Advancing Toward the High Mountain. Grin raised his right hand high, curling his sharp claws and stabbing them fiercely into his palm. Blood trickled from between his fingers, dripping onto the dust-covered floor of the forbidden library. In an instant, green plants burst through the floor, blooming into clusters of golden roses. The silhouette of the giant beast made the ceiling creak, yet his voice was as gentle as a honey-soaked incantation. Dear Belle, come and see the gift I've brought back for you. A light seemed to flash within Betty's dull gray eyes. Are you trying to sell Betty to a beast as a bride? Grin slowly lowered his head, the shadow of the giant beast completely enveloping her. The curve of his lips held a hint of wickedness, yet his eyes were filled with an overflowing sincerity. I beg of you, most benevolent Great Spirit, just as depicted in the fairy tales, pick a golden rose, and lead me from this deathly silent castle into the sunlight. The reversal of the scene made Betty the one to reach out, for at Sundara, this wasn't just a step, it was an elevator. Snap. A rose was gently snapped off. Betty turned and pulled over a step stool, placing it steadily at Grin's feet. Then, cradling the golden rose, she stepped onto the highest point of the stool, one step at a time. Standing on her tiptoes, she struggled to reach toward him, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet every word was clear. Betty, still can't reach you. A low chuckle escaped Grin's throat, and the giant beast's head slowly lowered until their noses touched and their breathing synchronized. He had originally thought the girl would pin the rose to his head. But in the next second, Betty stood even higher on her toes, and her soft lips gently pressed against his hideous beastly face. The beast's body could not feel such a subtle touch, yet Grin's heart pounded wildly in his chest, making his ribs hum with the vibration. Betty raised her hands to hug the giant beast's mottled snout, her warm tears brushing against the rough patterns, wetting a patch of cold skin. She closed her eyes, her voice choked with sobs but incredibly firm. In the name of the Great Spirit, Betty wishes to form a contract with the person before her. We shall accompany each other until the sun and moon sink together and never rise again. There was no dazzling magic circle, no whispers from a witch. But Grin clearly felt the invisible chains that had bound the forbidden library, and Betty for hundreds of years snap inch by inch. A brand new thread emerged from thin air, one end taking root deep within his soul, and the other tied to the girl's slightly trembling fingertips. The majestic mana within his body surged along the thread, pouring into Betty's limbs and bones. Grin slowly withdrew his power, the silhouette of the giant beast fading as he transformed back into human form. Losing her support, Betty fell from midair. Grin lunged forward, opening his arms to catch her steadily in his embrace. Betty gripped Grin's collar tightly, her force so great that the fabric made a faint tearing sound. She buried herself in his chest, urging him in a muffled voice, Grin, what is your answer? I, Grin, swear an oath to the sky, to the earth, and to the vast ocean. As Grin spoke, he held Betty in a princess carry, and walked slowly toward the door of the forbidden library, his voice like water that people could drown in. I am willing to accompany Betty for all eternity, to love what she loves, to think what she thinks, to bear her pain, and to endure her hardships. Whether in poverty or wealth, whether in a world of chaos or forsaken by the gods, I will draw my sword and fight for her, and I will sheath my claws for her, never to leave or forsake her, until forever. The moment they crossed the doorframe, Betty's eyes squeezed shut in fear, her body trembling slightly. Fortunately, Grin's gentle voice soothed her broken soul, and his sincere vow made her feel as if she were bathed in a spring breeze. Finally, the two of them walked out of the oppressive forbidden library. The cool night breeze nudged Betty closer into Grin's arms. This tangible sensation caused her tears to burst forth once more. Such a sentimental contract, Betty doesn't care for it at all. Her voice was muffled against Grin's chest, thick with a nasal tone, yet her knuckles gripping Grin's clothes turned white. Grin looked down and saw the girl's reddened eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, raising a hand to wipe away the tear stains from her cheeks. The warmth and softness brought by his fingertips were starkly different from the cold pages of the forbidden library. Betty's eyelashes trembled, wishing she could melt into Grin's chest. "Ha ha, I've always been this sentimental." Grin laughed softly, leaping down from the balcony while holding Betty. Whoosh! He tossed Betty upward, then immediately activated the blessing of the forest to transform into a giant beast during the descent. "Stupid Grin, what are you trying to do?" Betty's dress fluttered in the wind like an elegant hibiscus flower. Grin controlled his angle and caught Betty steadily on his massive head, then sprinted toward the courtyard at high speed. "Woohoo! I'm going to take you to the top of that high mountain to wait for the sun to come out and catch the first ray of sunlight." Boom, boom, the massive footsteps vibrated across the land. The moonlight stretched their shadows very, very long, and the petals of the golden rose still clung to Betty's hair, shimmering with faint light in the night. In the high tower of the mansion, Roswell leaned against a wide floor-to-ceiling window, watching the figures of Grin and Betty as they moved further away. Has the dragon-slaying youth begun to flesh out his wings? Subarashi, you must become my strength, Grim Anderson. After talking to himself for a moment, Roswell lowered his eyes again, his gaze falling on the book of wisdom in his hand. The pages turned on their own without any wind. The One Destined to Slay the Dragon, what a wonderful title. However, if one wants to master a sharp sword, one cannot do without a reliable hilt. Roswell narrowed his eyes and looked scrutinizingly at Ram, who was serving nearby. "Ram, it seems you haven't replenished your mana for several days. Come here." Ram's expression was complex as she took a nearly imperceptible half-step back, her tone distant yet respectful. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Roswell. Ram's mana is still quite abundant." Roswell was somewhat taken aback by her reaction, then awkwardly withdrew his open hands. His fingertips gently stroked the pages, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Sokka, you have your own plans too, Ram." When he had accepted Ram's defection, they had made an agreement. Roswell promised to help her track down the witch cult and settle the blood feud of the Oni village. However, since Roswell himself was also one of the culprits who destroyed the Oni village, the contract included the following two additional terms. If the world progressed according to Roswell's Book of Wisdom, Ram must be absolutely loyal and obey all his orders. If the world line deviated from the prophecy of the Book of Wisdom, Roswell would accept any disposal by Ram, with his life or death, and whether he stays or leaves, all decided by Ram. In Ram's eyes, emotions of hatred and gratitude surged and intertwined, her fingers trembled slightly, and the flow of mana within her body became restless. She lowered her eyes, concealing the turbulence within her gaze, her voice as light as a sigh. "It is late. Lord Roswell should rest early. Please excuse Ram's departure." The peach-haired maid bowed and withdrew, gently closing the door. As long as Ram still existed in the world, she would always occupy the primary position in Ram's heart. Grin's appearance had caused the contents of the Book of Wisdom to change. This also allowed Ram to see an opportunity to win the contract gamble. #45 Having dinner with Betty. Chapter 45, Dinner with Betty. The footsteps of the giant beast abruptly ceased on the mountaintop, and the morning mist rolled over Grin's furry back like milk. Betty's skirt was lifted by the mountain wind, and the golden rose petals in her hair fluttered down, melting into the surging sea of clouds beneath their feet. This was the Gina mountain range, the highest point within the Mathers territory. Many ferocious magical beasts lived in the mountain forests, but upon sensing Grin's presence at this moment, they became as quiet as if they had entered hibernation. Even the little birds dared not chirp. "Betty, look, the sun is out." Grin happily pointed it out to Betty. The eastern horizon was violently torn open by a crack of gold and red. The warm blade of light pierced the inky night curtain, dyeing the layered waves of clouds in a pattern interwoven with molten gold and rosy clouds. The distant Elia Great Forest shed the deep shade of night, gradually revealing shades of green, resembling the dusty, ancient illustrations found in the Forbidden Library. Betty almost forgot the warmth of the sun. The girl's voice was softer than usual. She reached out to touch the incoming rosy glow, her fingertips catching a speck of fine, warm gold. The red sun broke free from the restraint of the clouds, and in the instant it leaped up, 10,000 rays of light poured down. Betty stopped talking, merely tilting her head slightly, letting the mountain wind brush against her cheek, and the warm light settle upon her shoulders. Threads of nascent warmth were quietly smoothing the loneliness within her heart. Betty knelt on Grin's furry head, tangibly feeling his presence. In this moment, she had her own son. Just as Betty was moved, Grin's teasing voice sounded from beneath her feet. "Betty, do you believe I dare jump off this mountaintop?" "What?" Betty was slightly stunned by Grin's abrupt statement. "You don't believe me, huh? Hold on tight. Wait. Ah. You madman." The human and the spirit played wildly in the mountains for a long time, chasing the mountain wind, tasting the clear forest spring water, and picking sweet and sour wild fruits. It wasn't until dusk once again covered the mountains that they slowly returned to the mansion, following the afterglow. Dinner time. In the mansion's dining room, Betty was sitting nestled in Grin's embrace. She sat obediently, tilting her head up, waiting to be fed, a demeanor completely different from the haughty great spirit she usually was. Amelia, holding a warm cup of black tea, watched the scene before her, her eyes full of surprise. When did Grin and Betty become so close? Who knows? Maybe Betty fell in love with me at first sight. Grin smiled, picked up a silver fork, speared a honey-coated baked apple, and offered it to Betty's mouth. "Come on, Betty, open up." Betty snatched the apple slice with a soft "oh-you-woo," her cheeks slightly puffed out. While chewing, she mumbled stubbornly, "Humph, don't misunderstand. Grin is merely Betty's newly acquired slave, taking care of Betty is his duty." The maid sisters serving nearby had different thoughts as they watched this scene. Rem secretly glanced at Betty from the corner of her eye, her clear blue eyes filled with envy. Darn it, it's all because this body healed too quickly. Otherwise, Green Kun would surely still be staying by her bedside, taking meticulous care of her like before. But if she kept lying in bed pretending to be sick, her sister's workload would become too heavy. After struggling for a while, Rem finally mustered her courage, carried her tray to Grin's side, and spoke softly. "Green Kun, you must have been too busy taking care of Beatrice to eat yourself, right? Let Rem feed you." Before the words even finished, a spoonful of meat broth was brought to Grin's lips. "Ah!" Grin subconsciously opened his mouth, and the warm broth slid down his throat, still containing some bits of meat. As he chewed, he belatedly realized how strange the scene was. Ram's eyes curved into a mischievous smile. Clearly, she felt things weren't chaotic enough. "Since that's the case, I, as the older sister, shall take care of Remington." Saying that, she also picked up a plate of dessert, and joined this bizarre feeding relay. "Wait a minute. Wait. Why did things suddenly turn like this? Amelia, help me out." Grin frantically tried to push away the spoon being offered, and turned to the half-elf girl beside him for rescue. Amelia tilted her head, pondering seriously for a while, her clear purple eyes filled with confusion. Me. Should I help too? Should I feed Ram something as well? Saying that, she genuinely picked up her own plate and looked eagerly toward Ram. Big fool, what are you doing? If we follow this logic, should Betty feed you next? Will it end up forming a circular feeding assembly line? Enough. Betty finally couldn't stand it anymore, extended her small hand, and slapped the dining table heavily. The crisp sound instantly silenced the noisy dining room. You unclean women, if you cause any more trouble, Betty will throw you all out. Hearing Betty's angry shout, everyone immediately fell silent and retracted the utensils in their hands. Just then, a faint light flashed from Amelia's hair. Puck yawned, squeezed out, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked at Betty. As a great spirit who keeps standard office hours, he was ready to clock out. But upon hearing Betty's angry tone, he, as her elder brother, roused himself and manifested. What happened? What could make you so angry, Betty? Elder brother. The moment she saw Puck, the anger on Betty's face instantly vanished, replaced by a rare softness. She tugged at Grin's clothes, saying with a hint of grievance, "Humph, Betty and Grin are intimately enjoying dinner, but these brats always try to steal some of Grin's attention." Puck's gaze fell on Grin, his eyes swirling with a faint halo of magical power as he silently examined his body. A moment later, he suddenly covered his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Betty, you actually signed a contract with Grin. This truly surprises me." "Humph," he begged Betty to sign it. Betty lifted her chin proudly. "That's wonderful. Betty, you've finally found the person destined for you. Congratulations." Puck circled excitedly in midair, his voice full of joy. "As your brother, I am truly happy for you." "No, Grin is not the person written about in the books." Betty tilted her head up and gently stroked Grin's cheek with her small hand. "He is the only one Betty chose in her heart." Puck watched Betty's growth with satisfaction, and as he saw the tenderness in his sister's eyes, his own eyes grew slightly moist. Then Puck slowly flew in front of Grin, hovering before him, and bowed solemnly. "Grin, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. I entrust this child to your care from now on." "Arigato." Grin nodded sincerely, gently stroking Betty's soft hair. "Rest assured, Puck. Betty and I have already exchanged vows." The warmth from his palm traveled through her hair into Betty's heart. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not pull away. Instead, she snuggled closer into his embrace, clutching the corner of his clothes tightly. Someone's vows sounded so long-winded, anyone hearing it would think he was proposing marriage to Betty. Proposing marriage. Rem suddenly looked up, appearing somewhat panicked. It must be said that she lived up to her reputation as a great spirit. She could actually achieve this level. Darn it, Rem feels like she's falling behind. Everyone was somewhat bewildered by Rem's reaction, and involuntarily turned their gazes toward her. As the older sister, how could Rem not know Rem's feelings? She quickly pulled her sister back and whispered to her ear. "Don't worry, Remington. What Grin and Betty have is just a contract. Proposing marriage is an exaggeration." Chapter 46, A Letter from Afar. Otto's letter is embedded in this chapter as a compensation for adding 700 more words. By the way, Amelia, are there any magic crystal stones left in the mansion? Grin put down his spoon, his hand naturally resting on Betty's waist. Amelia tapped her right cheek with her fingertip, as if in thought. "Roswell seems to have one more, but it has quite a few impurities and can't be used directly." Grin was a bit disappointed. If there were a suitable magic crystal stone, he could take Betty with him. Now Betty's source of mana had changed from the Forbidden Library to Grin. Maintaining Betty's normal activities required a constant consumption of massive amounts of mana. If there were a magic crystal stone to act as a power bank, Grin's burden would be significantly reduced. As if sharing a heart-to-heart connection with Grin, Betty gave his hand a comforting pat. "Don't worry, Grin. If Betty modifies it, that magic crystal stone can be used. You can actually do that." As expected of Betty. Grin leaned down affectionately and rubbed his head against Betty's hair. Stop it. You idiot, Grin. Betty's hair is going to turn into a fur ball. Although Betty shouted for him to stop, she didn't make any move to resist. Coo coo coo. Bang. While everyone was playing around, a gray pigeon crashed into the dining room window. Ram looked toward the sound, her gaze shifting slightly. It looks like something is tied to that pigeon's leg. Having said that, she walked over quickly, pushed open the window, and with swift hands, caught the pigeon just as it was about to slide off the ledge. Ram lifted the pigeon's wing and, as expected, found a tied note on its tiny claw. Grin stood up alertly and asked, Ram, what's the situation? Could it be a declaration of war from another royal selection camp? No, that's not right. I haven't seen this part of the plot. Ram took the note and released the pigeon. After smoothing out the note and reading its contents, Ram's expression became somewhat playful. I see. This is written to you, Grin. After saying that, Ram walked over to Grin and showed the note to him. Mine? It's not a love letter, is it? Grin's head was full of question marks. He wasn't in the habit of corresponding with anyone. Taking it and looking, he saw Otto's name written clearly at the end of the note. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? With an uneasy heart, Grin began to read slowly in a low voice. My dear friend Grin, seeing these words is like meeting in person. Grin, we're rich. Ha ha ha. After returning to the royal capital, I conducted a secret investigation of the market. Just as you said, someone is buying up war supplies, and the scale is gradually expanding. I believe this is a massive business opportunity, so I decided not to pay back the loan for now and use all the funds to take a gamble. I trust your vision. Although we have 400 gold coins, it's still just a drop in the bucket in the vast market, until I set my sights on a certain high-grade healing potion. Because there hasn't been a war recently, there isn't much stock of this highly effective healing potion on the market. One of its ingredients is a medicinal herb called requiem grass, and each potion requires 20 grams. Do you know what I discovered? The high-grade earth dragon fodder in the royal capital is mixed with requiem grass. So I first rented a few warehouses, and used the rest of the money to buy up all of this fodder. The amount of requiem grass I've sifted out so far is uncountable. Now that Flugel Avenue is blocked, once the requiem grass on the market is depleted, I'll sell it at a high price. But there's also some bad news. A greedy noble has been eyeing the requiem grass in our hands. Fortunately, I managed to buy a week's time with the excuse of needing to sort it. To protect our shared property, please make sure to come to the royal capital within 7 days. Your dear friend, Otto Suwandate. Grin slumped on the sofa and crumpled the note into a ball. That bastard. Couldn't he just resell some protective gear or ironware? Why did he go and hoard some damn earth dragon fodder? Ram was puzzled by Grin's reaction, so she familiarly picked up the letter. After looking at it for a while, a mocking smile curled on Ram's lips. Grin, your friend is even more of a troublemaker than you are. Relying on Grin's foresight, Otto had bought a large amount of high-grade earth dragon fodder at a low price in advance, nearly reaching a quarter of the royal capital's stock. At that time, the citizens of the royal capital didn't know that Flugel Avenue would be closed, thinking that fodder would continue to be delivered in a steady stream. It didn't really affect ordinary earth dragons, after all, they usually ate inferior fodder. But the earth dragons raised by the nobles might have to tighten their belts. Because it was impossible for Otto to resell the high-grade fodder immediately, he still had to sift through it for the requiem grass first. Grin had a bit of a headache. He only had 400 gold coins, the price of 2 kilograms of tea. How could he cause such a big stir? These words stung Ram's heart again. Thinking of the ruined little crimson leaf tea, she wanted to hang Subaru Natsuki up and beat him. That kind of precious tea only has one small jar in the mansion. Grin, you underestimate the purchasing power of 400 gold coins. According to the letter, buying all that high-grade fodder could fill at least 3 large warehouses. Grin nodded thoughtfully. 400 gold coins were actually about the same as 4 million renminbi. He and Otto were good friends who had spent time in prison together. After all, he couldn't just leave the guy hanging. Amelia, can we set off early? Amelia sat up straight. She saw the worry in Grin's eyes. Of course. I also feel that we shouldn't just stand by and watch when it comes to Grin's friend. Seeing Amelia was moved, Ram quickly spoke up to stop her. No way. The detour route you've chosen is a branch of Flugel Avenue, which is currently still covered in white mist. The departure time was calculated by Lord Roswell. Only then will the white mist dissipate enough to allow for safe passage. Grin's expression was grave. Roswell's calculation likely came from his book of wisdom. Although he didn't want to admit it, that crappy book did have some merit. If the book stated they shouldn't leave now, going recklessly would surely result in a head-on collision with the wandering white whale. Ram walked over to Grin and began to clear the dirty dishes from the table. Don't worry, Grin. With the Royal Selection Assembly approaching, no noble would dare to cause trouble at such a critical time. Besides, didn't your idiot friend buy a week's time? That's plenty of time for your fist to fly into those guys' faces. After hearing Ram's analysis, Grin's mood finally settled down. Ram has a point. Amelia's safety is equally important. Let's stick to the original plan. Dinner ended and everyone gradually went off to attend to their own business. Late at night, the night breeze, carrying the scent of flowers from the courtyard, quietly slipped through the half-open window. Grin shivered and subconsciously pulled at the quilt, murmuring in his sleep, so cold. Unfortunately, there was now another person under his quilt, making it difficult to keep both of them warm. Betty claimed that since she had a contractor, she never wanted to return to the cold forbidden library again. So she naturally acted as Grin's body pillow. Betty, in his arms, was a light sleeper, and the slight movement woke her up. Looking at Grin's slightly frowning sleeping face, Betty gave a doting smile. This defenseless face is truly reassuring. Grin was in a daze, his hands constantly groping in the dark. Where's my precious quilt? Hearing this, the great spirit girl happily snuggled into Grin's arms and said, Betty is right here. I really can't do anything about you. Grin didn't pay any attention. He grabbed the quilt with both hands and did a death roll, wrapping the entire comforter around himself. Leaving Betty alone, stunned in the night wind. After a moment of being dazed, she began to get angry. Damn it. Crack, crack, crack. Betty's silver teeth ground together as she was about to give Grin's head a punch. Suddenly, Grin's face turned pale, his eyes were tightly shut, his brows were furrowed, and a lot of cold sweat broke out in an instant. This was clearly the behavior of a normal person having a nightmare. Grin's mouth opened and closed, and intermittent sleep talk came from his mouth. Wait, listen to me, I'm innocent. I'm not a lolicon at all. She's over 400 years old, she's long been an adult. In that case, I request to be shot with the smallest caliber bullet. Ha 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 ha, you want to kill me? With my water-skimming kick, it won't be that simple. Yaha. Ah. Grin screamed and sat up abruptly, gasping for air. Just now, he had dreamed that he was about to be executed by firing squad, so he used a water-skimming kick to take off from the spot, only to be blown to ashes by a rocket-propelled grenade. Seeing Grin wake up, Betty quickly stepped forward and hugged his head, gently stroking his hair and saying comfortingly, There, the nightmare has flown away. You don't have to be afraid anymore, Grin. Grin leaned against Betty's chest, all the strength leaving his body. At this moment, Betty was only wearing a thin nightgown. He could faintly feel two slight protrusions amidst that warm softness. He shamelessly rubbed against the warm spot, causing Betty to cough lightly, her ears turning red as she raised her hand to press down on his head. Behave yourself. You guy, do you like clinging to Betty that much? Grin grinned mischievously, ha ha, I'd even accept being hit by a nuclear bomb now. Hashtag 47 back to the capital. Chapter 47, Return to the Royal Capital. Betty carried a soft, milky fragrance, as sweet and gentle as honey, faint yet clear and alluring. His voice, thick with fatigue, softly pressed close to Betty. "Betty, I'm so cold. You've hogged all the blankets for yourself, and you still dare say that." Betty raised her hand to push Green's head away, but couldn't muster any strength. In the end, she could only helplessly let go, allowing him to act up. Green freed one hand, shook out the thick quilt, and wrapped it tightly around both of them. Then, he ducked down and burrowed toward Betty's feet. "The quilt only covers the body, Betty. My face is frozen solid by the night wind. Warm me up quickly. You're going to die. Don't squeeze in. You're going to tear Betty's nightgown." Her soft, chiding tone was full of indulgence. Betty's fingers, clutching the hem of Green's clothes, loosened and tightened. Her silver-blue eyelashes fluttered slightly. In the end, she turned her face away, allowing his head to emerge from her collar, his warm breath scattering across her neck. Betty's tense shoulders gradually relaxed, but the tips of her ears burned bright red, softening her voice as she spoke. "This outfit is practically unwearable now. Where are you nudging your head?" Betty can hardly breathe. "Yawn, you're so warm, Betty." Green mumbled in response, burying his face back into the crook of her neck. His breathing gradually deepened, weariness surging in his eyes, wrapped in the warmth surrounding them. Combined with the all-night, frantic running in the early hours, his spirit had finally reached its limit, beginning to feel light and airy. Green's arm loosened slightly but still held firmly around Betty's waist. The milky scent at his nose grew clearer, becoming the most soothing sedative. Betty lowered her gaze, her fingertips gently smoothing his soft hair. Her voice softened to a gentle, slow whisper close to his ear. "Good night, Green." Betty, it's so good to have you." Dawn broke. The day of departure arrived as scheduled. Green, Rem, and Amelia boarded the dragon carriage bound for the royal capital. A necklace adorned with a magic crystal stone now hung around the young man's neck. The Great Spirit Betty resided within the crystal, her fingertips gathering faint light as she meticulously removed impurities. Roswell did not accompany them. He had already activated a flight spell, and gone ahead to scout the safety of the path for Amelia. The detour along the small path was bumpy and difficult. It took the group a full 3 days of travel to finally arrive at the luxurious inn in the royal capital. Green was feeling a bit carsick. As soon as they arrived, he quickly jumped down, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Rem followed closely behind Green, like a little tail. Ever since crying once in Green's arms, this blue-haired maid had started acting a bit strange. She would steal glances at Green from time to time, and occasionally giggle foolishly. "Rem, is there something dirty on my face?" Green felt inexplicably scrutinized by her gaze, and rubbed his cheek a couple of times. Rem frantically waved her hands, a bright smile blooming on her cheeks, her eyes curved like crescent moons. "Not at all, Green-kun. Rem just thinks Green-kun today looks exceptionally heroic and outstanding." Green preened, straightening his collar, and deliberately put on a stern, displeased face. "Oh. Was I not handsome yesterday?" Rem's eyes sparkled like they held starlight. Obediently following his lead, she praised him, her voice soft, sweet, and earnest. "Today's Green-kun is just a tiny bit more handsome than yesterday's Green-kun. Rem believes tomorrow's Green-kun will surely become even more splendid. Green-kun is really so adorable." Rem stared at Green so intently her gaze seemed almost sticky, giving off a rather obsessive vibe. Green was somewhat surprised by the girl's answer, not expecting Rem to be so good at flirting. Even the notoriously shameless Green felt his face grow a bit warm at this moment. "Hey, you two." Amelia caught up, carrying quite a bit of luggage. "Rem and Green were so engrossed in your intimate chat, you actually left me behind all alone." Rem suddenly realized her mistake and hurriedly trotted up to Amelia, taking all the luggage from her. "I'm sorry, Amelia-sama. It's all Rem's fault for being so careless. I truly apologize." Rem bowed repeatedly, clearly feeling quite embarrassed. As the head maid of the Magirius household, she had actually forgotten the royal selection candidate supported by the head of the household, Roswell, in the dragon carriage. Darn it, I was too busy staring at Green Cohen. After unloading the luggage, Amelia breathed a sigh of relief, then stomped over to Green, puffed up with anger. Green, you too. You were so listless in the dragon carriage, but as soon as we reached the royal capital, you immediately ran off. Amelia grabbed Green's wrist, as if afraid of being left behind again. Green's eyes shifted somewhat evasively. Sorry, Amelia. I just wanted to check in quickly so I could take care of Otto's matter. Amelia's brows instantly smoothed out, her previously tense expression completely relaxing. I see. I misunderstood you, Green. The three of them walked up to the front desk. The clerk was a middle-aged gentleman who appeared rather serious. Welcome. How many rooms would you like to book? 2 rooms, thank you. Green blurted out. Upon hearing this, Rem's small face inexplicably flushed with 2 streaks of crimson. She quickly stepped forward, tugged on Green's sleeve, and whispered in his ear. Green Cohen, as a maid, Rem cannot share a room with the noble Amelia Sama. If they only booked 2 rooms, Rem would have to stay with Green Cohen. The middle-aged gentleman glanced at Rem's blushing face, then shot a look at Green. His expression instantly turned subtle, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. He then leaned in closer, lowering his voice to ask quietly, Sir, would you like some health supplements? Huh? Green was baffled. The middle-aged gentleman flashed an extremely brief, lewd smile, slightly raising his palm to reveal a small glass vial containing blue pills. Holy crap, this sanctimonious guy is moonlighting selling Viagra. Isn't this a luxury inn? More like a luxury whorehouse inn. Green gave the clerk a disgusted look and changed his answer, no, thank you. And we need 3 rooms. The middle-aged gentleman actually looked somewhat disappointed, though it was unclear if it was due to missing out on gossip or failing to sell his wares. Very well, 3 rooms it is. Please present your identification documents. Hearing this, both Rem and Amelia took out palm-sized identification tags from their pockets and placed them on the counter. Green's heart sank. He scratched his head in distress. He hadn't even sorted out his status as a free citizen yet. Where would he get identification? Was he really going to end up sleeping on the streets? After looking around anxiously, Green happened to see his own portrait posted in the VIP section behind the middle-aged gentleman. Got it. Speak of the devil. It must be that Roswell guy, knowing he lacked identification, had made arrangements in advance. That clown truly lived up to being the current head of the Magirius household. His considerations were indeed thorough. Pointing confidently at that portrait, he declared. As the front desk, you can't even remember what a VIP looks like. Take a good look at that portrait. Do I still need to register? Chapter 48, Giant Catcher. The middle-aged gentleman looked back in confusion, then turned back to look at Grin in confusion. Finally, he simply tore the portrait down and held it up next to Grin's face for comparison. The young man before him did indeed bear a striking resemblance to the figure in the portrait. Is this portrait you? It's me. Is it? Yes, I was much thinner back then. But this is a wanted poster. What? Grin was dazed. Wasn't this taken down from the VIP section? The middle-aged gentleman shook his head and guessed, and in turn must have posted it in the wrong place. I'm certain the guy in the portrait is a criminal. Rem pulled Grin back in a panic, covering Grin's mouth with one hand while waving the other dismissively. No, Mr. Clerk, Green Cohen was mistaken. Amelia followed up with an explanation, right, this guy is my knight. We have a travel permit issued by the Magirius household. Please, Mr. Clerk, just register him as an attendant. The middle-aged gentleman checked the travel permit Amelia handed over and nodded after confirming it was correct. Don't worry, I obviously know this young man was joking. The real child agitator was caught long ago. Attendant Grin, registered. Guests, please keep your identification documents safe. Having finally entered the room, Amelia immediately put her hands on her hips and began lecturing Grin. She reached out her delicate hand and gave Grin's head a firm poke. I'm starting to worry about letting you go out on your own. Honestly, how could you try to claim the identity of a wanted criminal? Grin looked up guiltily at Amelia's huffy little face. Damn it, which blind idiot posted that portrait randomly? Fortunately, because of the Queen Snow White entry, his appearance had improved significantly and was somewhat different from before. Before he was just a bit handsome, now he was likely a threat to the existence of those known as tomato users. Rem also nodded in concern. Green Cohen, how about Rem goes with you? Poor Green Cohen, what if it rains later and he doesn't know where to hide? What if he gets hungry? Rem is so worried. After Grin repeatedly promised to act with extreme caution, the two girls finally let him leave. According to Otto's letter, his warehouse should be on the west side of the middle section of Grocery Street. Grin walked along the capital's main street, cradling his right arm and stroking his chin. The cries of street vendors rose and fell, and the sounds of merchants and customers haggling wove together into the most vibrant urban symphony. Several ornately decorated dragon carriages drove slowly past, the profiles visible through the windows carrying the leisure of the nobility. The vendors beside the carriage tracks stepped aside one after another, their eyes hiding a bit of awe and envy. This was the first time he had slowed down to appreciate the scenery of the royal capital. In the past, he was always hiding and playing cat-and-mouse with the capital's guards. That mansion should be the House of Astria. It looks even more magnificent than Roswell's mansion. A massive complex of buildings was constructed on the gentle hills on the west side of the capital. It avoided the hustle and bustle of the main street, yet by virtue of its innate sharp edge, it became the most striking presence on this high ground. The contemporary sword saint, Reinhard van Astria, came from this family. Just as he approached the edge of the mansion, a commotion reached his ears. Catch him! Don't let him get away, that damn thief! Hearing these familiar shouts, Grin reflexively found cover and hid. What the hell, is peeping illegal now too? He cautiously poked his head out to look. Grin then realized these guards weren't there to catch him, but were chasing a big guy about 2 meters tall. Hey! Is that Mr. Grimm? Quick, help us stop that thief. He actually dared to climb into the House of Astria's mansion to steal, he's got a death wish. Grin was speechless. Why was it this guard captain again? Was the security force in the royal capital really this understaffed? Before he could respond, the big guy being chased also spoke up. This old man is just looking for a relative. I didn't steal anything, you blind tin men. Grin looked closely, this guy was also an acquaintance. The big guy was actually Old Man Ram. It looked like he had climbed into the Astria home to look for Felt. Old Man Ram ran close and finally saw Grin as well. Little Grim, weren't you caught? Never mind that, quickly throw some lime into these bastard eyes. Grin's single-core brain was starting to struggle. This world was too bizarre, he suddenly felt like going back to the inn to seek some comfort from Remington. Watching Old Man Ram run toward him, Grin suddenly remembered something. The unlocking condition for Giant Catcher Jack seemed to be capturing a giant. Isn't the Old Man Ram in front of me from the giant race? After a brief brainstorm, a perfect plan leapt into his mind. Thinking of this, Grin quickly reached out and gave Old Man Ram a pull. Wait, Old Man Ram. Old Man Ram of the giant race only felt a strange force on his arm, dragging him to a halt by sheer strength. The Beast Prince entry came with a taijutsu ability, which had strengthened his physical body. Even without beastification, he had still gained quite a bit of solid muscle. Run, little Grim. If we both get caught, no one will go to save Felt. Grin patted Old Man Ram's shoulder heavily and comforted him. Don't worry, Old Man Ram, these are all our own people. At this time, the guard captain also ran over with his squad. Seeing Grin holding Old Man Ram steady, the few of them finally felt safe enough to gasp for air, using the chance to recover their strength. "Thank you for your generous assistance, Mr. Grimm." As he spoke, the guard captain wanted to take over the arrest of Old Man Rom. Grin quickly blocked him. "Wait, what do you think you're doing with your hands? This is my former boss, Old Man Rom." Speaking of which, Old Man Rom still owed him half a month's wages. The guard captain felt a pang in his heart. He had finally thought he could earn a great merit, but he had run into someone with connections again. "This, Mr. Grimm, we also received an arrest warrant issued by the House of Astria. Moreover, there are a large number of citizens watching here. If we don't arrest him, we won't be able to give an account." This guard captain was actually quite diligent. Whether it was Grin's wanted poster or his judgment, this bastard had been the one to arrange them. Grin walked over to Old Man Rom and signaled for him to lower his head to communicate. Otherwise, with Old Man Rom's height of over 2.2 meters, it was really hard to whisper. "Old Man Rom, you don't need to worry about Felt. That girl is living very comfortably right now." Old Man Rom rubbed his large bald head and replied. "I see, but this old man won't feel at ease until I see her with my own eyes. I heard she was taken away by someone from the House of Astria. This family's security level is extremely high. This old man was discovered as soon as I climbed in. Old Man Rom, I think you can go to the prison to lay low for a while. Later, I'll notify Felt to come and bail you out." Old Man Rom immediately refused. "What? This old man isn't going. The royal capital doesn't even have a cell suitable for a giant." Grin quickly added, "You don't have to stay in a cell, I can let you stay in the guardroom. Their food is great, and there's even beer to drink." "Beer? Hiss, this makes it very difficult for this old man." Old Man Rom fell into deep thought. Grin was now dressed quite impressively, and even the guard captain respected him. This kid had definitely mixed into the upper class of the royal capital. His relationship with Felt had always been good, so he wouldn't go so far as to deceive this old man. Looking at it this way, he really could get beer to drink. The guard captain overheard a little bit of the content, and a look of terror suddenly appeared on his face. He suddenly felt like the sky was falling and quickly took 2 steps back. Actually, we're all a bit exhausted. Mr. Giant, why don't you try running away again?" Right, I sprained my ankle. My stomach hurts, I can't run any more." Grin urged anxiously. "Not good, Old Man Rom, they want to go back on their word. That won't do. Ever since the stolen goods warehouse was seized, this old man hasn't had a beer in a long time." At that moment, the giant made up his mind. #49 The Sun in the Alley. Chapter 49, The Sun in the Alleyway. Old Man Rom trotted up to the guard captain and stood at attention, looking like a straight-backed little mountain. "You've caught this old man." The guard captain shook his head numbly. "Oh heavens, I don't want to arrest you anymore. Please, just let me go. I'm about to retire. By my dragon god." With a person this massive, he'd probably have to drink beer out of a bathtub. One person could probably eat as much as 10. "Old Man Rom, put that on your hands." Grin gave a low-voiced hint, repeatedly pointing his fingers at the iron chain on the guard captain's waist. "Hand it over." Old Man Rom immediately grasped Grin's meaning. He reached out with his thick fingers, grabbed the iron chain, and gave it a sharp yank, causing the guard captain to spin instantly like a top. The old man spun around for a long time, but still couldn't manage to tie the chain around himself. To prevent any complications from the delay, Old Man Rom quickly called Grin over to help. Grin was very familiar with such things and successfully tied Old Man Rom up in just a few moves. "All right, Old Man Rom, you're under arrest." At that same moment, the entry for Giant Catcher Jack in the Dark Fairy Tale book was unlocked. Old Man Rom nodded with satisfaction and roared at the surrounding crowd as if giving an acceptance speech. "Everyone, look at me. Look at me, look at me. I have an announcement to make. This old man has been arrested. Stop spectating. The laws of the royal capital stand above all else, even if I am of the giant race, I cannot escape them. After shouting for a while, he inexplicably crouched down and asked. By the way, Master Guard, is the beer at your place brewed from this year's new wheat? Pfft. The guard captain spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Grin then walked over to the guard captain to deliver the final blow. Remember that lost princess I mentioned last time? This old man is her guardian among the common folk. Pfft. The height of the guard captain's blood spray reached a new record. After recovering for a good while, he finally stood up and beckoned to another soldier in the squad. Enjoy, come here for a moment. The young guard named Enjoy walked over, looking confused. Captain, any instructions? The guard captain wore a kind smile and patted Enjoy's shoulder trustingly. Enjoy, you are the most outstanding guard in our squad. Today, I announce that you will take my place and become the new captain of the 7th Squad of the Kingdom's City Guard. How can that be? I still need more experience. Experience my ass. You're the captain now anyway. I'm announcing my immediate retirement. With that, the captain took off his helmet, jammed it onto Enjoy's head, and vanished in a flash. The oversized helmet covered Enjoy's eyes. By the time he pushed up the visor, the old captain was long gone. He looked at the few guards under him in a daze. What should we do? You're the captain now. We all listen to you. Old Man Ram walked over impatiently and lifted Enjoy up with one hand, like picking up a little chick. This old man knows where the prison is. Now hurry up and take me there to DRI, to rot in jail. After taking 2 steps toward the prison, Old Man Ram turned around to wave goodbye to Grin. Little Grim, no need to rush to bail me out. After giving his instructions, the old giant left, surrounded by the guards. Grin's lip twitched, he hoped the prison's financial budget could handle the strain. Only after reaching a secluded alley did Grin summon the dark fairy tale book to check it. The illustration of a heroic youth standing atop a giant's corpse was glowing, holding a cracked crown high in his hand. Giant Catcher Jack. Abilities, Agile, Brave, Master Milker, Cows. Items, 1 magic bean, 1 near-broken giant crown. Upon wearing it, the body will undergo gigantification for 3 minutes. Due to lack of maintenance, it will dissipate after 1 use. Whoa, this is basically a Tiga trial card. Grin was secretly astonished. Under the powerful halo of the giant crown, Grin directly ignored the existence of the magic bean. With this treasure, when I see the white whale, I'll give it an ultra kick to avenge the grudge of being chased into a frantic retreat back then. Adjusting his mood, Grin prepared to cross the alley and return to the main street. Just then, 3 men, 1 thin, 1 short, and 1 burly, approached from the opposite end of the alley, cornering a young girl in a red dress. Little girl, behave yourself. Are you kidding me? Be careful, or I'll beat your pretty face until it's swollen. The girl opened the feathered folding fan in her hand, covering the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of mockery. Oh my, how surprising. People of poor character even have such tasteless ways of picking a fight. Grin realized, wasn't this Priscilla? The scrawny thug named Rakins, provoked by Priscilla, drew 2 small knives from behind his back. Arrogant woman, I advise you to put down everything valuable on you, or you won't be leaving in one piece. Priscilla looked at the knives in Rakins' hands with contempt and laughed. With those 2 nail clippers in your hands. Even if this mistress stands perfectly still, you won't be able to harm a single hair of mine. The other shorty thug, despite his small stature, had the most explosive temper. Hearing Priscilla's mockery, he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Crunch! A certain someone observing from the shadows stepped on a withered leaf. In the silent alley, the crisp sound instantly drew their gazes. Grin felt embarrassed and helplessly stepped out from the shadows. This is too ridiculous, Priscilla. I clearly checked the path behind me. How could a dry leaf suddenly appear? He complained in exasperation, it must be someone's divine protection of the sun at work again. Priscilla wasn't surprised at all, maintaining her haughty posture. Commoner, do not address this mistress by her name so directly. After seeing Grin's face clearly, she seemed to recall something for a second or two. Oh, isn't this the little squid who broke out of prison? Grin's lip twitched violently, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Great, now he had another nickname. The ignored Chintuncan trio of thugs grew angry, but just as they were about to start cursing, they froze upon seeing Grin. Grin used to hang around the slums as well, so he had actually met them a few times. Rakins recognized Grin and quickly blocked the impulsive shorty thug, warning. Everyone be careful, it's the cat and dog duo from the loot warehouse. That blonde girl with the short sword must be hiding nearby too. Damn it, weren't they both arrested? With that, he reached out to carefully shield his eyes, clearly guarding against something. Back when Grin and Felt fought for territory in the slums, they would always throw lime powder first. Once the enemy lost their balance, Felt would strike like lightning and send them flying. Grin took a deep breath and cracked his knuckles. Stop giving me those F***king nicknames. As soon as he finished speaking, Grin turned into an afterimage. His powerful physical techniques allowed him to move through them like a tiger among sheep. In less than 10 seconds, the three thugs were slumped on the ground, wailing for their parents. Priscilla walked satisfyingly into the center of the group, maintaining her position as the focal point. This mistress told you already, even if the sun stands still, it is not something mortals can approach. Chapter 50, Future adversaries also meet on a narrow road. Priscilla, you're truly shameless, speaking as if all the credit belongs to you. Then what do I count as? Perhaps a moth drawn to radiance. After all, you are considerably stronger than these boring flies. Priscilla pondered for a moment before giving Grin her answer. In her mind, this was already considered a compliment. Grin was somewhat exasperated, feeling ants crawling all over him. If he wasn't afraid of losing to this young widow, he would have made a move long ago. Besides her heaven-defying divine protection, Priscilla also possessed excellent yang magic talent and swordsmanship. She could even pull a yang sword directly from the void. This sword is one of the world's top 10 famous swords with preposterous abilities. Priscilla's overall strength could be said to be among the very best among the crown princes. I'm baffled. Does Lugnica specialize in sharp-tongued girls? Grin muttered to himself, walked over to the fallen Rakins, and took the guy's small knife. Priscilla observed Grin with interest. When they first met, he didn't have this kind of strength. Priscilla was very curious about how Grin had become so strong in such a short time. It seems the little moth's wings are much stronger than before, barely reaching a level where they can be used by. Will grant you, as you once wished, a minor official position of peeling apples. Grin quickly waved his hand, no, I can't serve someone like you. After speaking, he kicked Rakins a few times. Hey, you're not dead, are you? Get up quickly, stop faking an injury here. Rakins frantically stood up, then immediately knelt in front of Grin in a dejiza. Big brother, we know we were wrong. Please, in your great generosity, let us off the hook. The other two punks also crawled over, repeatedly kowtowing and fawning. Big brother, we were blind. From now on, the entire slums will be the territory of your cat and dog duo. You also get priority for the trash cans in the noble district. The rats in the royal capital have become particularly scarce, and you can find many good things in ordinary trash cans. What the hell, are you guys doing that badly? I think you should just rename yourselves the Truly Stupid Trio. Grin felt a little pity for these three guys. He squatted down and patted the face of the strongest punk, Gaston. Adon, if I remember correctly, you're married and have a daughter, right? Adon's body stiffened in terror, and he kowtowed repeatedly to Grin. I'm sorry, Master Grin, we just came here to try our luck, we really didn't mean to hurt anyone. Rakins only brought the knife to scare people, please don't hurt my wife and daughter. Grin's Adam's apple bobbed, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back, a bitter smile more unsightly than a cry twisting his lips. Do I look like that kind of heinous villain? I just wanted to introduce you to some legitimate work. Ah, really? Then we'll follow you from now on, all right. Big Brother Grin is truly the most righteous person in the slums. He didn't forget to help us even after getting successful. Grin gestured for them to stand up. Kneeling all the time wasn't good. All right, come with me. At the very least, your family of 3 will have food and drink guaranteed. Then, the 4 of them swaggered through the streets towards the alley entrance. Rakins reminded, Big Brother, aren't we going to deal with that woman? Grin didn't even turn his head. We can't provoke that one. If we stay any longer, we'll die a violent death. Let's go quickly. Priscilla smiled, watching them leave. She had no intention of clinging, her eyes still filled with confident radiance. All treasures in the world belong to. Choosing to slip from S grasp, you are destined to regret it. Green Kuan, why aren't you here yet? Otto Suwon, wearing ill-fitting leather armor and holding a large stick, was hunkered down in a warehouse filled with hay. The warehouse was filled with rustling sounds. If one were to look closely, they would surely be startled. The floor, the rafters, and even within the hay were all filled with large black rats at work. The little fellows skillfully disassembled strands of pale green requiem grass from the complex, tightly packed hay, and piled them on the other side of the warehouse. Otto possessed the divine protection of word soul, allowing him to communicate with all vocalizing creatures or objects. These rats must be the laborers he enlisted for help. It's here. Smash the door open. I'll take responsibility for any trouble. These low-class merchants who don't know their place dare to refuse my lord's demands. It serves them right to have their goods stolen. Yes, Baron Ballon. Otto watched the scene outside through the crack in the door, trembling with fear. An arrogant, shriveled old man followed by 2 lackeys. The person called Baron Ballon, despite looking to be in his mid-50s, sported flamboyant light purple long hair. He also had a goatee on his chin and philtrum, making him look even more lewd. No, even if it means overusing my divine protection, I must protect Green Kuans and my shared property. Little mice, grab your weapons. Otto no longer wanted to sit idly by. He used the divine protection of word soul to notify all the big black rats in the warehouse. A plump rat, having grown fat in the royal capital area, glared fiercely as it retrieved a bundle of sharpened chopsticks from a corner and distributed them to the other rats like weapons. Squeak, squeak, squeak. For cheese, we must launch this war. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Righteous cheese will cover the entire land. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Young and female rats retreat first. At the same moment, Grin arrived at the general goods street with the 3 punks. From the arrogant words and actions of this lewd baron, he had already guessed what was happening with almost complete accuracy. Bringing a few rotten scoundrels to bully my brother. Oh hey, oh hey. You guys, don't you know this is my territory? Grin, hands in his pockets, looked at people with his nose in the air, swaggering like a penguin in front of Baron Ballon. Rakins and the other 2, as his subordinates, naturally followed closely, also looking quite imposing. Where did this old goat come from? Your beard is almost poking your nose hairs. Be humble in front of my big brother. Otto breathed a sigh of relief, the heavy stone in his heart finally dropping. He waved his hand, signaling the rat army to hold their ground. This Baron Ballon was a declining minor noble who often extorted money, or rather, blood, from the lower-class merchants in the royal capital. Ever since he discovered that Otto had a large amount of requiem grass, he had developed ill intentions, wanting to seize it all under the guise of management fees. Provoked by the punk, Baron Ballon's temper immediately flared up. You lowly commoners, daring to speak so wildly upon seeing the noble Baron Ballon trios, you shall all be hanged. Grin was stunned the moment he saw this lewd old man, finding him increasingly familiar. He tentatively asked, Baron Ballon. Are you going to attend a grand meeting at the Royal Capital Castle later this afternoon? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.